Chapter 515. Tang Clan. Today I will return the humiliation I suffered back then in double. Wang Jiang's expression was malevolent as he shouted, his whole body suddenly expanded like a black bear, fiercely charging towards Tang Fong. Tang Fong saw his ferocious momentum, and in his anger, his killing intent rose even more. Pill Fire Gu. He pushed with his right palm, and an orange-red flame shot towards Wang Jiang. The flame drew an arc of light in the air, quickly approaching Wang Jiang's face. Before it hit its target, Wang Jiang felt a burning sensation. But he laughed sinisterly, and had no intention of dodging, directly opening his mouth. Oh! He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill fire. This is rank 4 Swallow Fire Gu. Tang Fong was shocked. Swallow Fire Gu was not an offensive Gu but a storage Gu. But when Gu masters used Gu, it depended on their will. Who said storage Gu could not be used in battle? Tang Clan's Gu worms were mainly Fire Path Gu worms. Wang Jiang spent a huge price to purchase a rank 4 Swallow Fire Gu, to deal with Tang Clan one day. Wang Jiang, we are here to help you. At this time, another 2 Gu masters rushed over, both rank 3. The expressions of Tang Fong and the 2 elders of the Tang family instantly changed. Swallow Fire Gu was extremely effective against them, and now that they were fighting 3 against 2, they had a huge advantage. Third young master, leave quickly, I will block them. Tang Clan elder saw the situation was dire, and took the initiative to stand up, giving Tang Fong a chance to retreat. Tang Fong was not a wastrel, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Elder, hold on, I will bring reinforcements immediately. Just. Wang Jiang and the other 2 naturally did not want Tang Fong to retreat safely, but they did not expect this Tang Clan elder to be a defensive Gu master, and also had a rare rank 3 Gu called Slow Step. This Gu, as the name suggested, could slow down a Gu master's speed for a period of time. Wang Jiang and the other 2 were held up, and could only give up on Tang Fong, and attack the Tang Clan elder with all their might. Tang Clan elder was outnumbered, and although he had Slow Step Gu, he could not block them. First he was hit by Wang Jiang's fist and then a wind blade, breaking his arm. In the end he was turned into a popsicle by a snowball and died on the spot. Clan elder. Tears welled up in Tang Fong's eyes. By the time he arrived with reinforcements, he could only collect the corpse of this clan elder. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely in his chest, but he couldn't find his enemy for the time being. The battlefield was in chaos. A large number of wolves were rampaging about. In addition, there were also fox packs, battle crabs, foxes, bats, and so on. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. All sorts of attacks tore through the sky and landed on the ground. Some of them smashed the earth, some of them ignited flames, some of them spread frost, and some of them were dazzling lightning. The Gu masters shouted and screamed, some were attacking, some were retreating, some were rescuing, some were defending with their lives. The chaotic battle of hundreds of thousands of people filled an area of several thousand li hualala. Suddenly, a majestic blue wave that carried a monstrous momentum smashed down like a ferocious dragon. Large numbers of wolf groups and Gu masters were engulfed by the huge wave. The battlefield was cleared in an instant, and the damp grassland formed several large puddles of water. A Gu master laughed wildly, proudly standing at the center of the battlefield. It's water demon Hao Ji Lu. Tang Fong's pupils shrunk, recognizing this person. Retreat, this is a rank 4 upper stage expert, an old demon with a terrible reputation. Many of the surviving rank 3 Gu masters wisely chose to retreat. Water demon's tyrannical gaze quickly swept around, before landing on Tang Fong who had the most people. These rank 3 Gu masters were a bunch of battle merits in Water Demon's eyes, representing the generous rewards after the battle. Water Demon stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips, his face filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. You are unlucky to have met me. Water Demon laughed loudly, pushing his palms forward. Rank 4 Waterfall Gu. Bam. In an instant, a huge torrent of water gushed out, charging towards Tang Fong and the others with incomparable momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Fong felt like he was alone, facing a tsunami. He had a feeling of a great calamity, but he was alone and helpless. Third young master, we will hold them back, quickly retreat. The accompanying elders gritted their teeth, protecting Tang Fong behind them. They worked together and finally managed to block the waterfall. Quickly leave. The elders urged, causing Tang Fong to feel stifled. Hold on, I will find father to save you. He gritted his teeth but had no choice but to leave in the end. Water Demon laughed maniacally as he fought with the few elders of the Tang family. His attacks were fierce, the majestic water pressure pressuring others. Although Tang tribe's elders had the advantage in numbers, they were at a disadvantage and could hardly resist. After a few rounds, some elders lost their lives in Water Demon's hands. After more than 10 rounds, only one elder was left, the rest had lost their lives. Water Demon laughed malevolently and was about to attack again, when suddenly, a piercing killing intent assaulted him. Hao Ji Lu's rich battle experience had already developed an intuition towards danger. He did not even look, immediately retreating, giving up on the battle merits he was about to obtain without any hesitation. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the moment he retreated, a 4-leaf wind blade tore through the air, brushing past him. The wind blade spun endlessly. After missing its target, it drew a long arc on the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it humans or beasts, they were all cut, blood splattered, limbs fell everywhere. The light green wind blade drew a long arc in the air, flying back to its original owner's hand. "It's you? Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng." Water Demon's maniacal laughter gradually faded, a trace of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Tan Wu Feng and him were known as the Wind and Water Twin Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Once, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern part of Northern Plains, while Wind Demon rampaged in the western part of Northern Plains. But later Dongfang Yuliang used a scheme to capture and subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wu Feng became Dongfang Yuliang's follower, attached to Dongfang tribe. "Water Demon, your maniacal laughter is too piercing, young master has ordered me to end your life here." Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng wore a green robe, floating in the air, holding the wind blade that had just flown back. Along the way, the wind blade that was left with 3 leaves slowly recovered with Wind Demon's reinforcements, returning to the power of a 4-leaf wind blade. Normally speaking, wind blades could not be retrieved after being sent out. Wind Demon held the wind blade as if it was a toy, demonstrating his extraordinary control over wind. "Humph, looks like you've been taught well by your master all these years. You've become arrogant." Water Demon grinned and stared at Wind Demon like a hawk. Wind Demon's expression turned gloomy. He waved his hand and shot out a 4-leaf wind blade, while his body shot straight towards Water Demon like an arrow. "Come." Water Demon was not afraid. A huge wave rose under his feet. He stepped on the wave and charged towards the sky. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, the wind howled and the waves soared to the sky. The battle between rank 4 experts started. The surrounding Gu masters quickly retreated and pulled some distance. Soon a special battlefield was created for the 2 demons of wind and water. Not only the 2 of them, after a period of time, the rank 4 Gu master experts had also found their opponents. In the chaotic battlefield, more than 10 battle circles were created. The battle circles were not fixed, but moved slowly along with the 2 sides. Once the higher level battle strength was fixed, the entire battlefield became clear. First, the rank 4 experts fought in pairs, creating a large battle circle. Around the large battle circle, there were many small-scale battle circles. Rank 3 Gu masters were fighting with their lives. Even further away were rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters, forming into groups and cooperating with each other in battle. Fang Yuan took this chance to gather his wolf group. The 2 armies were in a deadlock. Usually, at this time, the side that broke the balance first would gain the initiative and accumulate the advantage. After accumulating enough advantage, it could turn into victory. Be it He Lulan or Dongfang Yuliang, they knew this. Thus, their gazes landed on the elite troops in their hands. These elite troops were either 3 to 400 or 5 to 600, they had the same Gu worm configuration and received the same strict training, they could instantly burst out with great strength. They were sharp weapons that could move unhindered on the battlefield, they were the trump cards of the commanders of both sides. Not every clan had the ability to form elite troops. He Lulan had 5 elite troops. In Dongfang Yuliang's hands there were 6. Dongfang Yuliang first sent out 100 Flowers elite troops. This was Hua clan's elite troops. They were weak in attack and defense, but specialized in healing. Once this elite troop moved out, they immediately healed large numbers of the injured and stabilized the situation, giving Dongfang tribe's grassroots Gu masters a huge support. He Lulan was in the main tent. Seeing this scene, she snorted and ordered Blue Butterfly elite troops to attack and kill 100 Flowers elite troops. Blue Butterfly elite troops had 500 people. After avoiding the rank 4 Gu masters, they easily pierced through the thick battlefield and charged towards 100 Flowers elite troops. Just as they were about to succeed, 3 groups of elite troops charged out from the east, south and west, forming an encirclement around the Blue Butterfly elite troops. It turned out that Dongfang Yuliang had already made arrangements. using 100 Flowers elite troops as bait to set up such an ambush. He Lulan naturally did not want to see the Blue Butterfly elite troops perish. She immediately sent other elite troops to rescue them. The elite troops of both sides quickly gathered together, forming layers of encirclement. The battle fell into a deadlock again. Lord Tribe Leader, let me lead the troops and kill them all. Dong Feng she could not hold back and requested to fight. Dong Feng Yuliang slowly shook his head, not allowing it. Dong Feng she was the commander of Dong Feng Tribe's Feather Arrow elite troops. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. But as long as He Tribe's Black Banner elite troops did not move, this Feather Arrow elite troops could only suppress the situation. Dong Feng Yuliang slowly looked around the battlefield. Looking at the whole situation, he consoled Dong Feng Shi, Elder Shi, don't be impatient, you are not needed at this moment. The current situation is already within my expectations. Saying so, he lightly smiled and turned to the other side, saying to the 3 enslavement path Gu Masters, you 3, it is time to show your strength. Chapter 5:16. Hearing Dong Feng Yuliang's instructions, Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan and Wei Xan looked at each other and nodded, activating their Gu worms together. Rank 3 Giant Spirit Heart Gu, strengthening the soul. Rank 2 Heart Sound Gu, activating the inner voice. Rank 2 Harmony Voice Gu, resonating the inner voice. Rank 3 Flying Soul Gu, soul leaving the body. Rank 3 Soul Chain Gu, linking the chains. Rank 4 Merge Soul Gu, 3 souls joining together, soul and body fusing into one. Killer move, 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Boom, with an indistinct explosion, the 3 Gu Masters' souls flew out of their bodies and temporarily fused into one in the air above their heads. At once, within a radius of 200 li, all the Gu Masters with at least 500 man soul level felt the majesty of the soul spreading and pressing down on their hearts. And those Gu Masters below 500 man soul level did not sense it at all. This pressure has already reached 1,400 man soul level, as expected of 3 Hearts Combination Soul. Feng Yuan immediately sensed it and looked towards the direction of Dong Feng Tribe's main tent. He was originally a 1,000-man soul, but after suffering from the soul explosion earlier, although he avoided most of the impact, he was still injured. At first he had fallen to 800-man soul, but after recuperating he had recovered to 900-man soul level. 900-man soul naturally could not compare to the enemy's 1,400-man soul. Unfortunately, there are too many people in the Alliance army, I can't get away. Otherwise, I can enter Danghun Mountain and use Guts Gu to easily heal my soul's injuries. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly and mobilized the wolf group under him. Large numbers of night wolves, water wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves gathered into a huge army and charged towards the enemy's main tent like a vast river. Wolf King, let us experience your great move today. Wei Xan, Yi Xianming and Jiang Wanshan spoke at the same time. Because their souls had temporarily fused together, their every action was synchronized. Under their mobilization, large numbers of steel pincer crabs, crystal drill crabs and big air crabs swarmed out and quickly formed a sturdy defensive line in a few breaths of time. The charging wolves slammed into the defensive line like a flood crashing into a dam. The sturdy crab shell clashed fiercely against the sharp wolf fangs and claws. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He stood on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros and gazed into the distance. Under his exquisite command, the entire pack of wolves charged forward in waves, and the front line formed by the crab swarms soon became precarious. This is the ninefold wave charge. Quick, support me. My crab swarm can't hold on any longer. As soon as Wei Xian had this thought, the other two sensed it. Under the effects of the 3 Hearts Combination Soul, it was as if they were one person. All of their thoughts could be heard by the others at the same time. There's no need to worry. My crocodile horde is here. Yi Xuanming's expression was steely, his eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. The other party was the famous Wolf King. Being able to exchange blows with such an existence was truly a worthwhile life. Under his control, a large number of 6-legged crocodiles, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles, and shadow crocodiles soon appeared on the defensive line. The defensive line that was on the verge of collapsing became somewhat indestructible with the injection of these new forces. Be it crabs or crocodiles, they are all wild beasts with outstanding defense. At the same time, under the effects of the 3 Hearts Combination Soul, they are like 3 people fusing into one. Their ability to control beast groups has risen sharply, reaching the level of an enslavement master. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not show any impatience after attacking for a long time without success. Since his fierce attacks could not take them down, he wisely slowed down his attacks. He did not wholeheartedly focus on controlling the beast groups, but split half of his attention to observe the whole battlefield. His enemies were not just Jiang Wei and Yi. As a crucial figure, he had the battle strength to influence the whole situation. It was extremely likely that he would be assassinated by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Since the start of the battle, Shadow Sword expert had not shown herself. It was very likely that she was secretly observing Fang Yuan, trying to find a good opportunity to assassinate him. But beside Fang Yuan stood the rank 5 Gu Master expert He Lulan. Maybe because of this, Shadow Sword expert did not show herself. Right at this time, above the wolf group, a large group of blood-red bats appeared. These bats had 4 wings that were as sharp and hard as blades. Under the attack of the bat group, the wolf group suffered a large number of casualties. The crocodile group and crab group took the chance to counterattack, pushing the front line forward by 100 steps. As expected, it is Jiang Wanshan's blade-wing blood bat group. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, but he was not surprised. With the help of He tribe's information, he had a good understanding of the enemy Gu Master experts. He had guessed earlier that Dongfang Yuliang did not have any enslavement master. To contend against him, he would naturally have to use 3 hearts combination soul. And the key people to use this killer move were very likely the 3 strongest enslavement Gu masters. Now, under Fang Yuan's probing, sure enough, they were Jiang Wanshan, Wei Xan, and Yi Xianming. The blade-wing blood bat group's attacks were extremely fierce. Once they joined in, they changed the direction of this small battlefield. The wolf group, which had the upper hand, retreated step by step. Meanwhile, the crocodile group and crab group took advantage of the situation to launch their assault. Mudwater crab, small air crab, big air crab, steel pincer crab, crystal drill crab, 6-legged crocodile, lava crocodile, rock crocodile, and plunder shadow crocodile formed a mixed army. Like an extended iron fist, they defeated the wolf group along the way and charged straight towards He tribe's main tent. According to common sense, it was hard for enslavement Gu masters to cooperate. The mixed beast group instead hindered each other. 1 + 1 was less than 2. But Wei, Jiang, and Yi, under 3 hearts combination soul, their souls fused as one, forming a mixed effect where 1 + 1 was more than 2. Brother Shanin. Seeing the strong attack of the mixed beast group, He Lulan's expression sank as he felt the pressure. If he let this group of beasts charge over, he would have to use the Black Banner elite troop in advance. But this way Dongfang Yuliang would still have an arrow elite troop and would not be able to restrain them. The scales of victory would gradually tilt towards the other side. Fang Yuan lowered his voice and said to He Lulan, "The other side has a blade-wing blood bat group with fierce attacks. My wolf group will not be able to fight them in the air. More importantly, the other side used 3 hearts combination soul. Their soul is at 1,000-man soul level, causing the mixed beast group to be controlled by one person. If we can break this killer move, the mixed beast group will collapse without a fight." He Lulan frowned deeply, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind. "Brother Shanin, pay more attention, I will end this battle quickly." He suddenly stretched out his thigh-thick arm, his right hand forming a claw with his palm facing upwards. Rank 5 aura suddenly rose, the primeval sea in his aperture rapidly fell as large amounts of primeval essence were instilled into the 4 Gu. Dongfang tribe has 3 hearts combination soul, my He tribe also has dark vortex. He Lulan laughed malevolently, an intense killing intent surging in his chest. Whoosh, a pitch-black undercurrent appeared out of nowhere, lightly spiraling in the air before flowing into the palm of his right hand. Next, a second, a third, a fourth. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of undercurrents were produced one after another, converging towards He Lulan's right claw like rivers flowing into the sea. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless undercurrents were produced rapidly, fusing with each other and actually creating the sound of howling winds. These finger-thick undercurrents squeezed together, first forming a black speck of light. Then, as large amounts of undercurrents continued to pour in, the black speck gradually expanded, forming a black ball the size of a fist. The black ball was deep and unfathomable, as if it was condensed from the dense night sky. Even one's gaze would be sucked in, causing people to feel fear. But when He Lulan looked at the black ball in his hand, he revealed extreme excitement as well as an insane killing intent. "Dongfang brat. Take this." He Lulan suddenly shouted, his body suddenly disappearing from the spot. The next moment he appeared in the sky above the enemy's main tent. "Die." He Lulan let out a maniacal laugh, he flipped his right wrist as if he was carrying 1,000 caddies of weight, He strenuously pushed the black ball in his hand towards Dongfang Yuliang. Following his movement, that small black ball's size crazily expanded, and in a few breaths of time, it became the size of a small mountain. The pitch-black giant ball seemed to be moving slowly, but was actually moving very quickly. It covered the radiance of the sun, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The giant ball had not even smashed down, but all the Gu Master experts in the main tent felt a sense of panic, as if doomsday was approaching. They looked up at the giant ball pressing down, their bodies as heavy as lead. They wanted to retreat, but it was difficult for them to move. Damn it, it is He Tribe's killer move, Dark Vortex. Retreat, retreat quickly. The Gu Masters cried out, they simply could not muster up any will to resist. Despair appeared on the faces of Wei Xian and the other two. They were under 3 hearts combination soul. To dispel this killer move, they would need at least 5 minutes. But the corners of Dongfang Yuliang's lips curled up slightly. He looked at the sky. In his vision, the black ball was getting bigger, but his expression was indifferent. As I expected, He Lulan, I have been waiting for this move of yours for a long time. He slightly raised his right leg and lightly stepped on the white clouds below him. The originally quiet white clouds started to boil like boiling water, and in the blink of an eye the clouds and mist rolled and formed a huge vortex. The vortex slowly moved upwards, like a giant opening its mouth, swallowing the black ball. This is... He Lulan was shocked and furious. Seeing this scene, how could he not know that he had fallen into Dongfang Yuliang's trap? The latter had meticulously set up this trap, waiting for He Lulan to fall into it. Let me tell you, this is the killer move Cloud Vortex that I have meticulously designed for 3 years. It is specially used to deal with your dark vortex. He Lulan, you have lost just like many years ago. Dongfang Yuliang declared the victor. Damn it. He Lulan gritted his teeth, his forehead was covered in sweat. He wanted to stop, but the cloud vortex was firmly sucking in his dark vortex. The smile on Dongfang Yuliang's face became wider. He called out, Dong Pekong Bien Si Xian. His voice was not loud, but under the effect of the Gu worm, it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. Hearing his command, Shadow Sword Expert, who had been hiding for a long time, turned into a shadow and slithered on the ground, arriving at the feet of the twin-headed rhino in the blink of an eye. And at the same time, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, piercing through the battlefield and arriving in front of the twin-headed rhino. The lightning dissipated, turning into a valiant man in the air, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Flying Lightning Dong Pekong, Shadow Sword Expert Bien Si Xian. Chapter 517. Dongfang Yuliang was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Gu Master. He had accurately deduced He Lulan's reaction. The killer move 3 hearts combination soul was only a bait to lure He Lulan to attack. Next, Dongfang Yuliang casually revealed his trump card, a killer move specialized in restraining dark vortexes, trapping He Lulan. He Lulan was originally in the main tent, but now that he was trapped, the guards around Fang Yuan fell by a large margin. Taking this chance, Shadow Sword Expert Bien Si Xian launched an attack and charged into the main tent, attempting to assassinate Fang Yuan again. As long as Fang Yuan died, the wolf group would immediately disperse and the scales of victory would tilt towards Dongfang Alliance army. To ensure the success of this decapitation tactic, He Lulan had not only arranged for Shadow Sword Expert, but also an even stronger Gu Master. He was Dong Pekong, known as Flying Lightning. He was one of the few flying masters in Northern Plains, a Lightning Path Gu Master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Even in the chaotic battle earlier, he did not make a move and had been enduring until now. Only now did he reveal his true intentions and amaze the world. Protect Wolf King. Scoundrel, don't even think of succeeding. Wolf King, leave quickly. The 6 rank 3 Gu Masters around the main tent jumped up and attempted to block Dong Pekong and Bien Si Xian. Scram. Dong Pekong shouted coldly, the lightning around him suddenly intensified. The 3 Gu Masters in front of him were struck by the lightning and their defensive Gu worms were instantly destroyed. 2 died and 1 was injured. Bien Si Xian chuckled and turned into a black shadow, rapidly shuttling around the Gu Masters, blocking her like a venomous snake, and in a few moments she was behind them. What? This speed, is this the true strength of Shadow Sword Expert? The 3 Gu Masters were horrified. They turned around and could only see Bien Si Xian's graceful back. They wanted to chase but found they could not move. Their hands and feet were all tied up with black shadows, as if they were tied up by ropes, firmly restraining them. Facing the pincer attack from Dong Pekong and the Shadow Swordsman, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Panic appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly retreated and shouted at the same time, "Quick, someone come and protect me. Don't worry, Wolf King. He Shui is on standby." The last person standing next to Fang Yuan was a black-robed man with a steely expression on his face. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan. "You're courting death." Dong Pekong shouted loudly. Lightning surged around his body, forming a spear that fiercely stabbed at He Xiui. Bian Xixin coldly snorted. With a light flick of her wrist, a flurry of sword shadows instantly poured out. He Xiui's expression did not change in the face of the combined attack of the two powerhouses. He suddenly put his palms together in front of his chest and madly mobilized his true essence. Boom! In the next moment he activated all his defenses. 56 flying bone shields flew out at the same time and blocked in front of him. An emerald-green halo flew above his head and illuminated the area within 100 steps. The black light emitted a steel-like luster and formed an incomparably thick armor that covered his entire body. 9 ghostly faces of different colors let out sobs and wails as they hovered around him. At the same time, there was a dark brown oily wind blowing between the flying bone shields. Dong Pekong's lightning spear pierced through 7 flying bone shields and pierced through the dark brown oily wind, but was blocked by the black light armor. Bian Xixian's sword shadows bombarded the shields, shattering all 18 of them. But being obstructed by the oily wind, the sword shadows seemed to have sunk into mud and lost their momentum, no longer posing any threat. He Shui was He Lulan's right-hand man, and also one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner elite troop. He was most proficient in defense. Dong Pekong and Bian Xixin faced He Shui, who was focused on defense and were actually entangled for a while, unable to break through. He Shui had suffered a crushing defeat against Mo Shikuang earlier. But this did not mean that his strength was low, but rather that the opponent was too strong. In this imperial court contest, he was the #1 fierce general of Northern Plains. Now, facing the joint attack of Flying Lightning and Shadow Sword Expert, he blocked left and right, and after a dozen rounds firmly protected Fang Yuan behind him. His combination of goo worms was extremely reasonable, it focused on defense and was meticulous in consideration. Dong Pekong and Bian Xixin tried to break through several times, but all returned without any success. The aftermath of the intense battle stung the twin-headed rhinoceros they were riding. The giant rhinoceros cried out in pain and spread its hooves, not distinguishing between friend and foe, rampaging and trampling everywhere in the battlefield. He Shui's expression became increasingly heavy. The intense battle had caused his primeval essence to be consumed at an extremely fast rate, and had already reached rock bottom. But the opponents were 2 people, and their primeval essence consumption was only half of He Shui's. He Shui was now facing a difficult choice. The first choice was to continue defending to the death, disregarding primeval essence consumption, and hope for He Lulan to return, or other reinforcements to arrive in time. But now that the twin-headed rhinoceros was running around wildly, it was already far away from its original location, and the reinforcements had to pass through the battlefield. How high was the possibility of them arriving in time? The second choice was to conserve primeval essence consumption. But this way his defense would weaken, and the possibility of being penetrated by the enemy would increase sharply. Once his defense was broken, Fang Yuan behind him would fall into a dangerous situation. What should he choose? Hesitation flashed in He Shui's eyes, but he quickly made up his mind. His defense began to gradually shrink, and he was no longer so proactive against the enemy's strong attacks. Dong Pekong and Bian Xixin immediately sensed the changes in He Shui, and broke through several times. It was extremely dangerous and they almost succeeded. Even if Wolf King's identity was important and related to the overall situation, even if He Shui was appointed by He Lulan to protect Changshan, but at this critical moment with his own life at stake, He Lulan could not risk his life to fight. If the person behind me was Lord He Lulan, I would definitely risk my life to protect him. But Changshan is an outsider, he is normally very arrogant and looks down on me. Why should I sacrifice myself for such a person? Even if Wolf King is dead, we still have the Black Flag Army, we are still evenly matched. I need to preserve my useful body and continue to serve the clan. He Shui's thoughts churned as he tried to extricate himself from the situation, and gradually felt at ease. He originally wanted to protect Fang Yuan behind him, but now he only cared about himself, and his primeval essence consumption immediately fell. This is the moment overlapping Shadow Gu. Suddenly, a flaw appeared in Bian Xixin's eyes, and her eyes shone with brilliance as she grabbed this opportunity, activating the goo worm she borrowed from Dongfang Yuliang. This overlapping shadow gu was a rare rank 4 gu, it was very difficult to buy in the market, and its price was not inferior to most rank 5 gu. Originally, Bian Xixian and Dongfang Yuliang had an agreement that if they succeeded in assassinating Fang Yuan, this gu would be her reward. But Bian Xixian's assassination failed, and the brain explosion gu she planted was also dealt with by Fang Yuan. With her pride, she was naturally unwilling to accept this overlapping shadow gu. But before this battle, Dongfang Yuliang was cautious and lent this gu to her. Overlapping shadow gu to other people might only be a rank 4 gu. But to Bian Xixian, it could sharply increase her battle strength, and was much more valuable than a rank 5 gu. Under the effect of overlapping shadow gu, Bian Xixian's multiple sword shadows overlapped one after another, and in a few blinks of an eye, only one sword remained of the sky full of sword shadows. This sword shadow was eerie and profound, as if it had substance, overlaying all the attacks together. Bian Xixian thrust her sword forward with astonishing effect, easily piercing through the defense like a knife cutting through tofu, and charging towards Wolf King. The defense line that had not been broken for a long time was finally broken. Seeing this, Dong Pekong let out a sigh of relief, and quickly tangled with He Xiui, fighting for an opportunity for Bian Xixian. But He Xiui saw that the situation was hopeless, and already had the intention to retreat. Now that Shadow Sword expert was charging towards Chang Shanin, this was a good opportunity for him to retreat. How could he not grab it? Thus he quickly retreated and jumped off the thick back of the twin-headed rhino. Dong Pekong looked at He Xiui's escape in astonishment, and hesitated for a moment, feeling that he should quickly kill Wolf King, and could only let He Xiui go. But when he turned around, he saw that Bian Xixian's shadow sword had already pierced into Chang Shanyin's chest. Bian Xixian had pierced so deeply that only the hilt of the shadow sword was left, sticking to Fang Yuan's chest. And the blade of the sword was protruding out of Fang Yuan's back. Wolf King, remember, the one who killed you is shadow sword expert Bian Xixian. Bian Xixian's eyes were red, and her face was filled with excitement. The famous Wolf King, whose name had spread throughout northern plains, had died in her hands. This kind of glory, this kind of glorious battle record, made her tremble with joy. Success. Dong Pekong was also overjoyed at this scene. With Wolf King's death, our army will have the upper hand. Victory is not far away. Far away, Dongfang Yuliang, who had been observing the battle using investigative gu, clenched his fists in excitement. He raised his head and looked at He Lulan, who was contending with the cloud whirlpool above him, and showed a calm smile. He Lulan, Chang Shanin has already been beheaded. If you stop now and admit defeat, I will allow you the position of general, and you will still have a chance to enter the imperial court. But to his surprise, not only did He Lulan not fly into a rage out of humiliation, she instead showed a sinister smile. Dongfang Yuliang, open your dog eyes and take a good look. At the same time, Bian Xixian and Dong Pekong's exclamations came from the twin-headed rhino's back. Dongfang Yuliang immediately had a bad feeling, and quickly used investigative gu to look back. He saw that Chang Shanin had already turned into a puddle of water, and several gu worms flew out. A water image gu was left in the water. It was almost cut into two by the shadow sword. Its head and tail were only connected by a layer of skin. This water image gu belonged to water demon Hao Ji Lu. Back then, at the heroes' assembly, he had used water image gu to deceive everyone and kill fire prodigal Chai Ming. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had taken a liking to this method, and found He Lulan to conspire with him. To prevent this arrangement from being leaked, only the three of them knew about it. Fang Yuan's true body had not been in the main tent, but was hidden in a corner of the battlefield. He used Wolf Care Gu to observe the battlefield and command the beast groups to fight. The conversation with He Lulan earlier was also an illusion created through a series of gu worms. Damn it, this is fake. Where is the real Chang Shanin? Chapter 518. Standing on the twin-headed rhino's back, Shadow Sword Expert and Flying Lightning were patrolling the surroundings. The battlefield was in chaos. 3 out of the dozen or so rank 4 gu master battles had already decided the victor. Among them, He Tribe 1-2 and Dongfang Tribe 1-1. Several elite troops were still entangled with each other. Because of Dongfang Yuliang's scheme, He Tribe was at a slight disadvantage in this aspect. The Wolf Group, Crocodile Group, Crab Group and Bat Group were also in a deadlock. Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen, no one knew where he was hiding. Bian Xixian and Dong Pekong's expressions darkened even more after their search failed. Dongfang Yuliang quickly accepted this defeat and laughed heartily. This is a bit interesting. but I had already expected this. As long as Wolf King continues to command the wolf group, his soul fluctuations will not be able to be concealed and he will be found sooner or later. He Lulan, your defeat is only a temporary delay. Ah. He Lulan raised his head and laughed, his laughter was filled with disdain. Dongfang lad, do you really think I am restrained by you? Saying so, his skin turned pitch black like the night. At the same time, black smoke rose from the pores all over his body. The black smoke surged and quickly shrouded his whole body. In a short moment, He Lulan turned into a human-shaped black smoke. The smoke curled up in spirals and from outside, only a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes could be seen. In Dongfang Yuliang's heart, a strong sense of foreboding arose. The thought of retreating immediately flashed across his mind. But although the cloud vortex restrained the dark vortex and restrained He Lulan, however, from another perspective, wasn't it also the dark vortex that restrained the cloud vortex? The next moment, the black smoke that He Lulan turned into entered the dark vortex. Not good. Dongfang Yuliang immediately felt his blood run cold. But it was too late. The huge black ball was as big as a hill and was originally being slowly swallowed by the cloud vortex. But now the dark vortex was shrinking again. The cloud vortex could not react in time and quickly retracted. However, in the next moment, the dark vortex suddenly expanded violently. No, it's more like an explosion than an expansion. Dongfang Yuliang was shocked. There was no sound. It was a soundless explosion. The cloud vortex only lasted for 3 breaths before it was broken by the dark vortex. The dark sphere continued to expand, like a prehistoric monster opening its mouth to devour everything, including humans and beasts. Only when the entire battlefield within a 10-mile radius was completely covered did the semicircular ball of black light suddenly disappear. There were no sound waves produced by conventional explosions, nor were there any waves of air. This strange and tyrannical explosion possessed a mighty corrosive power, as well as an insidious poison that could melt everything. After the vortex dissipated, the battlefield within a 10-mile radius was completely cleared, leaving only He Lulan in the air and Dongfang Yuliang in the deep pit. The others were all corroded into nothingness by the explosion of the dark vortex. He Lulan looked down at Dongfang Yuliang below him. He was gasping for breath, he was extremely exhausted and his whole body was bathed in black-red blood. But his lips curled into a crazed and sinister smile. Haha, Dongfang Yuliang could think of the killer move Cloud Vortex to counter the Dark Vortex for you, then I can also modify the original killer move. How does the feast I prepared for you taste? This is a method that I have always kept hidden, I did not even tell my kin. He Lulan laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the battlefield. At once, his aura suppressed the surroundings, even the Gu masters in battle could not help but pay attention to him. When they saw He Lulan gaining the upper hand, He tribe's Gu masters' morale soared. On the contrary, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters felt heavy pressure. The general was the soul and courage of the soldiers. The contest between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang was extremely crucial. It was not only a matter of life and death, but it would also affect the entire battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. He Lulan's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop as he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Although this move was extremely powerful, to kill 1,000 enemies he suffered 800 losses. It was a self-harming move, no matter the result. Once it was activated, most of the Gu worms that formed the Dark Vortex killer move would die. When the Gu worms died, the Gu master would naturally suffer a backlash. However, this was already a huge gain. He Lulan not only broke free and suppressed Dongfang Yuliang, he even killed Wei Xn, Jiang Wanshan and Yi Xianming, who were in the Three Hearts combination soul state. Once these three died, the mixed beast group immediately lost a unified leader and started an intense internal conflict. Just like what Fang Yuan had said earlier, they collapsed on their own. The mixed beast group that ran around and attacked randomly caused the battlefield to become even more chaotic. Dongfang Yuliang's expression was solemn as he slowly rose up. He Lulan had done a good job in keeping this secret. He did not have any relevant evidence. The killer move that had such terrifying destructive power was beyond his expectations. In fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yi Xianming, Wei Xan and Jiang Wanshan. He could directly transport the three of them to the rear of the battlefield from where they were. But when He Lulan modified the killer move Dark Vortex, he had added space path Gu worms. When the Dark Vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Dongfang Yuliang's method lost its effect. Dongfang Yuliang, it is not too late for you to surrender now. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. I can appoint you as the first military advisor. He Lulan said, asking Dongfang Yuliang to surrender in front of everyone. Dongfang Yuliang sneered. He Lulan was famous for being lustful. He had long coveted his sister Dongfang Qingyu's beauty. Even if Dongfang Yuliang surrendered to other forces, he would not choose to submit to He Lulan. He Lulan, you are too optimistic. Even if you have the upper hand now, you are still far from victory. Come, let us have a good contest. 7-star lanterns. Dongfang Yuliang lightly shouted, and 7 lanterns appeared beside him. These 7 lights were of different colors. They circled around his body, drawing beautiful trails of light in the air. This was Dongfang Yuliang's signature killer move. The 7 lanterns had different effects. Under their support, Dongfang Yuliang activated Star Thought Gu. Swish swish swish, countless thoughts gushed out, starlight shined brightly. Even in the daytime, the brilliance of these star thoughts could not be concealed. A vast number of star thoughts rose into the sky. In just a few breaths of time, Dongfang Yuliang had produced tens of thousands of star thoughts. In the sky, the starlight connected and formed a large nebula. It was grand and magnificent. He Lulan, take this. Dongfang Yuliang shouted. The star thoughts around him shot towards He Lulan like lightning. The huge scale caused the howling of the wind. The aura was extremely shocking. Umph. A trace of wariness flashed in He Lulan's eyes. Wisdom Path Gu Masters were not defenseless people. Every Gu Master path since it existed, it definitely had offensive methods. Paths without offensive methods would be eliminated, vanishing in the long river of history. Many years ago, He Lulan had fought with Dongfang Yuliang. At that time, there were only a few thousand star thoughts, but they made He Lulan suffer greatly. Star thoughts had astonishing speed. They directly attacked the enemy's mind. It was a different path and hard to defend against. So many star thoughts, it seems Dongfang Yuliang is really risking his life. Creating star thoughts without restraint like this is not as simple as damaging the soul or body. No matter what the result of this battle is, Dongfang Yuliang will lose at least 2 years of his lifespan. My current condition is not good. It is better for me to avoid it for now. He Lulan saw such a scale of star thoughts and immediately had the intention to retreat. With a whoosh, he vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared he was already 1,000 steps away. But the star thought's speed was astonishing. They were as fast as lightning, chasing after He Lulan relentlessly. He Lulan snorted coldly, using healing goo while dodging. The star thoughts gathered into a large nebula, chasing after He Lulan on the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Some Gu Masters with weak wills were directly attacked by the majestic star thoughts and turned into idiots. Most of the Gu Masters felt dizzy after the star thoughts entered their minds. They could not stand stably. Only those few Gu Master experts with strong wills could use their thoughts to destroy the incoming star thoughts. But because of this, these Gu Master experts were resisting the star thoughts. The intense battle slowed down. Rank 4 Gu Masters could move unhindered on the battlefield, but rank 5 Gu Masters could influence the entire battle once they showed their might. Dongfang Yuliang attacked with all his strength. He Lulan was suppressed. The majestic star thoughts formed into a nebula, becoming the number 1 force in the battlefield. Although star thoughts were expended quickly, Dongfang Yuliang's creation speed was also very shocking. As time passed, the nebula's size did not decrease, but instead increased slightly. In the whole battlefield, almost everyone's attention was gathered on the nebula. As the nebula rushed over, most Gu Masters chose to escape in all directions, afraid of becoming idiots. However, there was no joy on Dongfang Yuliang's face. Instead it was shrouded in worry. He Lulan's movement Gu was very outstanding. Star thoughts could not catch up to it. Dongfang Yuliang was well aware that the 2 most important people in He tribe army were He Lulan and Chang Shanin. Right now, He Lulan was running faster than a rabbit, while Chang Shanin was hiding in the dark, suppressing his soul and only using 10% of his strength to control the wolf group. The hope of digging him out from this chaotic battlefield was extremely slim. In that case, I will exterminate your elite troops. I want to see if you can still endure this. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shined with a cold light. The star thought cloud in the air suddenly turned and charged towards the elite troops. These elite troops had at least rank 2 cultivation. Among them there were rank 3 Gu Masters who were the leaders. They had the advantage in numbers, but they were not Dongfang Yuliang's match alone. Under the special care of the star thought cloud, He tribe's blue butterfly elite troops immediately collapsed, with countless casualties. My clan's elite soldiers. Seeing this scene, the Yi clan leader cried out in pain. Still not coming out? Dongfang Yuliang's eyebrows slightly rose. He activated the Star Thought Cloud again and attacked the Battle Dog elite troops. The War Dog elite soldiers immediately fell to the ground. The surrounding elite soldiers seized the opportunity and besieged them. In just a few moves, the elite soldiers were killed. My Battle Dog elite troops. Wang tribe leader's body trembled with pain. To nurture such elite troops, Wang tribe had expended a lot of resources and expended a lot of energy of the current generation. But such precious battle strength was lost in one day. Still not going to save them? Dongfang Yuliang frowned deeply. After destroying 2 elite troops, his star thoughts were greatly depleted. If not for him continuously creating new star thoughts, the Star Thought Cloud would have been used up long ago. Even with the support of the killer move 7-star lights, Dongfang Yuliang still felt a strong sense of weakness. Strands of white hair began to appear on his originally dark blue hair. Go on and kill. I want to see how long you can last with this killer move of yours. Fang Yuan, who was hiding in a corner, sneered through wolf Gu as he admired the battle. To him, the more people that died, the more souls he would obtain after the battle. Anyway, as long as he won in the end, he could enter the imperial court. Chapter 519. The battle continued. Because Dongfang Yuliang attacked with his full strength, after slaughtering 3 elite troops, Dongfang tribe's side started to gain the upper hand. Kill? Let us kill all these He tribe lackeys. Kill all the men and bring all the women into our camp. Dongfang Alliance army's morale surged. Their attacks became fierce, pressuring He tribe alliance army until they could not breathe. However, as the instigator, Dongfang Yuliang was worried. Although we are in a good position now, we have used our trump card in advance. Killer move 7-star light cannot be maintained for long. If we are not afraid of He Lulan and Changshanin forcing them out, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, cold light erupted in Dongfang Yuliang's eyes. His clear and bright eyes turned towards He tribe's central army, where the Black Banner elite troops were stationed. This elite troop had great strength, far surpassing their peers. Up until now, this precious force had not been mobilized, suppressing the army's formation. Next, Dongfang Yuliang's gaze turned towards a certain corner of the battlefield. Over there, Gu tribe's Gu masters were gathered. Gu Guang and the rest were fighting a bloody battle. Dongfang Yuliang was expressionless as he split the Star Thought Cloud into 2. One flew towards the Black Banner elite troops, while the other flew down towards Gu tribe. Seeing the Star Thought Cloud attack, the 3 commanders of the Black Banner elite troops had a change of expression. Pay attention to defense. Everyone activate Battle Thought Gu together. Under the command of the commander, all the Black Banner elite troops activated Battle Thought Gu with all their might. Battle Thought Gu, like Star Thought Gu and Space Thought Gu, it was also a Wisdom Path Gu worm. The Black Banner elite troops leaders were all equipped with rank 3 to rank 4 Battle Thought Gu. These Battle Thought Gu were originally used on the Black Banner elite troops. During the battle, Battle Thought Gu would charge into their minds, causing their battle intent to soar to the sky, making them brave and fearless. The Star Thought Cloud rushed over, and in the sky above the Black Banner elite troops, crimson thoughts rose. Although these battle thoughts were sparse, they protected the Black Banner elite troops, helping them resist the impact of the Star Thought Cloud. He tribe is indeed a super tribe. The quality of the elite troops they nurture is different from the elite troops of other tribes, far surpassing their peers. Seeing this, Fang Yuan praised inwardly. These Black Banner elite troops were He tribe's trump card force that was created through the continuous accumulation and careful selection of elite Gu masters. After a large amount of training and huge investments, they were finally created. Each of them had strong willpower, and had the ability to resist the impact of thoughts. Now that they were surrounded by battle thoughts, the Star Thought Cloud's rampage was stopped for the first time. Of course, the crucial point was that Dongfang Yuliang did not use his full strength, but split the nebula into 2 and only used 1/2 to attack the Black Flag Army. The Black Flag Army's astonishing performance made people raise their eyebrows, forming a clear contrast with the other defeated elite soldiers. On the other side, Gu tribe's troops were screaming miserably. Under the attack of the majestic Star Thoughts, they were utterly defeated and massacred in large numbers. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Wolf Gu was used to perfection by him, allowing him to clearly see Gu tribe's miserable state. Gu tribe was only a chess piece to disguise his identity. As the chess player, how could he put himself in danger because of a chess piece? Still not making a move. Dongfang Yuliang patiently waited for a while, secretly activating investigative Gu. As long as Fang Yuan made a move, he would be able to accurately find Fang Yuan's location through soul fluctuations. But no matter how long he waited, Fang Yuan did not make a move. The Wolf King's display of coldness and heartlessness caused Dong Fang Yuliang to feel a chill. Instead, He Lulan saw that his Black Banner elite troops were showing signs of not being able to hold on, and quickly appeared. Dong Fang Yuliang die. He shouted with great vigor. Evidently he had already recovered from the internal injuries caused by the backlash. Dongfang Yuliang snorted coldly. Large amounts of new star thoughts emerged from his mind and charged towards He Lulan. The two fiercely collided in the air, entangling with each other without a clear victor. With He Lulan's interference, the star thoughts that were troubling Black Banner elite troops and Gu tribe dissipated after wreaking havoc for a while without the support of reinforcements. The battlefield was chaotic for a while before returning to a deadlock. Among the dozen or so rank 4 battles, a small half had already decided the victor. Rank 4 experts were either dead or injured. Among them, Wind Demon and Water Demon were still entangling with each other. Shadow Sword expert Bian Xian and Flying Lightning Dong Pakong were moving around the battlefield. These two had powerful movement Gu. Even if they were intercepted by rank 4 Gu masters, they could easily escape. They continued to search for traces of Fang Yuan, but unfortunately Fang Yuan had been hiding and did not make a move, causing their search to be fruitless. At the same time, in Niu Blessed Land, 2 Gu immortals, 1 male and 1 female, were sitting opposite each other, sipping tea while looking at the smoke image at the center of the stone table. The smoke image moved endlessly, displaying the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe clearly. Every detail could be observed. The female Gu immortal Tan Baiya retracted her gaze and smiled at the male Gu immortal Dongfang Naganori. It seems this battle still depends on the outcome of the battle between Dongfang Yuliang and He Lulan. Whichever side won would gain the upper hand. Dongfang Yuliang is a good young man. His army is clearly weaker than He tribe, but he can fight to such a deadlock. It seems Brother Chang Fan's teachings are quite effective. Dongfang Naganori wore a tall hat and had an ancient face. His eyes flickered with hundreds and thousands of colored glazed lights. As the only wisdom path Gu immortal in Dongfang tribe, he lightly shook his head and said with a cold tone. In fact, the guidance I gave to Dongfang Yuliang was only 2 or 3 sentences. But this young man is not bad, he has his own ideas. After returning, he spread the news and used my influence to rise up. He has some talent and knows how to work hard. I have already promised him that as long as he can enter the imperial court, I will treat his sister's illness and nurture him as one of my successors. Enter the imperial court? Tan Baiya was slightly startled, then smiled lightly. Please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but in this imperial court contest, Dongfang tribe does not have much hope. Among the hot favorites this year, Yi Lui tribe's Yi Lui Sang is widely favored. This time, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai secretly entrusted an immortal Gu to Yi Lui Sang. This is already a well-known secret in the circle. Although Yi Lui tribe has the Huang Jin bloodline and is one of the few super tribes in northern plains, they have not entered the imperial court for 8 consecutive times. Precisely because of this, Yi Lui Lai was ridiculed by He tribe's He Cheng in public. This time he used an immortal Gu to get back at them. Dongfang Naganori finished speaking and laughed lightly. His laughter seemed to contain disdain. Tan Baiya took a sip of tea and said, Speaking of He Cheng, He Lulan is his 27th wife's son. This was his son, so it was reasonable for him to support him from behind. Thus, He Lulan is also one of the hot favorites. Historically, the contest for the imperial court is just a competitive game between the Huangjin tribes. Whoever can become the lord of the imperial court, the support of the force behind them is extremely important. In my opinion, He Lulan's chances of winning are much higher than your Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Naganori shook his head slowly. Tan Baiya saw this and a trace of interest flashed in her eyes. What? Did Brother Chang Fan secretly give Dongfang Yuliang an immortal Gu to protect himself? Or do you have some arrangements to ensure that Dongfang Yuliang enters the imperial court? The scheming ability of Wisdom Path Gu masters was something that Gu immortals had either experienced personally or heard of. There were very few Wisdom Path Gu masters, and Dongfang Naganori was a famous Wisdom Path Gu master in northern plains. If he secretly made arrangements, as long as he did not openly break the rules of the contest for the imperial court, Dongfang Yuliang would have a great chance of winning. But Dongfang Naganori denied Tan Baiya's guess. No. In this contest for the imperial court, Ma tribe has great influence and can be said to have 1 foot in the imperial court lord position. How can I, Dongfang Naganori, do useless things? Dongfang Naganori, was already old and did not have much time left. He had also calculated that his death was near, thus for the tribe and to ensure his inheritance did not end, the urgent matter at hand was to choose and nurture a successor. As for the imperial court lord, that was secondary. Not all Gu masters could become wisdom path Gu masters just by having a set of wisdom path Gu worms. Dongfang Yuliang's talent made Dongfang Naganori very satisfied, and even slightly fearful. And what made him even more satisfied was that Dongfang Yuliang had a weak and sickly sister who was unable to cultivate. This was Dongfang Yuliang's weakness. As long as he grasped this point, he would not need to worry about his loyalty. The contest for the imperial court was only a trap he had set for Dongfang Yuliang. After Dongfang Yuliang failed for the sake of his sister, he would definitely come to ask for help. This was the same as handing his weakness to him. If Dongfang Yuliang succeeded, it would be an unexpected surprise. Although he had promised Dongfang Yuliang to save his sister, the result was definitely not to be. Tan Baiya was very surprised. What? Brother Chang Fan, you are actually optimistic about Ma tribe? Ma tribe might be a large tribe, and their military might is indeed impressive, but they do not have a Gu immortal supreme elder. Dongfang Naganori had been waiting for her to ask this question. He slowly replied, Little sister Baiya, you might not know, but Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has already secretly contacted Ma tribe and are secretly supporting them. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, those demonic path Gu immortals. Tan Baiya's expression sank. This news had a huge impact on her. She stared at Dongfang Naganori. Brother Chang Fan, how did you know this? Dongfang Naganori smiled proudly. I deduced this myself. You are the first person to know about it. Tan Baiya immediately believed him. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path Gu immortal. The results of his deductions were almost equivalent to the truth. Tan Baiya was also well aware of his situation. He had no motive to deceive her. Moreover, those demonic path Gu immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had always coveted 88-point Jinyang Tower. This time they were secretly supporting Ma tribe to attack Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Such matters had already happened many times before. Thinking of this, she could no longer sit still. She was Lu tribe's external supreme elder, secretly supporting Lu Wenwu. Once Lu Wenwu obtained the position of imperial court, it would be extremely helpful to her position in Lu tribe. Ma tribe's existence had seriously destroyed her plans. She naturally could not tolerate it. She stood up. Brother Chang Fan, this matter is extremely important. Demonic path Gu immortals are all jackals and wolves, but the others are still in the dark. I will go inform them now. Please forgive me for taking my leave. Go. Dongfang Naganori slowly nodded, at the same time opening the Blessed Land's door. After Tan Baiya left the Blessed Land, Dongfang Naganori's expressionless face finally revealed a trace of a smile. This conversation was only a trap he had set up for Tan Baiya. Tan Baiya was also an astute Gu immortal, but she was in the middle of a trap and had a request, so she was easily tricked. Dongfang Naganori shifted his gaze to the smoke. The battlefield had already changed. Dongfang Yuliang gradually could not hold on after a long battle, and could only choose to retreat. Once the main commander retreated, the army's morale plummeted, and under Dongfang Yuliang's command, they also began to retreat. The retreat was panicked but not chaotic. It was clear they had undergone a lot of training. Dongfang Yuliang had already expected this, thus he had spent a lot of effort in the aspect of retreat. Dongfang army slowly retreated, and from time to time many He tribe Gu masters lost their lives due to their carelessness. Wind Demon, you cowardly rat, you wanna run now? Water Demon, how Ji Lu roared. His body was riddled with injuries and dripping with blood. Wind Demon snorted coldly but did not reply, instead retreating in silence, persistently executing Dongfang Yuliang's command. The defensive line set up by the army was several hundred li behind them. As long as they retreated into the defensive line and rested for a while, Dongfang Alliance army's battle strength would quickly recover. By then, it would be He tribe army's turn to have a headache, and the initial disadvantage was only a small matter. However, at this time, the wolf group suddenly howled and gathered together, forming a wave again, charging towards Dongfang army with all their might. Wolf groups were different from Gu masters. Gu masters cherished their lives, but wolf groups did not fear death. Damn it! Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were about to split open. Under the wolf group's charge, Dongfang Alliance army suffered countless casualties. Panic quickly spread throughout the army, forming a state of collapse. Fang Yuan used 80% of his strength. His master-level enslavement path attainment dazzled the audience. Wave after wave of attacks came unceasingly. Dongfang army was like mud, falling piece by piece under the assault of the wolf tide. Intense soul fluctuations exposed Fang Yuan's location. But Fang Yuan had already appeared in public. He was standing on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros. Many Gu master experts had gathered around him. Wolf King Chang Shanin. Dongfang Yuliang gritted his teeth, his eyes about to spew fire. In this battle, he had thoroughly experienced Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and viciousness. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had only made 2 moves in this battle. The first time he made a move, he directly incited the army into battle, causing many of Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements to be useless. And the second time he made a move, he caught Dongfang army's weakest moment, hitting them while they were down. After fighting for so long, the Gu masters' primeval essence in their aperture was almost used up. Although they still had the strength to fight, they often perished together with the wolves. Chapter 520. In a short period of time, Dongfang army suffered disastrous losses, leaving behind a large number of corpses as they retreated. Run! Run, it will be too late if we don't run. The situation that Dongfang Yuliang was most worried about appeared. Dongfang Alliance army suffered a huge defeat. The soldiers had no fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. He tribe army saw an opportunity and charged forward, starting a merciless slaughter. Dongfang Yuliang gritted his teeth and quickly mobilized rank 4 Gu master experts to suppress the situation. The experts turned around and attacked, greatly restraining He tribe army's pursuit. But good times did not last long as He tribe's rank 4 Gu master experts attacked. Dongfang tribe's Gu master experts were stalled one by one. Dongfang Yuliang attacked again, but was also restrained by He Lulan. Seeing his own soldiers catching up to the enemy and starting a merciless chase, Fang Yuan retracted his hand and gathered the wolf group to his side. His action immediately won the good impression of the Black Banner army commander beside him. In his opinion, Wolf King had a good opportunity to gain battle merits, but he gave it to someone else. The great commander spoke, praising Fang Yuan a little. Fang Yuan knew the other party's intention of expressing goodwill. He Xiaoyi had originally been Fang Yuan's bodyguard, but he had escaped. If not for the water image Gu, Fang Yuan would have died long ago. But Fang Yuan had never counted on other people's guards, he had always relied on himself. Moreover, He Xiaoyi was He Lulan's beloved general, so he could not do anything to He Xiaoyi. Even if he could, Fang Yuan was not willing to see such pointless internal friction. Immediately, he said some perfunctory words, hinting to the commander that he would not take this matter to heart. The commander heaved a sigh of relief, thinking, Wolf King might be arrogant, but he is truly magnanimous, he is indeed not an ordinary person. Finally, Dongfang army crazily escaped into the first defense line. They paid a disastrous price for this. 20% of the entire army died in the previous battle, while 50% died in the pursuit of Gu masters and the wolf group. The remaining 30% of the soldiers fled into the defensive line. Among the rank 4 experts, there were 2 who lost their lives because they intercepted He tribe's army. He tribe army did not stop and charged forward, but they were shot down by the elite archers on the city walls, leaving behind hundreds of corpses as they fled back pathetically. This was a troop that the Dongfang family had painstakingly nurtured. The blood, sweat, and resources they had invested were not the slightest bit inferior to the Black Flag elite troops. He tribe's Gu masters charged 3 more times, but were repelled by the elite arrows. He Lulan mobilized the rank 4 Gu masters under his command to charge forward, but because of Dongfang Yuliang's scheme, 3 of them lost their lives. Alliance Master, the other side is relying on danger to defend and has the geographical advantage. Our side has fought for a long time, and we do not have enough true essence. It is difficult for us to continue fighting. Why don't we retreat and make further plans? The elites returned to the king's tent, and cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan suggested. On the side, Fang Yuan frowned. He had the memories of his previous life, and he knew that Dongfang Yuliang was the best at dealing with the aftermath, and he was good at defeating the strong with the weak. The longer this dragged on, the more information he would gather, and the more disadvantageous it would be for He tribe. Although Fang Yuan's interference caused He tribe to have a greater advantage than in his previous life, Dongfang Yuliang's battle strength was not damaged, and he was a huge threat. The best way to deal with Dongfang Yuliang was to kill him in one strike, and not give him any chance to scheme. He Lulan listened to cunning gentleman's suggestion and did not speak. He had interacted with Dongfang Yuliang before, and was familiar with Dongfang Yuliang's methods. But he did not want to let go of this opportunity, thus he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled proudly and said to He Lulan, "Hey tribe leader, don't worry, I only need 15 minutes to break this defensive line." Everyone looked at him and cunning gentleman sneered, feeling that Fang Yuan was exaggerating. He Lulan was overjoyed. "Let's see Wolf King's methods." The wolf group swarmed out again and gathered together, launching an unending assault on Dong Fang tribe's first defensive line. Dong Fang tribe defended with all their might, and in just a moment the city walls were filled with wolf corpses. He tribe's soldiers were moved. Fang Yuan's method of fighting without regard for the sacrifices, he was simply sending the wolf group to their deaths. Especially the Feather Arrow elite troop, which was most proficient in long-range attacks, they stood on the city walls and showed off. The rank 4 experts took on the role of firefighters, providing support everywhere. Whenever a dangerous situation appeared, they would take turns to take action and avert the danger. Dong Fang tribe's defensive line was simply impregnable. Fang Yuan sneered and continued to activate Wolf Howl Gu. The momentum of the charge changed continuously, making it difficult for the eyes to follow. Every change brought a huge threat to the defensive line. The high intensity caused the wolf group to sacrifice a lot, and in a short period of time, 280,000 wolves died. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he stood on the twin-headed rhinoceros back, commanding from afar. Everyone in the main tent, however, had a change in their gazes towards him. Wolf King's ruthlessness made people feel fearful. Such a majestic and ferocious wolf tide made them feel even more insignificant. Wolf King Chang Shanin, you have such a ruthless heart, are you trying to exterminate all of us? Dongfang Yuliang's expression was grim. The wolf group's large number of sacrifices was exchanged for Dongfang tribe's intense primeval essence expenditure. He was extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would have rather sacrificed He Lulan to take Chang Shanyin's life. Finally, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters could not hold on any longer. They did not have time to recover their primeval essence. The wolf group's attacks made them exhausted and had no time to breathe. Retreat. Without a choice, Dongfang Yuliang could only give this order. Just as Fang Yuan said, a moment later, Dongfang tribe's first defensive line was broken. Dongfang Yuliang left behind a group of injured Gu masters to bring up the rear, and led the remaining soldiers to retreat to the second defensive line at the fastest speed possible. The wolf group is exhausted. It is not suitable to continue chasing. Fang Yuan retracted the wolf group and opened up a path, giving He tribe army a chance to move again. This action won him the favor of almost everyone. My injuries are not light, chase after them and try your best to kill them. But be careful, Dongfang lad must have made some arrangements. He Lulan did not move from the main tent, sending Hao Ji Lu, Pan Ping, Wang tribe leader and others to chase after them. The generals excitedly crossed the broken defensive line and chased after them. But just as the pursuing army was about to cross the defensive line, an intense explosion occurred. Boom, like the sound of thunder, dozens of Gu masters were blasted into the sky, and what fell on the ground was a pile of rotten flesh and broken limbs. Bam bam bam. Next, a large number of explosions occurred one after another, piercing through the entire defensive line. The pursuing army suffered heavy casualties in an instant and fell into chaos. It is charred thunder potato Gu. Dongfang Yuliang buried a large number of charred thunder potato Gu under the defensive line. The investigative Gu master returned and reported to the main tent. I saw it. He Lulan's expression was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and ordered the investigative Gu master to leave. He was not stupid. He immediately understood that Dongfang Yuliang had schemed against him. Burying such a large number of charred thunder potato Gu required a lot of time. This time was actually given by He Lulan. Before the battle, Dongfang Yuliang took the initiative to issue a challenge, purposely asking for a battle. In the end, cunning gentlemen spoke up and He Lulan delayed for a few days, only starting the battle when the rear army gathered. This gave Dongfang Yuliang a chance. Explosions occurred continuously, causing many casualties to He tribe army. Most importantly, the pursuit was stopped, and He tribe army could only watch as Dongfang tribe retreated safely. Charred thunder potato Gu, although it was only a rank 2 Gu and had limited power, there were a lot of them. Other than that, there were also many rank 3 muffled thunder potato Gu and a small number of rank 4 thunderclap potato Gu. Even if the Gu masters used defensive Gu to preserve their lives, their primeval essence would be greatly expended. Gu masters who had flying Gu worms were few in number after all. Even if these Gu masters chased after them, they were too weak and would instead give Dongfang tribe a chance to kill them. The Gu masters who were excited and eager to make contributions eventually returned to the main army with their faces covered in dirt and their bodies full of injuries. We have already won today. That Dongfang lad is just struggling at death's door. It is not too late to kill him after this. He Lulan consoled them before starting to manage the post-battle work. Cleaning up the battlefield, healing the injured, organizing the battle merits, these were all troublesome tasks that required a lot of energy and time. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to waste his precious time here. He found an excuse and left the main tent, returning to his large lizard house Gu to continue cultivating. In this battle he was a great contributor, although he only fought a few times. Each time was crucial. With his battle achievements and strength, even cunning gentlemen had to shut up, and no one dared to say anything. The explosion did not injure the Wolf King. Dongfang Yuliang had been paying attention to the battle situation, and after hearing the investigative Gu master's report, he felt some regret. In this battle he had made Fang Yuan his #1 enemy. His threat level was even higher than He Lulan's. Chang Shanyin was too crafty and ruthless. He did not care about Gu tribe's life or death. Although he was only rank 4 peak stage, he was much more difficult to deal with than He Lulan. Dongfang Yuliang had estimated that Chang Shanyin had the highest chance of using the wolf group to chase after them. But his meticulously arranged trap did not kill a single wolf. Instead it killed a large number of He tribe Gu masters. Gu masters' lives were much more precious than wild wolves. But Dongfang Yuliang was not happy. To a wisdom path Gu master who was good at scheming, a strong enemy was not difficult to deal with. But even though the Wolf King was strong, he did not rely on his strength and was calm to the point of being unfeeling. That was quite troublesome. It was because of Fang Yuan's several attacks that caused Dongfang army to go from a slight loss to a complete defeat. The gap between the two sides widened. He tribe had the clear advantage while Dongfang army was at a disadvantage. The situation was terrible. Seeing that this battle had come to an end in Niu blessed land, Gu immortal Dongfang Naganori retracted his gaze and waved his hand, collecting the smoke on the stone table into his sleeve. He did not need to deduce to know that after this battle Dongfang Yuliang had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Unless He Lulan made a huge mistake, there was basically no hope of advancing into imperial court. But in the entire battle, Dongfang Yuliang's performance was remarkable. He resisted with a weak army and the battle was in a stalemate. It could be said that he had made full use of his strength. Especially when he purposely protected his tribe's strength, not a single feather arrow elite soldier was lost. This is his loyalty to the tribe. Next, it will be a test of his handling of the situation. Dongfang Naganori slowly closed his eyes. He was most satisfied with this point. Other tribes suffered heavy casualties. That was their problem as long as Dongfang tribe did not suffer much losses. Chapter 521. In the air, the fiery red smoke rolled and evaporated, giving Fang Yuan a scorching feeling. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, but his mind was already in the fiery cloud. It's about time. He calculated the time in his mind as he slowly opened his eyes and took out a wine jar. The wine jar was filled with an eerie blue liquid, giving off the luster of seawater under the moon. Descend. Fang Yuan lightly shouted, and the fiery cloud in the air slowly descended, pouring into the wine jar. At once, water and fire fused, producing thick black smoke. The black smoke quickly spread, filling the whole room. Fang Yuan could not even see his fingers, as if he was in the middle of the night. He willed, and a suction force came from the wine jar, and in a few breaths of time, all the black smoke was sucked into the jar. The room was clear again and there was a hint of sweetness left. Fang Yuan flicked his fingers, throwing goo worms into the wine jar. The wine jar began to tremble slightly, and it only calmed down after the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Fang Yuan looked at it and saw only black soil left in the wine jar. The goo worms that he had thrown in had already fused together perfectly, forming a half-finished product, hiding in the middle of the black soil. Rise. Fang Yuan carefully injected primeval essence. The surface of the black soil broke open and a thin sprout appeared. The sprout was green like oil, growing rapidly, and in a short while, it had become a small sapling. The sapling could be seen with the naked eye, thickening and growing taller. On the contrary, the black soil in the wine jar decreased rapidly. When the black soil was reduced by 80%, the sapling stopped growing, and the entire tree crown gathered together, like a tightly clenched jade-green fist. Open! Fang Yuan shouted and at the same time, poured in a large amount of primeval essence. The emerald green fist slowly opened, revealing a goo worm in its palm. This goo had a long oval-shaped body with an armor-like shell on its back, and a dark brown spine arched out. On its head there was a strong horn looking heavy and mighty. It had 4 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful, and its whole body gave off a shiny metallic luster. With one look, one could tell that this goo was not an ordinary item. A hint of joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This goo was the all-out effort goo. He had failed 3 times before and only succeeded on his 4th attempt. Fang Yuan observed carefully, tasting the differences between the all-out effort goo and the refinement process. The rank 3 all-out effort goo only had 3 pairs of legs, and because it came from southern border, it was suppressed by the region and only had a rank 2 aura. And the rank 4 all-out effort goo had 4 pairs of legs. His body had become bigger, more than twice the size of a rank 3. Because it was refined in northern plains, it became a northern plains goo worm and was no longer suppressed by the other region. It emitted a genuine rank 4 aura. With this rank 4 goo, my strength path battle strength has recovered by more than half. However, he still had to prepare the 5th grade recipe. Fortunately, I now have a blessed land and can communicate with jewel yellow skies, so I still have some connections with Langya blessed land. There is still hope to get the rank 5 recipe of the all-out effort goo. Fang Yuan stored the newly obtained all-out effort goo in his aperture and cleaned up before leaving the large lizard house goo. Outside the house, the scenery was bright and beautiful. Large numbers of goo masters were moving between countless tents, busy with their own matters. Some were going to the supply camp to exchange for goo worms, some had just returned from cleaning up the battlefield, and some were constructing defensive structures. 8 days had passed since the battle with Dongfang Alliance Army. In these 8 days, He Tribe Army did not move, cleaning up the battlefield every day, tallying the battle merits and healing the injured. The complicated and heavy matters caused the army's higher-ups to be extremely busy. On He Lolan's table there was a mountain of documents. Cunning Gentleman was entrusted with an important task. He was so busy that he did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, his face was pale. All the tribe leaders were even more busy, rushing around for the tribe's benefits. As a superior, they naturally had the responsibilities of a superior. During this period, Gu Guang had also looked for Fang Yuan several times, hoping that Fang Yuan would help Gu tribe's benefits, but Fang Yuan ignored him and only cultivated, refusing to see him. At this time, those demonic Gu masters appeared to be free and unfettered. Most of them were not burdened by any forces, they only needed to take care of themselves. Other than checking if their battle merits were deducted, they also needed to heal their injuries and use battle merits to exchange for new goo worms, preparing for war. This world's healing ability was much stronger than Earth's. On Earth, a severed arm or leg could only be considered a cripple. Even if a finger was severed, the finger had to be preserved and replanted within a specified time. Replanting a severed finger might not even succeed, there was a chance of failure. But in this world, even if the limbs were severed, they could grow back under the healing effect of goo worms. Basically, as long as the goo master's injuries were not too troublesome, they could recover. Thus, although only 8 days had passed, He Tribe Army's casualties had already decreased by 80%, and most of them had recovered their battle strength. The closer they got to the supply camp, the greater the flow of people. These days, large numbers of goo masters came here, exchanging their battle merits for resources. The supply camp became the busiest place in the entire army. They had set up 15 large tents, each of them occupying at least 6 hectares of land, with over 1,000 goo masters serving them. But even so, it was crowded like a marketplace and the tents were extremely crowded. Subordinate greets Lang Wangda, please come this way. When Fang Yuan arrived at the supply camp, a female goo master immediately led him into a goo house with a smile. As long as it was an organization, there would be relationships between the upper and lower levels, there would be differences in treatment. Fang Yuan was the upper echelon of the entire army, the treatment he received was naturally different from ordinary people. Lang Wangda, you are amazing in this battle, you are number 1 on the battle merit board. The young and beautiful goo master handed a scroll to Fang Yuan with a gaze of worship. Fang Yuan slowly opened the 2 ends of the scroll, seeing the 3 words Changshan Yin at the beginning. Behind the name was the battle merits, a series of numbers written in Northern Plains language, amounting to over 100,000. Fang Yuan glanced at it but did not look at it carefully. In this world, battle merits were very easy to calculate, because there were large numbers of goo worms that could monitor or record. Every time there was a battle, all the forces would use large numbers of goo worms to record the entire process. Other than the convenience of calculating battle merits, the most important thing was to gain experience, gather information and probe the enemy's actual situation, to understand their own shortcomings. Besides this, many goo masters would also prepare their own goo worms to record their own battles. With these images from all aspects and angles, the battle merits could be calculated repeatedly and confirmed. Fang Yuan opened the scroll, and under his name was He Lulan. He had over 80,000 battle merits. He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang fought intensely, restraining the enemy's strongest expert. At the same time he killed Wei Xan Yi Xianming and Jiang Wanshan in 3 Hearts combination soul state, and destroyed the mixed beast group. This was a huge amount of battle merits. Under He Lulan were Water Demon Hao Ji Lu Wang tribe leader Pan Ping and others, with tens of thousands of battle merits. The further they went, the lesser the battle merits of the Goo Master. After the top 10 there were only over 9,000 battle merits. After the top 20, the battle merits were around 7 to 8,000. The scroll recorded a total of 106 people, most of them had around 3,000 battle merits. Evidently this was the highest part of the battle merit board. The complete battle merit board was erected in those 15 large tents, it was as big as a city wall, and a large number of swim-word goo were used. Thus, on the surface of the board, the words flickered, and the battle merit numbers changed from time to time. Since the start of the battle merits had been continuously tabulated. Some goo masters exchanged for goo worms, causing their battle merits to decrease. Some goo masters' battle merits were rising rapidly. Especially healing goo masters, they often had huge gains after the battle. Fang Yuan placed the scroll to the side, and the female goo master observed his expression and immediately handed over a goo worm. This goo worm was shaped like a ladybug, it had a fangjing carapace with protruding edges and a concave center, like a window frame. This was a rank 4 East window goo, it was an information path goo, used to store information. Back when Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, when he inquired about 88-point Jinyang Tower, the land spirit of Langya had given him an East window goo. Fang Yuan took the East window goo and held it in his hand, injecting his primeval essence. As the East window goo shined brightly, a huge amount of information entered his mind. Large amounts of resources including goo worms, wild beasts, plants, yuan stones, variant humans, goo recipes and so on. These resources were provided by all the large tribes, among which He tribe as the alliance leader, contributed the most, taking up more than half of the resources. Soon, Fang Yuan found a lot of things he needed to buy in this place. Although Fang Yuan could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies through Little Who Immortal, the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies were all large transactions, and needed immortal yuan stones. It was not suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. At the same time, there was also the mysterious force represented by Old Man Inkstone, who coveted Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel goo in the dark. If Fang Yuan wanted to buy rank 5 goo to raise his battle strength, he had to buy goo worms from Northern Plains. This way, Wisdom Path goo immortals would be left with huge evidence. Thus, the supply camp was more suitable for the current Fang Yuan than Jewel Yellow Skies. Among my Strength Path goo worms, All Out Effort goo has already advanced to rank 4 and is suitable for Northern Plains. But there are still rank 3 Strength Chi goo, Tusita Flower, Primeval Elder goo, Self-Reliance goo, as well as rank 4 Bitter Strength goo, Expend Strength goo and Charging Crash goo. These goo worms originate from southern border, and are suppressed in Northern Plains. To get rid of the suppression I can only refine goo in Northern Plains, and raise these goo to a higher rank. But if I do that I will have to invest too much. There was a probability of success in goo refinement. Even if Fang Yuan was close to a refinement master, he could not avoid this probability. He had failed several times in refining the rank 4 all-out effort goo. He had failed more than 10 times in refining the nauseating infant sob goo, but he still did not succeed. Chapter 522. If Fang Yuan wanted to advance Bitter Strength goo, Expend Strength goo and Charging Crash goo to rank 5, it would be a huge project. He would need large amounts of materials and goo worms. Thus, only goo immortals with blessed lands would have the capital to gather a complete set of rank 5 goo. To mortals this was a price they could not afford. Thus, in the mortal world, many rank 5 goo masters did not even have a single rank 5 goo. Only people like He Lulan or Dongfang Yuliang, who had the support of a force behind them, had 1 or 2 rank 5 goo. And in the East Window goo's information, there was only a Dark Path rank 5 goo that could be exchanged with battle merits. My enslavement path goo worms came from Changshan. They are almost all rank 4 goo. It is too difficult to advance them to rank 5 in a short period of time. Thus, I can only collect goo recipes to be prepared. And my strength path goo worms come from southern border. Rather than refining goo, I might as well purchase them. After all, these goo worms are not my vital goo. If the refinement fails, they will be destroyed. If I want to refine goo again, I will have to start from scratch. Fang Yuan's plan was also a wise choice made by many goo masters of other regions in the chaotic world. He chose them one by one. Among the resources, there was only one rank 5 goo, but there were many rank 4 goo, among which were bitter strength goo, Tusita flower and primeval elder goo. But there was no rank 4 charging crash goo. Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best, choosing 2 pairs of rank 3 horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, preparing to refine them himself. Self-reliance goo was a perfect match for strength path goo masters. It was a rare goo. Among He tribe's enormous resources, there was a self-reliance goo. Unfortunately, it was rank 2, lower than Fang Yuan's original one. Rank 3 self-reliance goo. It was worth 45,000 yuan stone. The corresponding battle merits were 4,500. If it was a rank 4 self-reliance goo, its value was comparable to a rank 5 goo. The chances of it appearing in the resources were very low. Fang Yuan thought about it and bought this rank 2 self-reliance goo. If there was no other way, he could only try to refine goo. Self-reliance goo was like this, so there was no need to mention strength chi goo. Strength chi goo was already extinct in the mortal world. Fang Yuan's strength chi goo was extremely rare. He had obtained it through reverse refinement of rank 4 wind goo. But atmosphere goo was only rank 4, it was an unorthodox goo and was rather rare. If Fang Yuan wanted to obtain strength chi goo, he could only use Northern Plains atmosphere goo to reverse refine it into rank 3 strength chi goo. He had rank 5 cultivation now. Even if he obtained rank 3 strength chi goo, it would not be useful. Rank 3 goo were of little help to him. Forget it if I can't buy expend effort goo. After all, this goo is used to restrain strength path and has few uses. If I don't have the strength chi goo, that would be terrible. Like this, I would lack long-range methods. I have once again fallen into the most common predicament of strength path goo masters. Although strength chi goo was not a core goo, it was extremely crucial to a strength path goo master. In this case, I can only do my best to collect rank 4 and 5 strength chi goo recipes. Chi path had long been extinct. Even if there was one in Jewel Yellow Skies, it was impossible to find one. It was also expensive. Perhaps Langya Blessed Land was their greatest hope. But Land Spirit of Langya was not easy to deal with. I will have to pay a huge price to obtain the recipe. Just as Fang Yuan was feeling vexed over this problem, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's not right. His heart shook. Even if I do not have long-range methods in strength path, I can make up for it in enslavement path. The situation now is different. I have 2 apertures. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. I can use their strengths to make up for my weaknesses. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly saw the light. Although he was a person who had been reborn and had meticulous thoughts, he could not help but fall into habitual thinking. In his previous life, he only had 1 aperture. Even if he touched upon other paths, it was only after he became a goo immortal. But now he was still immortal, but he already cultivated 2 paths. Enslavement path goo masters are most afraid of beheading the leader. I can use strength path to protect myself. Conversely, the weakness of strength path can also be made up for with enslavement path. I can give up on strength chi goo. Because he cultivated 2 paths, this problem that troubled strength path goo masters was easily solved. Next, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for many space path goo, as well as a large number of goo refinement materials. These space path goo worms and materials were prepared to enter Luopa Valley in the future. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had set up a method to seal Luopa Valley. To enter, ordinary methods were not enough. He needed a rank 5 open door goo. Open door goo could allow fated people to enter Luopa Valley. But to close the tunnel, he needed to refine a rank 5 closed door goo to prevent the tunnel from being exposed and others entering. Wolf Wangda actually exchanged for many strength path goo, a large number of space path goo worms, and such a large number of goo refinement materials. The resources that Fang Yuan mentioned made the female goo master inwardly surprised. Exchanging for strength path goo worms was understandable. After all, although strength path was declining, it expended little primeval essence. Once primeval essence was about to be exhausted, it was the last thing a goo master could rely on. Thus, in northern plains where battles were frequent, almost all goo masters had some strength path cultivation. But why would Wolf Wangda want these space path goo worms? Maybe he wanted to use space path goo worms to protect himself? After all, enslavement path goo masters were often countered by beheading the leader tactic. And this astonishing number of goo refinement materials, was Wolf Wangda interested in refinement path? Or was he researching a brand new enslavement path goo worm? The female goo master had her doubts, but she did not ask them. She knew that rashly inquiring about these secrets was a huge offense to goo masters. Thus, she did not show any curiosity on her face, and only focused on handling her matters. Soon, Fang Yuan saw that his battle merits had been deducted by more than half on the battle merit board, immediately falling from first place to middle. Lord Wolf King, the resources you requested will be delivered to you one by one today. They will all be sent to you by dawn. The female goo master said warmly. Fang Yuan nodded and was about to leave, but at this time the female goo master said in a low voice, Wolf Wangda, please wait for a moment. There is a goo recipe here that is extremely suitable for you. Lord Tribe Leader specially asked me to secretly keep it for you. Oh. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. The female goo master in front of him. There was no need to guess to know it was He Tribe's goo master. The supply camp was such an important position, He Lulan definitely wanted to place her own people there. Only then could he be at ease. Hearing the female goo master's words, Fang Yuan realized that this was He Lulan's goodwill. It was extremely likely that it was because of He Xiuyi's desertion, and Fang Yuan letting bygones be bygones, so she was secretly repaying him. Fang Yuan immediately showed some interest, and after understanding it, he found that this goo recipe was extremely suitable for him. This was a goo recipe related to Lurking Soul Coat Goo. Lurking Soul Coat Goo's effect. There was only one, and that was to conceal soul fluctuations. Earlier, Fang Yuan was hiding in a corner of the battlefield, and to prevent being detected, he did not mobilize the wolf group with all his strength. If he had this goo, he could completely conceal his soul fluctuations, and while hiding his tracks, he could also control the wolf group with all his strength. This goo recipe. From rank 1 to rank 5, thus its price was not low. Fang Yuan used all his remaining battle merits to barely exchange for it. He opened the goo recipe and browsed through it, finding that it was not difficult to refine this goo. But the quantity required was extremely huge. Moreover, the cost was not low, especially one of the requirements which required large amounts of fresh beast skin as the main material for the goo refinement. Tribe leader personally instructed that if Wolf Wangda feels the goo refinement is too complicated, he can hand it over to refinement path goo masters. He only needs to pay the other party. Just pay the corresponding battle merits. If Wolf Wangda doesn't have enough battle merits, he can borrow 500,000 first. The female goo master timely suggested. Yuan stone was usually used as currency. It was also used as currency. But during battles, because goo masters needed to use large amounts of Yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, as well as to refine new goo and so on, Yuan stone was scarce in large amounts. At this time, battle merits were often used to act as currency. This was not only in northern plains, it was also the same in southern border and other places. Borrowing battle merits was naturally not the treatment of ordinary people. But Fang Yuan was a crucial battle strength. Fang Yuan's strength alone could directly raise the strength of the entire He tribe army. Thus, He Lulan actively promoted this in secret and was happy to see this happen. Fang Yuan nodded, immediately borrowing 500,000 battle merits. This time, his battle achievements became negative, and his ranking directly fell from first place to last place on the leaderboard. In the 15 large tents, the goo masters saw this and gasped in shock. On the battle merit board that was as large as a city wall, the negative 500,000 bright red number was extremely glaring. From the first place he directly fell to the last place. Such a huge drop was enough to make one's jaw drop. Clamorous discussions rose before gradually calming down. Wolf King's strength and status made them have no choice but to accept this fact. Soon after, the Wolf King announced a few missions, which caused the discussion that had quieted down to become lively again. Capturing wild wolves, collecting souls, peeling off the wolf skin for initial processing, as well as a large number of goo refinement missions. Once completed, they could obtain a lot of battle merits. These missions quickly aroused everyone's passion. In the next few days, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, mainly focusing on strength path. Because of the turtle jade wolf skin goo, his body could bear even more strength. Several days later, when Fang Yuan's strength broke through the 100 June barrier, he had already obtained over 10,000 rank 1 lurking soul coat goo. But to push to rank 5, these numbers were far from enough. He tribe army rested for another 7 days before breaking camp and advancing towards Dongfang tribe's defensive line. The battle started again. Dongfang Yuliang relied on the tall and sturdy city walls to defend themselves, and came up with many strange schemes, delaying the battle to a large extent, giving He tribe a lot of trouble. But his activity could not make up for the huge gap created in the first battle. Dongfang army's 5 defensive lines were broken through by He tribe. Eventually, Dongfang army retreated to the final defensive line, and was surrounded by He tribe at the center of Chaofu. Dongfang Yuliang, you have no way out, your defeat is certain. But I still say, a wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you admit defeat, my army strategist position is still yours. On the twin-headed rhino's back, He Lulan stood with his head held high, his loud voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Chapter 523. Facing He Lulan's surrender, Dongfang Yuliang remained silent. He stood on the city wall, looking at the black mass of enemies in front of him. The wind blew his long hair and his clothes swayed along with the wind. He sighed softly. Even though he was intelligent and often planned ahead, the gap between the two sides was too big. He still reached this final step. Wisdom path was not an invincible path. Throughout history, Gu Master paths had emerged endlessly. Even Chi path, Strength path and others had flourished for a time, but they were not able to destroy the others and dominate the Gu Master world. Every path had its own strengths and weaknesses. Especially Gu Master paths, they were built on the foundation of resources. When times changed and the environment changed, the resources that Gu Masters needed to cultivate decreased, the path's vitality would also deteriorate. Any Gu Master who was slightly familiar with history would know that countless paths had been buried in the long river of time. Speaking of which, Wisdom path had been popular since the remote antiquity era and had been passed down until today. Even though Wisdom path Gu Masters were few in number, such a long-lived path could be said to be unique. In this world there had never been an invincible path, only invincible Gu Masters. But in the whole of history, there were only 9 who could reach the realm of invincibility. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom path Gu Master. Even though he was at the peak of the mortal world, he was still far from invincible. Even though he had his own killer move, 7-star lamp, his primeval essence consumption was huge. It could not last long. Facing a colossus like He tribe, he had already felt that it was hard for him to do anything alone. He had the feeling of being alone. If I were an enslavement path Gu Master, maybe I would have a chance to turn the tide. But even enslavement path has to worry about beheading the leader. Even Wolf King Chang Shan Yin does not dare to lead the wolf group alone and leave the group. Thus, only by advancing to a Gu immortal can I stand above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stepped forward. Wind Demon, come out and die, he shouted, pointing out Hao Ji Lu's name. Wind Demon was furious, shouting, Hao Ji Lu, don't be so insolent. Saying so, he jumped down from the city wall, activating his Gu while he was still in the air. 2 4-leaf wind blades were formed. It shot out. Why are you only using these old tricks? Water Demon laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he brazenly went up to meet the attack. Boom boom boom. The twin devils of wind and water had already fought more than 10 times, so they were very familiar with each other. Now that they were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle reached a climax. The wind blades and water bullets collided in midair and exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp. He was good at weaving and moving, while Water Demon's moves were wild and unrestrained. It was majestic and mighty. These two people had been famous for a long time. For a moment their figures were entangled. Their auras were magnificent, but there was no clear victor. The Gu Masters of the two armies focused their attention on these two people. Although many people had experienced the strength of a rank 4 Gu Master before, they still felt a sense of fear when they saw it again. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Devil wasn't in a good state. A Gu Master's battle strength had its ups and downs. Like now, the situation was set. Dongfang tribe's morale was low after being heavily surrounded by He tribe. Wind Demon was naturally affected. Seeing his old opponent, who was originally evenly matched, being suppressed by him, Water Demon shouted in joy and attacked even more fiercely. The general was the soldier's courage. Seeing this, He tribe army's morale rose even higher, while Dongfang Alliance army on the city wall fell into an even deeper silence. In the main tent, He Lulan laughed heartily and sent out another rank 4 expert to join the battle. Dongfang Yuliang sent another person to deal with it. But the battle between these two rank 4 Gu masters was far less intense than the battle between the twin devils of wind and water. Not only was the thunder loud but the rain small, they were also chatting during the battle, even talking about a certain ancestor of the two tribes, and even having a marriage relationship. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned even more unsightly while He Lolan's smile became even more intense. Dongfang Alliance army's morale was low, their hearts were already scattered. Almost all the allied forces were already looking for a way out. He tribe army's morale was high, rank 4 Gu master experts requested to join the battle. He Lulan smiled and agreed to all of them. Soon, 12 battle circles were opened in front of the two armies. I am Pan Ping, who will fight me? Pan Ping was aggressive, and after getting He Lolan's permission, he became the 13th person to fight. Dongfang Yuliang, however, was silent. From the start of the battle until now, many of the rank 4 Gu masters under him had died. Many experts were overcautious and had already slacked off, pretending to obey but secretly opposing. When the alliance was established, all the leaders and famous experts used poison vow Gu. But the content of the poison vow was not harsh, there were still many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, the tribe hoped to tie the other large tribes to their own war chariot. But the other forces were not fools. Thus, the content of this poison vow had been passed down for many years, and was obtained through the coordination of countless generations. Now that Pan Ping challenged him, Dongfang Yuliang found that he had no generals to use. He pondered for a moment before giving an order. What? Dongfang Alliance leader actually ordered my father to fight. In the tent behind the city wall, Tang Fang looked at the messenger in front of him with an ugly expression, his eyes almost spewing fire. In the previous battle, Tang tribe leader was attacked by two rank 4 Gu masters from He tribe in order to cover his tribesman's retreat, and was heavily injured. Afterwards he was bedridden and did not recuperate well. This is the alliance leader's order. Does your Tang tribe want to disobey it? I know your tribe leader is heavily injured and bedridden. However, there are many bedridden clan leaders, but didn't they all go and participate in the battle after receiving the alliance master's orders? The emissary's tone was unyielding, and his gaze towards Tang Fang was filled with undisguised disdain. You! Tang Fang was furious, growling, they are all pretending to be sick, my father is truly injured. Alright little San, don't say any more. In this battle I, as the Tang tribe leader, have to fight personally. It is our duty to participate in the battle personally. At this time the pale-faced Tang family patriarch walked out. Good. Dongfang tribe's messenger snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeves and left. But father, your body? Tang Fang was very worried. It will be fine. Tang tribe leader lightly patted his son's shoulder. I have been recuperating these days, my injuries are almost healed. Today's battle is very likely to be the final battle between the two sides. If I don't fight, the situation will not be good. And to the entire tribe, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Tang Fang gritted his teeth. Then father, you have to be careful. Sister is still in the enemy's hands if there is a chance. I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned. He walked out of the tent. He came to the city wall and met with Dongfang Yuliang, before going down to the battlefield and fighting with Pan Ping. Tang Fang stood on the wall. His gaze was fixed on his father. Young tribe leader. It will be fine. Although Lord tribe leader still has poison in his body, today's battle is different from the past, everyone is holding back. A Tang tribe elder consoled. When Tang Fang saw that his father and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, the worry in his heart lessened by a lot. But at this time, Pan Ping suddenly erupted, pulling out the scimitar that was hanging on his waist. In everyone's eyes, a bright white light flashed and disappeared. When they looked again, Tang tribe leader's head was separated from his body. Ah, father. Tang Fang was stunned for a while before crying out in grief. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Both sides were stunned for a few breaths of time before a noisy discussion broke out. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been taken by me, Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes shined with a bloodthirsty light. He raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted excitedly. Tang Fang's vision darkened, he fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light, it was too fast. I could not see it clearly. I wonder what Gu it is, or is it Pan Ping's killer move? Pan Ping suddenly killed an expert of the same rank. For a moment he was in the limelight. Even Fang Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at him. Northern Plains was vast, it was a battlefield of hundreds of battles. Countless battles had tempered countless experts. These experts might have some trump cards that they had been hiding all along, not letting anyone know about them. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, he was not famous. Among all the rank 4 Gu masters, he was not famous. But after this battle, he stepped on Tang tribe leader's corpse and became famous. Pan Ping's face was full of joy. He returned victorious. He Lulan laughed heartily. He ordered his men to bring his wine cup and rewarded it to Pan Ping. "Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for your reward." Pan Ping stood upright in the main tent. He drank the wine in his cup and looked around. He was in high spirits. He obtained this Gu worm purely by accident. Once, several tribes opened a market. He saw that this scimitar was exquisite and bought it to play with. But he did not expect to discover the secret of this scimitar when he played with it. There was a cold light on the scimitar's blade. This cold light was actually a mysterious Gu worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort to refine this Gu worm. Although he did not know the name of this Gu, it had killed many strong enemies for him. Its attacks were extremely sharp. He had been looking forward to the upcoming battle for the imperial court. Originally, during the first battle between He tribe and Dongfang army, he had requested to be the first to fight. At that time, he wanted to use this Gu to kill a strong enemy under everyone's watchful eyes. He wanted to become famous in one battle. But Tang Miaoming named him and challenged Wolf King Chang Shanin. This made Pan Ping very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that Fang Yuan did not act according to common sense. He directly attacked and skipped the challenge round, causing the two armies to fight. The chance that Pan Ping had been waiting for was gone just like that. Although there was an intense battle afterwards, it was not the environment that Pan Ping wanted. However, today's battle finally gave me a chance. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu is a famous person. After this battle, my status will rise sharply and I can almost become He tribe's #1 battle general. After all, although Water Demon Hao Ji Lu is more famous, he has not been able to take down Wind Demon. As for Wolf King Chang Shanin, he is an enslavement path Gu master. I will not compete with him. Pan Ping looked around and felt that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The pleasure in his heart became even more intense. Chapter 524. An Ayu Blessed Land. A slender jade corridor extended on the surface of the lake, leading to a lone pavilion. Outside the pavilion, it was drizzling and a cool breeze was blowing. Different from the outside world, the rain here fell from the bottom to the top. The name Inayu came from this. After the female Gu immortal Tan Bai Ya, the blessed land welcomed a new guest. Junior He Bai greets Senior Dongfang. The newcomer had the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man, but he was a genuine rank 6 Gu immortal. "You and I have not met for 70 years. At that time, I remember you were still He tribe leader and almost entered the main imperial court." The white-haired Dongfang Naganori chuckled, gesturing with his gaze. "Please sit." He Bai sat on the stone stool, slightly bowing. "I am ashamed to say this, Junior was supported by the tribe at that time, but ultimately lost to Lu tribe." Dongfang Naganori laughed. "That's right, the Lu tribe leader at that time was Lu Yifeng, a peerless talent, a genius rarely seen in 100 years. Senior's memory is not bad, Junior is in admiration." Dongfang Naganori slowly shook his head. "We Wisdom Path Gu masters, since we need to make deductions, we will pay attention to the collection of every piece of information." But although Lu Yifeng was dazzling, he failed to advance to Gu immortal realm in the end. Among the geniuses of that generation, the one who had the last laugh was you, the one known as He tribe Rockman. "Senior is overpraising me, Junior was just lucky." "You don't need to belittle yourself. Becoming a Gu immortal is as hard as ascending to heaven. Often among 10,000 rank 5 Gu masters, there might not even be one who succeeds. So I won't hide it from you. Over the past few years, I've investigated many of the younger generations. Now, my hope lies on this kid." Dongfang Naganori said, pointing his right index finger, and a colorful smoke rose from the center of the stone table, reflecting the battle situation in northern plains Chaofu. Coincidentally, the two Gu immortals saw Pan Ping brandishing his curved blade and killing Tang tribe leader in one move. He Bai raised his brows, lightly exclaiming, "This is interesting if I am not wrong. This Gu should be a Soul Blade Gu." The Soul Blade Gu's power was unique. Once activated, it could ignore the defense of the same rank. It was created by Gu Immortal Blade Demon. It had a special shape. It was just a cold blade light that had to reside on the blade. This Gu feeds on sabers, and the sabers that it parasitizes will gradually shrink. In the end, it disappeared into thin air. Dongfang Naganori nodded. That's right. The highest single Blade Gu could reach was rank 6. Back then, Blade Demon relied on the rank 6 Soul Blade Gu to stand alone and no one dared to provoke him. But in the end, she was defeated by the Butterfly Sword Fairy. The Saber Demon was killed on the spot, and the blessed land was devoured by the Butterfly Sword Immortal. The Gu recipe of the rank 6 Soul Blade Gu was not passed down. However, right now there were still many lone Blade Gu in the mortal world. These were all gifted by Blade Demon when he was touring the world while disguised as a mortal. Looks like this lucky junior received one of the gifts from the Saber Demon. Senior's knowledge is vast. Today I've learned something new. Heibai said with heartfelt admiration. Dongfang Naganori was a famous wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. He had countless battle achievements in his life, and many Gu immortals were schemed against by him. When he was just born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline. It was after he became a Gu immortal that he single-handedly supported and schemed from many sides, making enemies fight against each other. His methods were superb and ingenious, allowing Dongfang tribe to regain its former glory. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal, a fully deserving giant of Northern Plains, and the pillar of Dongfang tribe. But now, his lifespan was almost up and he did not have much time left, thus he was anxious to leave behind his inheritance. Previously, Dongfang Naganori had high standards and chose a few Gu immortals but none of them caught his fancy. Now, although Dongfang Yuliang did not meet all of his standards, he was still a rather satisfactory candidate. Lifespan Gu were hard to find even though Dongfang tribe was a super tribe, one of the largest forces in Northern Plains. Of course, this was also because the Righteous Path Gu immortals had privately banded together and prohibited the sale of Lifespan Gu to Dongfang Naganori. Similarly, the Demonic Path Gu immortals who had been schemed against by Dongfang Naganori hated Dongfang Naganori to the bone. Dongfang Naganori had schemed against countless people, and at the final juncture of his life he was schemed against by countless people. He himself was clear that he had offended too many Gu immortals. Even the Righteous Path did not want to see him continue living. Heibai understood that this meeting with Dongfang Naganori would be the last time he would see this legendary Gu immortal of Northern Plains. Thus he was filled with admiration and nostalgia. The colorful smoke on the stone table continued to surge, showing the situation of the battlefield to the two without leaving out any details. Dongfang army originally had a disparity in terms of formation, and after Pan Ping killed Tang tribe leader, Dongfang tribe's disadvantage became even greater. Eventually Dongfang Yuliang directly invited He Lulan to battle, and personally went to battle. He wanted to rely on his own strength to struggle for a trace of hope. But in the end he and He Lulan fought to a draw. When night fell, He Lulan gave the order to launch an all-out attack. As night fell, the Night Wolves' battle strength rose sharply. Wave after wave of wolf tides, under Fang Yuan's command, attacked Dongfang army's final defensive line. Dongfang army's morale was low, and their hearts were in chaos. Even though Dongfang Yuliang had made many arrangements, the defensive line only lasted for a few minutes before it was broken. Dongfang Yuliang had no choice but to admit defeat. At this point, the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe came to an end. The personal grudge between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang also came to an end with He Lulan's victory. This junior, Dongfang Yuliang, has no other problems, but he is too concerned about his sister. In order to protect his sister, he actually divided a portion of the army and formed a rear army, placing his sister inside. Dongfang Alliance Army's military strength was originally weaker than He tribe's. This division caused the difference in military strength to become even greater. If not for this, the first battle's outcome would not have been so great. Heibai, I've let you see a joke. Dongfang Naganori calmly looked at Kai Yen, smiling faintly. After He tribe army stabilized the situation, the supply camps slowly entered the broken defensive line and began to receive the captives and clean up the battlefield. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. If this time is not successful, there is still the next time. In my opinion, Dongfang Yuliang is already very outstanding. He preserved the tribe's strength, he did it even more meticulously than me. His love for the tribe is already very valuable. This is already extremely valuable. Heibai said. That's right. Dongfang Naganori sighed. If other tribesmen die, they die. But we both have the bloodline of Giant Sun ancestor. Back then, when the ancestor established the imperial court, wasn't one of the goals to weaken other tribes and protect the bloodline? Unfortunately, even a grand existence like Giant Sun Immortal died from the exhaustion of his lifespan. In this world, how can there be anything that is eternal and indestructible? Heibai did not speak. He only listened quietly. Dongfang Naganori restrained his emotions and chuckled, stretching out his hand towards Heibai. All right, now it is time to talk about the proper matters. Yes. Heibai took out a list from his storage goo and handed it to Dongfang Naganori. The list was filled with densely packed contents. It was a vast amount of resources. Dongfang tribe had lost in this imperial court contest. They had become He tribe's captive. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal back then, Dongfang tribe could pay a certain amount of resources to redeem themselves. Dongfang tribe and He tribe were both super tribes. They had more than one Gu immortal. The battle between the two behemoths was nothing more than a game called the Battle for the Royal Court. The main goal. It was to weaken other tribes through war, expand one's own tribe, select and absorb talents. This grand scheme that enveloped northern plains was naturally not Dongfang tribe's doing. Or He tribe's Gu immortals' doing. Rather, it was the doing of one of the 9 invincible sovereigns, Giant Sun Immortal. Dongfang Naganori received the list. He carefully looked through it. The resources on the list were not only huge in scale, many of them also involved Dongfang tribe's unique Gu worms, or newly developed Gu recipes. But Dongfang Naganori did not have the slightest reluctance. He lightly nodded and agreed. Winner takes all. Since we failed, we should pay the price. Let's do it like this. Losers pay the price. This was originally the rule set by Giant Sun Immortal. In history, there were several times when some tribes were unwilling to pay this kind of war reparations, and all of them ended up in the miserable state of being exterminated. By now, not a single tribe dared to not abide by it. This was the game rule of Northern Plains' righteous path. If any tribe did not abide by it, they would be ostracized and become the target of everyone else. In the night sky of the battlefield, a huge ring of light suddenly appeared. The ring of light stabilized and formed a giant light door that was over 60 meters tall. The light door shone for 1,000 li. It slowly opened and formed a jade light path. From the door, a young female Gu master walked out. She held the token and under everyone's gaze, she slowly landed in front of He Lulan. I am the envoy. I am here to welcome Dongfang tribe. She was expressionless and her voice was cold. The two completed the handover on the spot. After looking at the war reparations, He Lulan was overjoyed. He had made a fortune. With so many resources, he would be able to equip even more Gu masters. Especially after taking in the surrendered tribes, his military strength would increase by at least 50% from his original foundation. We will meet again. Since the result was decided, Dongfang Yuliang was carefree. He elegantly bid farewell to He Lulan and led his tribesmen on the light path, entering the light door. Because they had absorbed many surrendered tribes, Dongfang tribe's scale had increased by over 30%. This is great. Even if we lose, we can hide in a blessed land. There is no choice. They are a super tribe with Gu immortals protecting them. Alright, let's cheer up. Surrendering to He tribe is also a turning point. As long as we win a few battles, we can make up for our losses. If we are lucky enough to enter Imperial Court blessed land and obtain those inheritances, we will have a chance to prosper. Everyone looked at the ring of light in the sky in disgust. Fang Yuan calmly looked at this scene. This war that happened once every 10 years affected the entire northern plains, causing the destruction of countless families and the meteoric rise of countless people. In essence, it was a game for predators to hunt for food together. Some people were immersed in it, chasing after fame and fortune. Some people were crying and crying, feeling so much pain that they wished they were dead. As for himself, he watched coldly from the side, but he had his own plans. All living beings were nothing more than this. Chapter 525. Facing He Lulan's surrender, Dongfang Yuliang remained silent. He stood on the city wall, looking at the black mass of enemies in front of him. The wind blew his long hair and his clothes swayed with the wind. He sighed softly. Even though he had countless schemes and often planned ahead, the gap between the two was too big. He still reached this final step. Wisdom path was not an invincible path. Throughout history, Gu master paths emerged endlessly, blossoming like 100 flowers. Even Chi path, Strength path and others were popular for a time, but they did not destroy the others and dominate the Gu master world. Every path had its own merits and flaws. Especially Gu master paths, they were built on the foundation of resources. When times change and the environment changes, the resources Gu masters need to cultivate decrease. The vitality of the path would also age. Any Gu master who was slightly familiar with history would know that countless paths had been buried in the long river of time. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the remote antiquity era and had been passed down to this day. Even though Wisdom Path Gu masters were few in number, such a long-lived path could be said to be a unique one. In this world there had never been an invincible path, only invincible Gu masters. But in the whole of history, there were only 9 who could reach the realm of invincibility. Dongfang Yuliang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master. Although he was at the peak of the mortal world, he was still far from invincible. Even though he had a unique killer move, 7-star lamp, his primeval essence consumption was huge and could not last for long. Facing a colossus like He tribe, he had already felt that it was hard for him to do anything alone. He had the feeling of being alone. If I were an enslavement path Gu master, I might have a chance to turn the tide. But even enslavement path has to worry about beheading the leader. Even Wolf King Changshan Yin does not dare to lead the wolf group alone and leave the group. Thus, only by advancing to Gu Immortal can I stand above the mortal world. Dongfang Yuliang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stepped forward to fight. Wind Demon, get your ass out here and accept your death. He shouted loudly, calling out Wind Demon by name. Wind Demon was enraged. He growled, Hao Ji Lu, don't be so insolent. Saying so, he jumped down from the city wall, activating his Gu while he was still in the air. 2 4-leaf wind blades formed and shot out. Why do you only use these old tricks? Water Demon laughed and didn't dodge. Instead, he brazenly went up to meet it. Boom boom boom. The twin devils of wind and water had already fought more than 10 times, so they were very familiar with each other. Now that they were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle reached a climax. The wind blades and water bullets collided in midair and exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp and he was good at weaving in and out, while Water Demon's moves were wild and majestic. These 2 people had been famous for a long time. For a moment their figures were entangled. Their auras were magnificent, but there was no clear victor. The Gu masters of the 2 armies focused their attention on these 2 people. Although many people had experienced the strength of a rank 4 Gu master before, they still felt a sense of fear when they saw it again. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Devil wasn't in a good state. A Gu master's battle strength had its ups and downs. Like now, the situation was set. Dongfang tribe's morale was low after being heavily surrounded by He tribe, and Wind Devil was naturally affected. Seeing his old opponent, who was originally evenly matched, being suppressed by him, Water Demon shouted in joy and attacked even more fiercely. The general was the soldier's courage. Seeing this, He tribe army's morale rose even higher, while Dongfang Alliance army on the city wall fell into an even deeper silence. In the main tent, He Lulan laughed heartily and sent out another rank 4 expert to join the battle. Dongfang Yuliang sent another person to deal with it. But the battle between these 2 rank 4 Gu masters was far less intense than the battle between the twin devils of wind and water. Not only was the thunder loud but the rain small, they were also chatting during the battle, even talking about a certain ancestor of the 2 tribes, and even having a marriage alliance. Dongfang Yuliang's expression became even more unsightly, while He Lulan's smile became even more intense. Dongfang Alliance army's morale was low, and their hearts were already scattered. Almost all the allied forces were already looking for a path of retreat. He tribe army's morale was high, and the rank 4 Gu master experts requested to join the battle. He Lulan smiled and agreed to all of them. Soon, 12 battle circles were created in front of the 2 armies. I am Pan Ping, who will fight me? Pan Ping was aggressive, and after getting He Lulan's permission, he became the 13th person to fight. Dongfang Yuliang, however, was silent. Up until now, many of the rank 4 Gu masters under him had died. Many experts were overcautious and had already slacked off, pretending to obey but secretly opposing. When the alliance was established, all the leaders and famous experts used poison vow Gu. But the content of the poison vow was not harsh, and there were still many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, the tribe hoped to tie the other large tribes to their own war chariot. But the other forces were not fools. Thus, the content of this poison vow had been passed down for many years, and was obtained through the coordination of countless generations. Now that Pan Ping challenged him, Dongfang Yuliang found that he had no generals to use. He pondered for a moment before giving an order. What? Dongfang Alliance leader actually ordered my father to fight. In the tent behind the city wall, Tang Feng looked at the messenger in front of him with an ugly expression, his eyes almost spewing fire. In the previous battle, Tang tribe leader was attacked by 2 rank 4 Gu masters from He tribe in order to cover his tribesman's retreat, and was heavily injured. Afterwards he was bedridden and did not recuperate well. This is the alliance leader's order. Does your Tang tribe want to disobey it? I know your tribe leader is heavily injured and is bedridden. However, there are plenty of bedridden clan leaders, but haven't they all gone to participate in the battle after receiving the alliance master's orders? The envoy's tone was unyielding, and his gaze towards Tang Fong was filled with undisguised disdain. You. Tang Fong was furious, growling, "They are all pretending to be sick, my father is truly injured." Alright little San, don't say any more. I, as Tang tribe leader, have a responsibility to participate in this battle. At this time, Tang tribe leader walked out with a pale expression. Good. Dong Fong snorted coldly, flicking his sleeves as he left. But father, your body? Tang Fong was extremely worried. It will be fine. Tang tribe leader lightly patted his son's shoulder. I have been recuperating these days, my injuries are almost healed. Today's battle is very likely to be the final battle between the two sides. If I don't fight, the situation will not be good. And to the entire tribe, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Tang Fong gritted his teeth. Then father, you have to be careful, sister is still in the enemy's hands if there is a chance. I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned, walking out of the tent. He came to the city wall and met with Dongfang Yuliang, before going down to the battlefield and engaging in an intense battle with Pan Ping. Tang Fong stood on the wall, his gaze fixed on his father. Young tribe leader, it's fine. Although Lord tribe leader still has poison lingering in his body, today's battle is different from the past, everyone is holding back. A Tang tribe elder consoled. When Tang Fong saw that his father and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, the worry in his heart lessened by a lot. But at this time, Pan Ping suddenly erupted, pulling out the scimitar that was hanging on his waist. In front of everyone's eyes, a bright white light flashed and then disappeared. When they looked again, Tang tribe leader's head was separated from his body. Ah, father. Tang Fong was stunned for a while before crying out in grief. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Both sides were stunned for a few breaths of time before a noisy discussion broke out. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been captured by me, Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes shined with a bloodthirsty light. He raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted excitedly. Tang Fong's vision turned dark, he fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light, it was too fast. I could not see it clearly. I wonder what Gu it is, or is it Pan Ping's killer move? Pan Ping suddenly killed an expert of the same rank, he was in the limelight. Even Fong Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at him. Northern Plains was vast, it was a battlefield of hundreds of battles. Countless battles had tempered countless experts. These experts might have some trump cards that they had been hiding all along, not letting anyone know about them. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, he was not famous. Among all the rank 4 Gu masters, he was not famous. But after this battle, he stepped on Tang tribe leader's corpse and became famous. Pan Ping's face was full of joy, he returned victorious. He Lulan laughed heartily, he ordered his men to bring his wine cup and rewarded it to Pan Ping. Thank you, Lord Alliance leader, for your reward. Pan Ping stood upright in the main tent, he drank the wine in his cup and looked around, he was in high spirits. He obtained this Gu worm purely by accident. Once, when several tribes opened a market, he saw that this scimitar was exquisite and bought it to play with. But he did not expect to discover the secret of this scimitar when he played with it. There was a cold light on the scimitar's blade. This cold light was actually a mysterious Gu worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort to refine this Gu worm. Although he did not know the name of this Gu, it had killed many strong enemies for him, its attacks were extremely sharp. He had been looking forward to the upcoming battle for the imperial court. Originally, during the first battle between He tribe and Dongfang army, he had requested to be the first to fight. At that time he wanted to use this Gu to kill a strong enemy under everyone's watchful eyes, he wanted to become famous in one battle. But Tang Miaoming named him and challenged Wolf King Chang Shanin, this made Pan Ping very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that Fong Yuan did not act according to common sense, he directly attacked and skipped the challenge round, causing the two armies to fight. Pan Ping's long-awaited chance was gone just like that. Although there was an intense battle afterwards, it was not the environment Pan Ping wanted. However, in today's battle I finally grasped the chance. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu is a famous person. After this battle, my status will rise sharply and I can almost become He Tribe's #1 battle general. After all, although Water Demon Hao Ji Lu is more famous, he has not taken down Wind Demon yet. As for Wolf King Chang Shanin, he is an enslavement path Gu master, I will not compete with him. Pan Ping looked around and felt that everyone's gaze towards him had changed, the pleasure in his heart became even more intense. Chapter 526. Inside the tent there was silence. On the vermilion table there was a tall pile of documents. From time to time, a gust of wind would pass through the curtains, bringing with it the fragrance of wild grass, flipping a few pages of the books on the top layer. Outside the window the weather was sunny, and from time to time, the neighing of war horses or hump wolves could be heard. This instead added to the tranquility of the tent. As Ma Tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Yingjie was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, bending over the table and helping his father with the alliance's matters. Ever since Ma Tribe launched a sneak attack and exterminated Fei Tribe, the biggest obstacle in the Heroes' Assembly was removed. In the following Tianchuan Heroes' Assembly, Ma Tribe suppressed Qing Tribe and became the alliance leader. After swearing an oath, Ma Tribe's military strength immediately rose to 600,000, their army was at its peak. After that, Ma Tribe fought in all directions, starting from Tianchuan and marching towards the southwest. Along the way they looked for beast groups or stubborn local forces to attack, constantly refining their troops and consolidating their battle strength. Because of their successive victories, they absorbed the defeated tribes and grew stronger again, creating high morale. Now Ma Tribe was near the Mirror Lake and finally met an opponent of the same level, Song Tribe Alliance Army. Currently Ma Tribe was constructing the first line of defense. Report. At this time an investigative Gu master's voice came from outside the tent. A glint flashed across Ma Yingjie's eyes. He knew that if there was a report, it must be something urgent or important. Thus he put down his work and called out, "Come in." The travel-worn investigative Gu master heard the call and was about to step into the tent, but was stopped by the guard. "Do you know the rules? Change your shoes, don't dirty the carpet in the tent." The investigative Gu master quickly apologized and changed his shoes before entering the tent. Seeing Ma Yingjie, he immediately knelt on one knee. "Subordinate greets young tribe leader, I have brought important military information from Tian's side." After he reported in a concise manner, Ma Yingjie asked him in detail, and after 15 minutes, he dismissed him. He Tribe defeated Dongfang Tribe and won the first crucial battle. Ma Yingjie's heart was heavy. The battle for the imperial court had been conducted countless times. At his level, he had already thoroughly understood the rules of the game. He knew the importance of winning the first battle. After He Tribe defeats Dongfang Tribe, they would receive a large amount of compensation. These war reparations included many of Dongfang Tribe's newest Gu recipes, as well as a vast amount of war resources. As long as they digested these resources and absorbed the captives, He Tribe Army's battle strength would increase by 5 times. In the history of the struggle for the imperial court, the first battle is the most crucial. Once they won the first battle, they would obtain the basic capital. Losing the first battle would almost always result in elimination. There were very few examples of a comeback. He Tribe has already obtained the first victory while our Ma Tribe is still in a deadlock with Song Tribe. Fei Kai cautiously came to the entrance of the tent, trying not to make any noise. The 2 Gu masters guarding the entrance glanced at him before shifting their gazes. Ever since the Fei family was annihilated, the ignorant Fei Kai was chosen by Ma Yingjie and luckily became his personal servant, avoiding the miserable situation of the other clansmen. His daily job was to place the shoes at the entrance of the tent. Ma Yingjie had a clean nature. Every time a guest entered his tent, they would have to change their shoes to avoid dirtying his luxurious carpet. After every guest's shoes were worn, Fei Kai was in charge of washing them before placing them on the ground. But this time it was different from the past. Fei Kai held the shoes worn by the investigative Gu master in his hand and hesitated for a moment before stuffing the other pair of shoes into his pocket. No one noticed his small action. Fei Kai left without any danger, and after passing over 10 tents, he arrived at the side of the pond. He squatted beside the pond and started to wash the shoes that had been worn by someone. He was so focused that he did not even notice someone coming from behind him. "Hey big idiot, why are you so serious about washing shoes?" A small hand suddenly slapped Fei Kai's shoulder. Fei Kai jumped in fright. He turned around and saw a little girl. She looked like she was carved out of jade. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. It was Zhao Linyun. Ever since Zhao Lianyun used the three words tiger, wolf, and sheep to persuade the Zhao clan leader, the Zhao clan migrated for a long distance. After a few twists and turns, they arrived at the Ma clan's camp without any mishaps and were personally welcomed by the Ma clan leader. Zhao tribe successfully merged into Ma tribe army, and received the attention and warm hospitality of Ma tribe's higher-ups. "Oh, it's you, Lady Xiao Yun." Fei Kai saw Zhao Lianyun and immediately revealed a silly smile. His father's death caused him to sink into endless sorrow. By chance, he became Ma Yingjia's personal servant, and was also ostracized by the old slave servants and had no friends. After Zhao Lianyun made fun of him several times, he became his only friend. Thus, when he saw this little girl, he was extremely happy. "Lady Xiao Yun, I have something to give you." Fei Kai lowered his voice and moved his head close to Zhao Lianyun's ear. Zhao Lianyun pushed his head away and shouted unhappily, "Hey, you damn big head, don't get so close. Don't you know the difference between men and women?" Fei Kai was pushed away by her and almost fell into the water, but he didn't care and secretly opened his shirt, revealing the shoes he brought out, and said as if he was asking for praise, "Look, what is this?" Zhao Lianyun looked at it with disdain. "So it's a pair of smelly shoes, one look and you can tell it's been worn. Damn big head, you're so stupid you actually gave me such a gift. I can't wear it and I won't wear this pair of smelly shoes." Fei Kai said, "Lady Xiao Yun, didn't you say a few days ago that you lacked yuan stone flowers? This pair of shoes is exquisitely made, we can secretly sell it to the black market, and exchange it for some yuan stone flowers." Zhao Lianyun raised his eyebrows and looked at Fei Kai in a new light. "Good, big idiot, you actually thought of abusing your authority and reselling public property? Good, I didn't know you had such a trick up your sleeve. But how much can this pair of shoes be sold for?" "My daily allowance is more than 10 times the price of this pair of shoes." "You're so considerate, you should sell it, your clothes are tattered, you should change them." Fei Kai rubbed his nose and shook his head. "No need, my clothes can still be worn. Actually, I didn't think of it. Those old slave servants all do this, there are a lot of shoes anyway and Gu masters often wear them out. Lord Young tribe leader is also very clean and every once in a while he would get someone to change these shoes for a new batch." Zhao Lianyun nodded. "Snakes have their ways and rats have their ways. Servants have lowly status but they also have their own way of survival. Especially people like Fei Kai, although he was a slave and lost his freedom, he was close to Ma Yingjia, and was usually the first to receive information about Ma tribe's higher-ups. Zhao tribe had now joined Ma tribe army, and Zhao Lianyun intentionally got close to Fei Kai. He actually had the intention of gathering information. Right at this time, a commotion was heard. "Where is Fei Kai? Come out quickly." "Fei Kai, you've caused a huge disaster, you actually dared to steal young tribe leader's shoes." Young tribe leader wanted to walk out of the tent, but found that he didn't have his own shoes. "Fei Kai, you are simply too daring, your crime is unforgivable." A group of old slaves shouted and rushed in from the entrance, searching for traces of Fei Kai in the crowd. Fei Kai's face suddenly turned pale. "Oh no, I was discovered. Miss Xiao Yun, quickly leave, this matter has nothing to do with you, I can't drag you down. I'll go and beg for forgiveness from young tribe leader now." "Beg for forgiveness my ass." Zhao Lianyun growled, his expression extremely ugly. "You idiot, you still don't know that you've been schemed against. Quickly run with me." Fei Kai was confused, but was pulled by Zhao Lianyun and ran into the alleyway. "Damn it, the intersection here is also blocked." Zhao Lianyun relied on his familiarity with the terrain, and continuously brought Fei Kai, and in the end found that there were 4 entrances and 3 small back doors were all blocked. "Miss Xiao Yun, quickly leave, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late." Fei Kai was dizzy from being led by Zhao Lianyun, and had long lost his sense of direction. His tone was anxious as he was unwilling to implicate Zhao Lianyun, his only friend. Zhao Lianyun angrily stomped his feet, and continuously roared in his heart, "Do you think it's easy for me to find a spy? In this day and age, where could one find a fool like Fei Kai? Those old slaves were all as slippery as a rat, asking for money when I asked them to give me some information, and what they said was half true and half false and half false and half true. They were jealous of Fei Kai, this newcomer, and wanted to get rid of him. As expected, wherever there are people there will be Jianghu and there will be schemes. No way. I can't take this lying down. If you dare to touch my people, you're courting death." Zhao Lianyun's expression was gloomy, and he racked his brains, while the voices of the old slave came to his ears. "So there's nothing, we've searched the pool, there's nothing. Could it be that he's already left? How is that possible? Our people have been watching and they definitely saw that brat come in. We haven't searched there yet, let's go. Hearing the footsteps of the old slave, Zhao Lianyun suddenly thought of an idea. Big fool, the heavens have not forsaken you. Fortunately, I just came back from the market and bought a piece of silk. Zhao Lianyun said and took out a piece of fine and smooth silk from his arms. This silk, she originally wanted to use it to make clothes. Big fool, as long as you listen to my arrangements according to what I say, this time it may be a good thing for you. Zhao Lianyun stuffed the silk into Fei Kai's hands. Fei Kai looked confused. Zhao Lianyun quickly moved her lips and told Fei Kai her arrangements. After a dozen breaths, Fei Kai took the initiative to walk out and was discovered by the old slave. They were overjoyed and surrounded him, but Fei Kai clenched his fists, and as if he had gone crazy, he knocked several old slave to the ground. Rebellious, rebellious, this dog actually dares to hit us old seniors. Fei Kai, you've made a big mistake, the young master is looking for you, and we're here to catch you, but you actually dare to resist. Chapter 527. These old slave were all old and senile, and Fei Kai looked like he had gone crazy, so they could only surround Fei Kai, not daring to move forward. Fei Kai stared angrily, kicking away the old slave in front of him. Filthy thing, I am going to pay my respects to the young tribe leader, don't block my way. The old slave were ashamed and angry at the same time, their eyes flashing with a sinister and cunning light, but they did not dare to move forward. They could already see that Fei Kai's chest was bulging. Many of them sneered in their hearts, this silly lad, he really dared to steal. So be it if he stole the shoes, but he just had to steal the young tribe leader's shoes, haha, his luck is really bad. I wanted to push him down and make him sweep the latrine. But now I'm afraid he will lose his life. Serves him right. Is it so easy to be the personal servant of the young tribe leader? Fei Kai was half surrounded by the old slave as he walked towards the young tribe leader's tent. The two Gu masters guarding the tent looked at Fei Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Mainjie stood at the entrance of the tent, his expression grim. He was tired from handling official business and wanted to go out for a walk, but he found that his shoes were gone. He called over his personal old slave, and the old slave told him that it was very likely that the new young slave had stolen it and sold it for money. The old slave also told Mainjie that this was actually not the first time Fei Kai had stolen. Mainjie was naturally furious. He did not expect that his moment of benevolence would attract a thief instead. Fei Kai was anxious and fearful, his heart was already filled with panic. But he remembered Zhao Lianyun's words and walked towards Mainjie with his head held high and chest puffed out, showing a heroic and spirited appearance. Mainjie looked at him, secretly amazed. The old slave escorting Fei Kai followed behind Fei Kai as if they were escorting him. More importantly, Fei Kai did not panic at all. Could it be that he was not the one who stole it? Unknowingly, a part of Mainjie's anger was replaced by curiosity and doubt. This lowly one greets Lord Young clan leader. Fei Kai knelt on the ground and said in a loud and clear voice. Mainjie looked down at Fei Kai, who was at his feet, and shouted in a displeased tone, "Did you steal my shoes?" "This lowly one has never stolen your shoes, my lord. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to do it." Fei Kai flatly denied. "He's lying. His bosom is bulging. Just look at what he's carrying." Behind him, the old slave immediately shouted. Fei Kai snorted coldly and opened his clothes, revealing a ball of snow-white high-quality silk. He carefully took out the silk and slowly opened it, revealing a pair of shoes inside. When Mainjie saw that the pair of shoes were exactly the ones he was wearing, he couldn't help but sneer, "Good, very good. The evidence is here for a thief to be able to act as righteously as you, it is really rare. Please investigate this, young clan leader." Fei Kai didn't refute. He only used his hands to support the shoes and respectfully placed them on the ground. Then he put his forehead on the ground, looking like he was ready to be punished. "Lord Young clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. Please punish this abominable dog thing. Yes, he actually dared to steal Young clan leader's shoes. In the future he will steal even more things. His hands and feet are too dirty. In the opinion of the old slave, we should just cut off his hands." The old slave spoke one after another. The contents were vicious and ruthless. Fei Kai's heart trembled as he listened, but he kept Zhao Lianyun's words in mind and didn't open his mouth to refute. This kind of scene made Mainjie a little interested. Executing a slave was not a big deal. However, Mainjie had always flaunted himself as wise and benevolent. He restrained himself, hoping that he could take over the clan in the future and become a wise leader. Especially now, as the leader of the army, every move of the Ma clan was seen by others. Because of a small matter like stealing shoes, would it be called cruel to execute a slave rashly? Ma Yingjie also had such concerns in his heart. A good reputation was easy to build but hard to maintain. Therefore he asked, "I've always been fair. Fei Kai, I'll give you a chance to defend yourself." Fei Kai immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He had waited for Ma Yingjie's words according to Zhao Linyun's instructions. This gave him great confidence. He immediately secretly decided to answer everything according to Zhao Linyun's instructions. Therefore he answered, "My father died because of the clan's internal strife. Young clan leader annihilated the Fei clan to avenge my father's death. Young clan leader is so wise and benevolent, why would I do something like biting the hand that feeds me?" When Ma Yingjie heard the words wise and benevolent, his mood immediately improved. He asked warmly, "Oh? Could it be that you have some ulterior motives?" But Fei Kai shook his head. "There are no ulterior motives. It's just that I want to repay young clan leader. But what can I do? I'm just a mortal and can't fight for young clan leader. I'm stupid and can't give advice for young clan leader. I'm just your personal servant. I only know how to wash your shoes and place them properly. I put myself in your shoes and thought, wouldn't young clan leader's feet feel cold after wearing these shoes for so long? Therefore, I used all my savings to buy this piece of silk and wrapped young clan leader's shoes in front of my chest. This way young clan leader won't feel cold when you wear these shoes. So it's like this." Ma Yingjie was greatly surprised when he heard this. He was a neat freak. If Fei Kai directly put the shoes in his chest, he would be disgusted instead. But using silk to wrap the shoes was different. Furthermore, this piece of high-quality silk was the real deal. Who would use this kind of fabric to wrap shoes? This Fei Kai is a good servant. He's really considerate. Ma Yingjie's thoughts turned at lightning speed. The gaze he looked at Fei Kai quietly changed. If what Fei Kai said was true, then his loyalty was clear and it was really touching. At this moment, Fei Kai kowtowed fiercely, "Young clan leader, I'm guilty." "What are you guilty of?" Ma Yingjie looked at Fei Kai with an obvious smile on his lips. Fei Kai answered, "I only cared about warming young clan leader's shoes. I forgot that it would be extremely inconvenient if young clan leader wanted to go out. I'm guilty. Please punish me, young clan leader." Ma Yingjie let out a long sigh. "I have more than one pair of shoes. I only called you over today because I saw that the pair I usually wear was missing. Fortunately, I nearly blamed my loyal servant wrongly." Young clan leader, you can't listen to his side of the story. Young clan leader, this kid is deceiving people with lies. He's crafty and full of flowery words. The old slave behind him shouted anxiously when they saw that the usually dull and foolish Fei Kai actually had a glib tongue and forcefully turned the tables in front of their eyes. At this moment, Fei Kai said again, "Please investigate clearly, young clan leader. Stealing shoes has indeed happened before, but I've never done it before. On the contrary, it's these old slave behind me who have done it many times. After I took up this position, these old slave hinted to me many times, so they developed jealousy and hatred towards me. I'm not afraid of investigation and punishment. I plead, young clan leader, to send someone to investigate and clear my name." Fei Kai was naturally not afraid of investigation. This was the first time he stole shoes. He did as the old slave said inadvertently beside his ear, and stole the most exquisite pair of shoes to sell for a high price. Fei Kai was ignorant, and after following young clan leader for so long, he did not pay attention to the appearance of young clan leader's shoes, and so easily fell into the old slave's trap. Fortunately, he met a crucial person at the crucial moment. Zhao Linyun became his savior, and under her guidance, Fei Kai successfully turned the tables and turned the situation around. The old slave's expressions changed when they heard that there was an investigation, becoming as pale as paper. A Gu master's methods were naturally rich and varied. It was naturally a piece of cake for him to investigate such a trivial matter. These old slave were already regretting to death. They did not expect that they would end up losing their lives. Ma Yingjie looked at the old slave's expression change, and was already 70 to 80% sure of Fei Kai. But he was determined to be a wise leader, and naturally would not just give orders based on his thoughts. Immediately, he called the investigative Gu master and ordered him to investigate this matter. The investigative Gu master received Ma Yingjie's personal order, and naturally went all out to investigate. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the truth had come to light. In front of the truth, the old slave all knelt on the ground, crying and wailing in fear, begging for young clan leaders' forgiveness. Ma Yingjie snorted coldly, "You slaves trying to flatter the superiors and bully the subordinates, you actually dared to deceive me. Originally, according to your crimes, you should all be executed, but considering that you have served me for so many years, and some of you were even my companions when I was a child, I will spare your worthless lives. I will spare your dog lives and send all of you to the supply camp to serve my army. Clean excrement, sweep the latrine. Thank you, young clan leader, for not killing us. Thank you, young clan leader, for not killing us." The old slave kowtowed like pounding garlic, expressing endless gratitude. "As for you," Ma Yingjie's gaze landed on Fei Kai, smiling mockingly, "you actually dared to steal this young master's shoes, how daring. From now on, I will send you to be a servant leader, to serve this young master well and make up for your crimes." Fei Kai was dazed, and after a long while he finally understood. Ma Yingjie said he would send him to be a servant, but it was actually a promotion. He quickly kowtowed to express his thanks. Ma Yingjie laughed heartily, waving his hand. "All right, quickly scram and think of a good way to serve this young clan leader." "Yes, Lord." Fei Kai retreated, and on the way back he was in a daze. After a long while he came to his senses. He had actually profited from this disaster, becoming a servant leader. "All this is thanks to Miss Xiao Yun." "Ah, that's right, Miss Xiao Yun told me that if there's nothing, I must quickly report to her." Fei Kai slapped his head and immediately changed direction, walking towards the agreed-upon secret location. "What, you actually became a servant leader?" When Zhao Lianyun heard this news, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Fei Kai in surprise. She thought that this arrangement, although ingenious, had its risks, and it completely depended on Ma Yingjie's mood. Chapter 528. Although the servant leader was also a slave, he was the crucial person in charge of the Ma tribe young tribe leader's daily life. With such an important position, if the Gu masters wanted to inquire about the higher-ups' intentions, they would have to go through the servant leader. "I earned big, I actually became the servant leader, I am indeed a genius." Zhao Lianyun laughed wildly in her heart. Her plan was not in vain. She stared at Fei Kai with shining eyes, saying softly, "Big idiot, now that you are the servant leader, you have to perform well in the future." Fei Kai's entire body instantly trembled, and he honestly muttered, "Miss Xiao Yun, I don't know why, but your voice makes me panic." Zhao Lianyun immediately turned hostile, fiercely kicking Fei Kai's calf, shouting, "You idiot, now that you are the servant leader, your situation is even more dangerous than before. Who knows how many people will come after you, among them, there will even be those vicious and evil Gu masters." Fei Kai jumped in fright. "Then what should I do?" Luckily you have a friend like me. As long as you listen to me obediently, I guarantee you will live a good life." Zhao Lianyun stretched out her small hand, wanting to pat Fei Kai's shoulder, but found she could not reach it. She immediately bared her pretty teeth. "Quick, squat down for me." Fei Kai squatted down obediently, and Zhao Lianyun successfully patted his shoulder, nodding her head in satisfaction, speaking with an air of seniority. "Do you know what to do next?" Fei Kai shook his head as if it was a matter of course. "You idiot." Zhao Lianyun snorted coldly. "Since you are the servant leader and those old slaves have been sent out, you naturally need to recruit more people. Otherwise, how can you take care of everything by yourself?" "You are right." Fei Kai came to a realization, nodding his head repeatedly. Zhao Lianyun snorted again, "But this is far from enough. You also need to familiarize yourself with the young patriarch's hobbies, lifestyle, and so on. You'll have to ask the old slave about these things." "What? If I ask them, would they agree?" Fei Kai's eyes widened. Zhao Lianyun sneered, "You are now the head slave, your status is different. They are the lowest of the slaves. They must be afraid of your revenge. If you go and ask them, they will definitely tell you. Of course, if they don't know what's good for them, I naturally have a way to make them tell me everything they know." Zhao Lianyun couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fei Kai's blank expression. Her thoughts had already drifted away. "I'm not a person of this world. I know too many ways to please these stinky men." As long as he was familiar with Ma Yingjie's lifestyle and habits, he would be able to deal with the problem accordingly. Wouldn't he be afraid that Fei Kai's position would be unstable? Chao Fu Hei Tribe Camp. All kinds of tents and Gu houses covered the grassland. Banners fluttered in the wind as Gu masters moved in and out. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like a huge ant colony. In the supply camp, Fang Yuan held East Window Gu in his hand, quietly looking at the resources. The female Gu master in charge of reception held her breath as she stood at the side, waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. Ever since they received Dongfang tribe's war reparations, the resources that could be exchanged with battle merits in the supply camp had increased by more than 10 times. Of course, not all of them were war reparations. Besides He tribe's previous accumulation, there were also large amounts of resources contributed by the tribes that joined He tribe's alliance army after they recruited captives. Just a few days ago, He Lulan held an alliance establishment meeting and made all the newly joined tribe leaders swear a poison oath. To prevent the good things from being exchanged by others, the moment the resources were calculated, Fang Yuan immediately entered the supply camp. Even if Shadow Sword Expert and the others joined He tribe army, they would not be able to shake his position second only to He Lulan. Fang Yuan had such a privilege, others naturally had objections, but no one dared to criticize him openly. Oh, there's actually a rank 4 self-reliance Gu? Fang Yuan's heart moved, and soon found the Gu he had always wanted among these resources. Self-reliance Gu was very rare. Fang Yuan originally had a rank 3 Gu from southern border, but after coming to northern plains, it was suppressed to rank 2. Fang Yuan did not have the corresponding Gu recipe, so it was hard to raise it. Earlier he had exchanged for a self-reliance Gu from He tribe's resources, but it was only rank 2. Without any other choice, he could only plan to collect Gu recipes and refine Gu using these 2 Gu worms as the foundation. But this way, it was unknown how long it would take for him to obtain a high-rank self-reliance Gu. If his luck was bad during this period and he failed several times in the refinement, it would be even longer. Now that he found this rank 4 self-reliance Gu, he had to get it without any hesitation. Other than the rank 4 self-reliance Gu, he also found the rank 4 charging crash Gu. But he had bought the rank 3 horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, and had already refined them successfully, obtaining a rank 4 charging crash Gu. Shifting his attention from charging crash Gu, Fang Yuan found many good things, especially some unique Gu worms of Dongfang tribe. Even though Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, he could not help but be interested when he saw these things. Among them, the one that attracted Fang Yuan the most was Refine Essence Spirit Gu. According to its function, this should be a healing Gu worm. Refine Essence Spirit Gu could transform the essence of a Gu master's body into a mysterious primordial energy, nourishing and healing the soul. There were many Gu worms that could heal the soul, but Refine Essence Spirit Gu's effect was far superior. Dongfang Yuliang had such a Gu worm, it was a huge support for his wisdom path deductions. As for Fang Yuan, this Gu was even more suitable. Different from Dongfang Yuliang, Fang Yuan cultivated both enslavement and strength path. He had a strong body and great energy, but his soul was often weakened and exhausted due to commanding beast groups. Refine Essence Spirit Gu was the bridge between the two paths. Among the resources there was not only Refine Essence Spirit Gu, but also Refine Essence Spirit Gu's Gu recipe which Fang Yuan took. It was said that this Gu recipe was specially deduced by Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, for wisdom path cultivation. It represented Dongfang tribe's advanced wisdom path attainment that was at the forefront of the world. Fang Yuan had the Gu recipe and Refine Essence Spirit Gu. It was the same as taking Dongfang tribe's fruits of labor for himself. The Gu worm only needed a thought from the Gu master to self-detonate. If this was during normal times, it would not be so easy for Fang Yuan to obtain Refine Essence Spirit Gu. The Imperial Court contest every 10 years was not only a way to get rid of the weeds, it was also a way for all the forces to interact. Gu path originated from immemorial antiquity. Renzu was the first Gu master to use Gu worms. After that came the remote antiquity era, followed by the olden antiquity era, followed by the medieval antiquity era, followed by the late antiquity era. Up until now, Gu path had flourished. It could be said to be 100 flowers blooming and 10,000 clans contending for supremacy. Countless paths were like the waves of a long river. At the same time, countless flowers were extinguished. But because of the cruel living environment, the concept of trade could not be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Each force researched it on their own, keeping it to themselves. Back then, one of the invincible sovereigns, Giant Sun, felt this and specially made arrangements. Because of the war reparations, the Huangjin tribes grew endlessly, firmly occupying the overlord position of northern plains, lasting for a long time. After the baptism of countless imperial court contests, Northern Plains was publicly recognized as the place with the strongest martial strength among the 5 regions. In terms of overall strength, Central Continent is the strongest, second is Northern Plains. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. he was very clear about the strength ranking of the various regions. During the Five Regions War, Northern Plains was the place that resisted Central Continent's invasion the most fiercely. The other three regions had a huge geographical advantage compared to Northern Plains, but they were always suppressed by Central Continent. Only Northern Plains had formed a counterattack army and invaded Central Continent. Northern Plains could have such strength because of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. He made use of war and limited it to a certain scale, allowing Northern Plains' military strength to flourish. Unfortunately, his arrangements were still too small, only thinking about his own benefits. On the other hand, Central Continent's strength was due to the structural reform. It was a fundamental advantage. Fang Yuan came from Earth, he had a unique perspective, and with his 500 years of experience he had a clear understanding of the nature of society. There are actually more than 10 Amplify Effect Gu? Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts and continued to inspect. He had a pleasant surprise. Amplify Effect Gu belonged to the Rule Path, it was specialized in assisting other Gu worms, it could increase the effect of the Gu worm. As for the amplification, it depended on the rank of Amplify Effect Gu, the higher the rank, the greater the effect. Of course, there were gains and losses, the Gu Master would expend more primeval essence. Amplify Effect Gu was very popular among Gu Masters, because Gu Masters of any path could use it. Fire Path Gu Masters could use it, Water Path Gu Masters could also use it. To Fang Yuan, both enslavement and strength paths could be amplified by Amplify Effect Gu. Among He Tribe's resources, there was actually a rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. There was also one rank 4, 3 rank 3 and the rest were all rank 2. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to pick the best, he directly chose that rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, it could amplify the Gu worm's effect by 5 times. But this way a problem arose. Lang Wangda, you want to exchange for so many Gu, I'm afraid your battle merit is not enough. The female Gu master in charge of receiving him cautioned after considering her words. I know. After all, there is a rank 5 Gu and Amplify Effect Gu at that. Moreover, Refine Essence Spirit Gu is Dong Fang tribe's unique Gu worm. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. But his next words were different. It's alright if you don't have enough battle merit, you can borrow another 500,000. The female Gu master was stunned, she carefully said, Lord, you borrowed 500,000 battle merit last time, but you only repaid 300,000. According to the rules, you have to pay off the debt before you can borrow more. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, not caring. So what? Rules are set by people, since they can be set, they can be changed. Borrow another 500,000, no, 800,000. I will personally explain to He Lulan, give me the things now. Chapter 529. The weather gradually turned cold, the strong winds caused the wild grass to sway, and the beast groups were restless. The aura of the 10-year blizzard had already started to appear. In the huge northern plains, heroes were vying for supremacy, the flames of war were rising everywhere. Mirror Lake. Ma Tribe Army and Song Tribe Army officially started fighting. After setting up 3 to 4 defense lines, the two armies faced each other. In Ma Tribe's main tent, Ma Tribe leader Ma Shangfeng sat on the main seat, looking far away with a gloomy gaze. He saw that the Song Tribe army was orderly and full of fighting spirit. Although they were weaker than him, it would not be easy to win. Lord Alliance Leader, please let me fight and kill the enemy general to raise our army's morale. Alliance Leader Fei Xing requests to fight. This first battle has to be me, no one can compete with me. In the main tent, the Gu Master experts requested to fight, already rubbing their palms impatiently. Ma Shangfeng looked around, his gaze lingering on Fei Xing and Jianghu. The two were rank 4 Gu Masters. Fei Xing was Wood Path, Ma Tribe had taken him in after annexing Fei Tribe. Jianghu was Transformation Path from Qing Tribe. Qing Tribe was suppressed by Ma Tribe in the Heroes' Assembly, and was now the second most influential force in Ma Tribe army. Ma Shangfeng's thoughts changed and he smiled at Jianghu. Jianghu will fight first to raise our army's morale. Jianghu was overjoyed, he hurriedly bowed and rushed to the front of the two armies. Hey, I am Jianghu who dares to court death. Jianghu shouted. Arrogant. Let me Sui teach you a lesson. From the Song Tribe army, a rank 4 expert flew over. Jianghu did not say anything, pouncing towards him. Bam bam bam. The two's fighting methods were fierce and unparalleled, their momentum was grand. For a moment, they were evenly matched, the two figures entangled with each other, causing grass and mud to fly around the battlefield. The two armies were watching with rapt attention. The low-rank Gu masters were shaken, while the high-rank Gu master experts felt their blood boiling. Northern Plains was full of heroes, the blood of warriors flowed in the bones of Gu masters. Alliance leader Fei Xing requests to fight. Fei Xing shouted, his eyes shining brightly. He was a newly surrendered person. He had been suppressing his drive to express his loyalty. Ma Shangfeng smiled and nodded, agreeing to his request. When Fei Xing stepped onto the stage, the Song family army immediately sent out a general to face Fei Xing. The two of them had just exchanged 3 blows when Jianghu suddenly let out a loud roar, and his whole body erupted with a dazzling orange light. After the orange light dissipated, he actually turned into a multicolored tiger king the size of a giant elephant. Jianghu was a transformation path Gu master. During normal battles he would only transform into tiger tail, tiger claws, tiger skin and so on. Once it changed completely, it would be a killing move. This was the advantage of transformation path. Every transformation path Gu master, as long as they gathered enough Gu worms, they would have at least one killer move. Su Yi turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. Tiger King pounced over. Su Yi activated his movement Gu and dodged at the crucial moment. The Tiger King didn't even turn around and merely swung its tail. The tiger's tail was like a steel whip. It swung through the air and immediately produced an explosive sound. Su Yi quickly activated his defensive Gu. His body was covered in a layer of light. However, the tiger whip's offensive power was peerless. When it landed on the light barrier, it immediately broke it. The defensive Gu was destroyed and Su Yi suffered a backlash from the Gu worms, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late. An intense fishy smell assaulted his face, and at the next moment he saw a tiger's mouth open wide, covering his head. Crack! Tiger King fiercely bit down, directly crushing Su Yi's head. Jianghu won. Ma tribe won the first round of the general challenge. At once, Song tribe's higher-ups were slightly moved, while Ma tribe cheered. Victory! A good start is half the battle won. In the main tent, Ma Yingjie clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with a strange light. His heart was filled with excitement. On the other side of the battlefield, in the vast battlefield, one side's battle cries resounded in the sky, as flags fluttered in the wind. The other side's battle formation was wavering, their morale was low, and there were signs of collapse. Alliance leader Luo, the enemy's momentum is too fierce, we can't stop them. Retreat quickly. As a commander we need to judge the situation. Right now Lu tribe's general is like a tiger, our army cannot match him. Several higher-up Gu masters fought to speak, they were all flustered. Luo Bojun looked around, smiling bitterly. Retreat? Everyone, where else can we retreat to? This is already our last line of defense. Sai, forget it, since the start of the battle with Lu Wenwu, which defense line has lasted for 3 days. The enemy is too strong, we might as well surrender. In the first battle, Luo Bojun was heavily injured by Lu Wenwu and Mo Shiquang and the others, and had not recovered. These days, Luo tribe's army was in constant defeat. No matter how much effort he put in, he was unable to reverse the situation. He thoroughly recognized the huge difference in strength between the enemy and his side. He was disheartened and had no more fighting spirit. After hearing Luo Bojun's words, the higher-up Gu masters let out a sigh of relief. They were hindered by the poison oath and could not say it out loud, but since Luo Bojun took the initiative to surrender, there was no problem. The order to surrender was quickly passed down, and the battle quickly calmed down. Aha, I said it, as long as us 3 brothers work together, we can trample the world. Mo Shiquang raised his head and laughed, feeling extremely proud of himself. Lu Wenwu laughed, his heart filled with great joy. Lu Tribe Alliance's leader had won. Next, it was to annex the enemy forces, take in the captives, expand the army and set off again. Mengqiu. The leopard group roared, starting a bloody battle with the rat group. The Gu masters of the 2 armies instead became the background. New Heir 2 stood proudly with his hands behind his back, mutated leopards circling around him, giving off a dignified aura. In contrast, his opponent Jiang Baoye, one of the publicly recognized enslavement masters of Northern Plains, was sweating profusely, his face pale. Jiang Baoye, you have already lost. Do you know where you lost? Your rat group is too large, reaching 650,000. Quality is more important than quantity, and beast groups are the same. In today's battle, you will obediently become my stepping stone in Northern Plains. New Heir 2 spoke lightly, his calm voice resounding in everyone's ears. No, I haven't lost, I still have trump cards. Jiang Baoye shouted hysterically, I will let you see the enslavement path killer move that I have been hiding for a long time, rat plague. The moment he finished speaking, over 100,000 rats self-detonated at the same time. The leopard group suffered heavy casualties from the successive explosions. The earth shook slightly, grass flew, mud and rocks flew, and large amounts of yellow poisonous gas were produced. The surviving leopard group, under the cover of this poisonous gas, immediately became sickly, their movements became sluggish and their battle strength fell. On the other hand, Jiang Baoye's rat horde was completely unaffected by the yellow poisonous gas. Aha, the final victor is still I, Jiang Baoye. Young man, if you want to step on my body to rise, you will need to cultivate for another 500 years. Jiang Baoye laughed wildly. I had wanted to hide it, but since you are courting death, don't blame me. New Heir 2 snorted, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He suddenly shouted, Killer move, leopard rush. Ow. The leopard group roared, unleashing an incomparably berserk charge. This. Jiang Baoye stared with wide eyes. The leopard group's battle strength had increased by more than 2 times, and their speed had even reached an astonishing 8 times. Under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, the leopard group quickly charged out of the yellow poisonous gas, breathing in the fresh air like a terrifying tsunami, drowning and devouring everything. Du Jiao. A huge battle had already ended. Scarlet flames soared to the sky, the whole battlefield had turned into a burning sea of fire. In the sea of fire, a Gu master stood proudly, like a fire god descending to the world. He played with the fire in his hand, changing it into all kinds of shapes. His slender eyes looked at the surrounding Gu masters. His voice was extremely cold in the burning sea of fire. Being defeated by my peak stage fire path, it is your honor. Surrender, otherwise, you and this lowly grass will all turn into charcoal. The surrounding Gu masters looked at each other in a daze. After a few breaths, they knelt on the ground. We, surrender. After He tribe defeated Dongfang army and obtained victory in the first battle, the curtains fell on all the major battles in northern plains. The losers did not lose everything, some surrendered, some fled, and once again chose a new force to rely on. In this early stage of the imperial court contest, there was still hope and possibility. The victors would annex the weak and obtain large amounts of war reparations, strengthening themselves. The countless corpses of beast groups, Gu masters and ordinary mortals would turn into the grassland's nourishment, sinking into the icy snow in the future, never to be seen again. Winner takes all. After resting and reorganizing in Chaofu for more than 10 days, He Lulan absorbed the surrendered people, increasing his military strength by 60% and set off again. This time his target was Guanxi. Gu tribe army was stationed there, and because their military strength was weak, it became the best target for He Lulan to expand his military strength. 7 days later, He tribe army faced Gu tribe army. Gu tribe was no match for them in the first battle, suffering a huge loss. Gu tribe alliance leader Gu Guolong decisively gave the order, abandoning the 3 defensive lines and holing up in his tribe's main camp. He Lulan laughed loudly, leading his army and advancing with a crushing momentum. But when he arrived at the final battlefield, he was dumbfounded, asking to his left and right, "Why is there a mountain here?" Even though Gu tribe army was weak, they had their own methods. They piled up soil into a mountain and stationed themselves on the mountain, setting up countless traps at the foot of the mountain. They had a high vantage point and had a huge geographical advantage. Their intention to defend to the death was clear. He tribe army attacked several times, but were repelled, leaving behind large numbers of corpses. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side, not using his full strength and only using the wolf group. He only acted on the surface. Adding that there were many trees and shrubs on the mountain, the wolf group could not spread out their army, instead they were separated and killed one by one. Thus, although the battle progressed, it was very slow. Especially when Gu tribe army continued to build the mountain, causing it to become taller and taller. He Lulan flew into a rage. Gu Guolong is as stubborn as the rumors say. After I win, I will definitely trample him to death. However, the military situation was still not optimistic. Just the rolling stones thrown by mortals with their bare hands would have the attack power of a rank 1 Gu after they fell. If I had known this, I would not have gone to bite this tough bone. He Lulan already had the intention to retreat. At this time, a person came from outside the camp. This person used a token to arrive in front of He Lulan. "I am Tai by Yunxing, I received a letter from my benefactor to lend you a hand." He Lulan was overjoyed, grabbing the person's hands. With old sir's help, there is hope. Chapter 530. Tai Bai Yunxing was tall and had a strange appearance. His hair was white like snow and his face was full of wrinkles. He was already over 80 years old, but his eyes were not blurry from old age. Instead, they had a gentle nature that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, as well as the calmness of seeing through the mortal world. Since he was 7 years old, he had made up his mind to roam northern plains and save the people. His life was full of ups and downs, suffering from the ups and downs of fate. His clan was destroyed and he became a slave Gu master. He was betrayed by his wife and became a captive of variant humans. In a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a time path Gu immortal inheritance and was saved by his brother when he was about to die. Now, he had already become a living legend. Although he was a loner, he was a publicly recognized righteous Gu master. His benevolence was deeply engraved in the hearts of Northern Plains people and his prestige far surpassed people like Chang Shan-yin, He Lulan, Lu Wenwu and others. Just when He Lulan was at his wit's end and had the intention to retreat, he arrived outside the camp alone with a letter in his hand. He Lulan opened the letter and read it, immediately understanding the reason. It turned out that back then He tribe's supreme elder He Bai had taken a fancy to Tai Bai Yunxing and had given him pointers or saved him many times. Now that He tribe army was in a difficult situation, He Bai, who had been observing secretly, sent a letter to Tai Bai Yunxing, asking him to come and reinforce them. He Lulan knew of Tai Bai Yunxing's ability and was overjoyed. That night, a banquet was held to entertain them. On the second day, just as dawn broke, He Lulan impatiently arranged the formation and invited Tai Bai Yunxing to make a move. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Tai Bai Yunxing slowly walked to the front of the formation and looked at the tall mountain in front of him. Gu tribe was proficient in earth path and was already famous in northern plains. Piling stones into a mountain, this was an unimaginable and unachievable tactic on earth. But in this world, the new mountain in front of them, which was built more than 10 days ago, told them that nothing was impossible. Alliance leader Gu Guolong was at the peak of the mountain, looking down at the foot of the mountain. Seeing a white-clothed, snow-haired old man coming out of the formation, the surrounding Gu masters burst out in laughter or ridicule, but Gu Guolong had a bad feeling in his heart. He knew clearly that this earth-into-mountain move was built on the foundation that he had many Earth Path Gu masters. Although it was difficult for other families to imitate it, it was not impossible to break it. Gu Guolong was defeated several times by He tribe's army, his military strength was damaged, his original ambition for hegemony had already faded. After much consideration, he decided to rely on the Lu family. Lu Wenwu of the Lu family was kind and wise, generous to others, strict to himself. His reputation was much better than that of He Lulan. A few days ago he had secretly sent a letter to Lu Wenwu, expressing his intention to side with him. Young Master Lu Wenwu has already replied and agreed to join our clan. He is currently leading an army to reinforce us. As long as I defend and wait for reinforcements and hold on for another 7 days, I'll be able to clear the clouds and see the blue sky, and escape from this predicament. Gu Guolong inwardly encouraged himself. Right at this time, Tai Bai Yunxing slowly stretched out his hands. His palms were wide, full of calluses and wrinkles, making people think of the bark of an ancient tree. He slowly mobilized his primeval essence, his hands emitting a weak silver light. The silver light was weak at first but soon became stronger and stronger. In a few blinks of an eye, the silver light was so strong that people could not look at it directly. Mountain as before. Tai Bai Yunxing leisurely chanted, his voice resounding through the clouds. On the mountain peak, Gu Guolong heard this voice and immediately showed a shocked expression. Not good, he is actually Tai Bai Yunxing. In the blink of an eye. Only to see the silver light explode, turning into a straight light pillar that directly bombarded the mountain peak. Countless Gu masters saw that the situation was bad and immediately activated their defensive Gu worms or attacked to block it. But the silver light ignored all obstructions and shone on the mountain peak. Humans and beasts were safe and sound, but the mountain rocks under Gu tribe's feet, no matter how big or thick they were, under the illumination of the silver light, they were like snow under the blazing sun, turning into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had never existed. The Gu tribe army lost their support and started to fall. For a moment, men and horses were thrown off their feet, falling from a height of 5 to 6 feet and onto the mountain rocks. There were countless casualties. Even the stupidest Gu tribe Gu masters realized the danger at this moment. They cried out in alarm. Such strength, this is Lord Tai Bai Yunxing's mountain as before. Oh heavens, why is old Sir Tai Bai helping tyrant He Lulan? Lord Tai Bai Yunxing was the benefactor of our tribe when he restored our spirit spring back then. But now he wants us to fight him? The mountain under Gu tribe army's feet was the source of their confidence, but now it had collapsed. Tai Bai Yunxing's personal prestige was a huge factor that shook their morale. Aha, as expected of Tai Bai Yunxing, his first move is already extraordinary. He Lulan was sitting in the main tent and seeing this scene he laughed arrogantly. He had not expected the tribe to have such a hidden move. However, every super tribe's supreme elders would choose seeds they favored from the demonic path and righteous path's mortal Gu masters from time to time, and nurture them. Once these seeds become Gu immortals in the future, they would often be taken in by the super tribes and become their external supreme elders. This was one of the development strategies the super tribes used to maintain their status. Evidently, Tai Bai Yunxing was the seed that was favored by the rank 6 Gu immortal He Bai, and was considered to be the hope of advancing to Gu immortal realm in the future. Seeing the enemy's miserable state, He tribe army's morale rose greatly. Many people laughed loudly, and there were even some who shouted that they would slaughter the enemy regardless of their age. In the main tent, the Gu master experts were also celebrating, only Fang Yuan was calm. Tai Bai Yunxing's appearance was already within his expectations. In his previous life's 500 years of memories, Tai Bai Yunxing had joined He tribe army from this point, and had assisted He Lulan along the way, giving great help. He Lulan being able to defeat all the experts was largely due to Tai Bai Yunxing. But Tai Bai Yunxing had a benevolent nature, and during the process of assisting her, he deeply understood He Lulan's cruel and tyrannical nature. Thus, when he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he advanced to Gu immortal there, and did not agree to He Bai's request to become He tribe's external supreme elder. Kill them, these dogs. They actually dared to pile up soil into a mountain and resist stubbornly. He Lulan shouted excitedly. Tai Bai Yunxing, who was at the front, frowned after hearing He Lulan's words. He heaved a long sigh but did not continue to attack. Instead, he transmitted his voice to He Lulan. Alliance leader, heaven is benevolent, why must you start a massacre? In the history of Imperial Court battles, blood flowed like rivers, and there were disastrous casualties. Since Alliance leader wants to stay in Imperial Court, why don't you take in Gu tribe army? I am willing to be your mediator. Gu tribe army piled up soil into a mountain to resist He tribe, but against Tai Bai Yunxing, this mountain became their fatal trap. The current situation was that He tribe army had tightly surrounded Gu tribe, not a single trace of wind could escape. As long as Tai Bai Yunxing moved casually, he could destroy more than half of Gu tribe. Gu tribe would not sit still and wait for death, but when the new mountain was destroyed, their military strength would also be depleted, and their final assault would not pose any threat. But Tai Bai Yunxing did not do so. He Lulan's eyes shone with a fierce light. Although his killing intent was already boiling in his heart, he had to consider Tai Bai Yunxing's face. Tai Bai Yunxing was not an ordinary Gu master. He was an extremely rare time path Gu master with rank 5 peak stage cultivation. His prestige in northern plains was like the sun in the sky, and his influence spread all over the grassland. He Lulan pondered for a while before replying, then let's listen to Old Sir for a while. But it is too dangerous for Old Sir to go up the mountain alone. I will send 6 rank 4 experts to escort Old Sir. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded and went up the mountain under heavy protection. His prestige was extremely high, and his benevolence was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Wherever he went, the enemy troops automatically opened up a path in the middle. I did not want to see Benefactor again at this time. Gu Guolong smiled bitterly and went up to greet him. Back then, Gu tribe's spirit spring had dried up and they were ostracized by several large tribes. It was very dangerous to migrate, so they invited Tai Bai Yunxing to save them. Tai Bai Yunxing did not charge any fee and helped for free. He was the benefactor of Gu tribe. Under Tai Bai Yunxing's persuasion, even though Gu Guolong admired Lu Wenwu, he had no choice but to lower his head due to the circumstances. Tai Bai Yunxing went up the mountain for only a while before going down. When he went up, there were only 7 people. When he went down, he brought over 100,000 people. In this battle, Tai Bai Yunxing succeeded in persuading Gu tribe army to side with He Lulan, and He tribe army's military strength rose sharply. Tai Bai Yunxing changed the battle situation with his strength alone. With his deep prestige, he saved over 100,000 people's lives, and at the same time made great contributions to He tribe. On the first day that Tai Bai Yunxing came to He tribe army, he climbed to the top of the battle merit board. On the opposite side was Fang Yuan. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin's name was at the bottom of the battle merit board, with a bright red and huge negative number. It formed a clear contrast with Tai Bai Yunxing's battle merit. That night, He Lulan ordered a celebratory banquet to welcome Tai Bai Yunxing. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, the bonfire blazed to the sky. Toasts were exchanged as music resounded in the sky. Beautiful young girls wearing Northern Plains robes with gold, silver, and jade ornaments were dancing around the bonfire. He Lulan repeatedly toasted Tai Bai Yunxing. He praised, "With old sir here, any defense line is useless." Tai Bai Yunxing had 2 rank 5 gu that were known to the people of Northern Plains. One was called Mountain as before, the other was called River as before. They were both time path gu worms. The former could restore the earth, mountains, hills, and valleys to their original appearance. The latter could restore the rivers, lakes, streams, springs, and waterfalls to their original appearance. Gu Guolong created a new mountain. This place was originally a flat grassland. Thus, under the effect of Mountain as before Gu, it was restored to its original appearance. Gu tribe's spirit spring was restored to its original state by River as before Gu, and could produce Yuan stone again. Chapter 531. Northern Plains, middle of the 6th month. It was the height of summer, but the aura of the 10-year blizzard was already thick. The sky was gloomy and cold winds blew, the frost was getting heavier by the day. And the struggle for the imperial court that spread throughout Northern Plains was going on like wildfire. In Mirror Lake, Ma Tribe Army and Song Tribe Alliance Army started fighting. Ma Tribe had a huge advantage, breaking through 2 of Song Tribe's defensive lines. During this period, Song Tribe Alliance leader Song Qingyin led the army to counterattack. Ma Tribe was ambushed and had to give up a defensive line. But soon after, Ma Tribe's enslavement master Ma Zun made his move, using his trump card Pegasus group to surround and kill Song Qingyin in the air. Song Tribe army was like a group of dragons without a leader, and with Ma Tribe secretly sowing discord, they finally fell apart. Ma Tribe annexed most of the tribes and only a few remnant members were left, fleeing in all directions. After this battle, as one of the few flying masters in Northern Plains, the rank 5 initial stage water immortal Song Qingyin died, establishing the fame of enslavement master Ma Zun. The strength that Ma Zun displayed was shocking. Faintly, some people were already calling him the #1 enslavement master in Northern Plains. In Mengqiu, New Heir 2 fought against Jianghu. New Heir 2 was not an enslavement path gu master originally, but had switched to it halfway. He led the leopard group and actually suppressed the veteran enslavement path master Jiang Baoye, eventually defeating him. Just based on this battle achievement, New Heir 2 entered the ranks of enslavement path masters in Northern Plains, becoming one of the 5 beast kings along with Jiang Baoye, Yang Pering, Ma Zun, and Chang Shanin. However, although New Heir 2's battle of fame was realized, the price was not cheap. Jiang Baoye's counterattack caused New Heir's army to suffer heavy casualties. Even though they annexed the enemy's remnant forces and received war reparations, New Heir's army's momentum was hindered. As the Rat King Jiang Baoye luckily escaped and gathered his remnant forces, his rat group of over 600,000 was reduced to less than 30,000. But even so, as the defeated general, he was still favored by all the large forces. More than 10 forces had already sent invitations to him. And in the Single Horn area, Yi Lui Sang had the support of an immortal Gu, and with his rank 5 peak stage fire path strength, he suppressed everyone and got rid of the final obstacle, successfully dominating the Single Horn area. However, just as the Yelu army, like a raging fire, began to spread in all directions, they encountered the joint attack of the 7 armies. Each of these 7 armies had at least 100,000 soldiers. Although they were not super clans, they had famous Gu master experts. The 7 armies joined together in a menacing manner. The Yelu army, which had just opened up the situation and was about to go all out, fell into a dangerous situation. At the same time, He tribe army was also facing a great enemy. They could not even take care of themselves. Lu tribe, Lu Wenwu personally led the army towards He tribe. It turned out that Gu Guolong had asked Lu Wenwu for help. Lu Wenwu was delighted when he saw the letter. He knew that this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Guolong's side could hold on, then his Lu tribe army would pincer attack He tribe from behind, and they would definitely gain the upper hand, causing He tribe to fall into a passive situation from the start. But in the end things changed too quickly. Lu tribe's army had just advanced halfway when they received battle reports that Gu tribe was defeated and had no choice but to submit to He tribe. And the key person who caused all this was Tai Bai Yunxing. After Lu Wenwu received this battle report, he was greatly shocked. A legendary character like Tai Bai Yunxing had actually taken the initiative to help He Lulan. He Lulan obtaining this person was like obtaining a magnificent army. Lu Wenwu quickly understood that this was the power of He tribe's Gu immortals. According to the rules set by Ancestor Giant Sun, in the Imperial Court contest, Gu immortals could provide some help to mortals to a certain extent. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of help, at least the Gu immortals could not personally take action. Whether it was the immortal Gu on Yi Lui Sang or Tai Bai Yunxing who helped He Lulan after receiving the letter, they were all the work of Gu immortals. Lu Wenwu naturally had the authority to ask for help from the Gu immortals supporting him. He Lulan obtained Tai Bai Yunxing's help. In Lu Wenwu's opinion, this was even more terrifying than obtaining Wolf King Chang Shan. Tai Bai Yunxing's reputation was extremely high, be it the righteous path or demonic path. Many people had received his kindness. Among these people, as long as a small portion had thoughts of repaying his kindness, this force would be very terrifying. Moreover, once He tribe gets stronger, the scattered demonic path Gu masters who were still observing would see the hope of entering the imperial court and take the initiative to join them. Tai Bai Yunxing's existence would make them more inclined to choose He Lulan. This way He tribe would become stronger and stronger. As time passes, they would leave the other competitors far behind. He Lulan defeated Dongfang Yuliang and obtained the war reparations from the super tribes. She had already made a huge profit. In contrast, we did defeat several allied armies, but they were all large-scale tribes. The war reparations we obtained were lower than He tribe. Now that He tribe has the living signboard of Tai Bai Yunxing, if he is given time to grow, it would be hard to deal with them in the future. Lu Wenwu thought for a moment before decisively giving the military order. Lu tribe army maintained the original plan and advanced towards He tribe. He Lulan received this news and laughed loudly, saying, "Good." He immediately ordered to construct defensive lines at their original location. After the first defensive line was constructed, the army slowly moved towards Lu tribe army. Every 1,000 li they would stop and station for a few days to construct a new defensive line. 12 days later, He tribe army set off from the 4th defensive line and advanced 500 li to face Lu tribe army. The two armies lined up and started to pick their generals. He tribe's general Hao Ji Lu was the first to charge to the front. Lu Wenwu saw this and sent Pei Yanfei. Hao Ji Lu had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, but Pei Yanfei was the same. The two fought for 20 rounds without a clear victor. Hao Ji Lu's attacks were vast, causing people's hearts to tremble. Pei Yanfei, on the other hand, was sharp and fierce, moving back and forth in the flood, sweeping everything in his way. After fighting for a while, the two's primeval essence was running low. Gu masters were not good at prolonged battles. Once their primeval essence was used up, their battle strength would fall sharply. We can't go on like this. Both of them had the same thought at the same time. Waterfall Gu. Hao Ji Lu was the first to attack. He pushed with both palms and a waterfall appeared out of nowhere, crashing towards Pei Yanfei with a loud rumble. Pei Yanfei did not fight it head-on. He activated his movement Gu and charged towards the sky, dodging the waterfall's attack. Rank 4 Golden Coat Gu. Rank 4 Swallow Wings Gu. Rank 4 Rainbow Transformation Gu. Killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Pei Yanfei staked it all on one throw, using his signature killer move. In an instant, he turned into a golden rainbow and tore through the sky with lightning speed. He easily broke through the waterfall and accurately hit Hao Ji Lu, causing him to explode. But Hao Ji Lu was turned into liquid. It was not real flesh and blood. Water Image Gu. Hao Ji Lu had fought for a long time, and with the information he had, he knew that Pei Yanfei's investigative Gu was not strong. Thus, he sent out the waterfall, and while the flood was blocking Pei Yanfei's vision, he quietly activated Water Image Gu and entered the waterfall. This could be said to be extremely secretive, deceiving most of the Gu masters in the two armies. Pei Yanfei exploded the water image and immediately cried out in his heart. He did not hold back anymore, activating his remaining primeval essence and pouring it all into Swallow Wings Gu. The two pairs of swallow wings on his back flapped rapidly, bringing him away from the battlefield. Hao Ji Lu stood on the spot, his whole body drenched in water. He had won a small battle, but he was not happy. The opponent's killer move was extremely powerful. He used Water Image Gu to deceive him this time, But what about next time? Big brother, let me fight. Pei Yanfei returned in defeat, causing Emo Kwang to blow his beard and stare with wide eyes, impatiently requesting to fight. Lu Wenwu smiled, not replying. Third brother, don't be impatient, you were the one who fought earlier. This battle should be my turn. An extremely tall and thin bald Gu master with a tough and vigorous appearance stood up and patted Emo Kwang's shoulder. Second brother. Emo Kwang called out helplessly. This person was called Ouyang Bai Sang, a demonic path Gu master. In his early years he met Lu Wenwu and Emo Kwang in a historical remnant by chance. The three worked together to break through the situation and obtain the inheritance, and because of their mutual feelings they became sworn brothers. I am Ouyang Bai Sang, who wants to spar with me? Ouyang Bai Sang slowly walked to the front of the two armies, lightly shouting. Next he looked at Hao Ji Lu. If Water Demon wants to fight with me, you might as well rest for a while and recover your primeval essence. Water Demon chuckled but did not reply. No hurry, there will be a chance to fight. Saying so he retreated back into the formation. The Imperial Court contest had progressed to this point, and the information of all the forces and experts had spread far and wide. Ouyang Bai Sang was Emo Kwang's second brother. Just this identity alone was not to be underestimated. His performance in the previous battles in Lu tribe was also extremely stunning. He was a transformation path expert, and Gu masters of this path had at least one killer move. His cultivation was rank 4 peak stage, and like Emo Kwang, he had rank 5 Gu master battle strength. In his first battle, he killed the enemy's rank 5 alliance leader. Challenging higher realms, this was a dazzling battle achievement that many people looked up to for their entire lives. Facing such an expert, even if Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was at his peak condition, he would not win. Moreover, in today's battle, his energy had already been expended by Pei Yanfei. A Gu master's condition did not depend on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture. Seeing Ouyang Bai Sang's appearance, He Lulan felt a slight headache. Compared to Lu Wenwu, he now found that he lacked a valiant general. After absorbing Gu tribe army, He tribe army now had 3 rank 5 Gu masters in the main tent. They were He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing and the newly joined Gu Guolong. As the alliance leader, He Lulan could not be moved easily. Tai Bai Yunxing was a medical Gu master and was not good at fighting. Gu Guolong was a rank 5 Earth Path Gu master, but the opponent was rank 4 peak stage. If he was sent, it would be against the rules of the selection and would be ridiculed. Looking at the rank 4 Gu masters, only Wolf King Chang Shan, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Si Xian, Little Fox Marshal Tang Miao Ming and Soul Blade General Pan Ping could be used. Chang Shan and Tang Miao Ming were enslavement path Gu masters, so they were eliminated first. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had already left, so He Lulan only had 2 choices left. His gaze moved between Pan Ping and Bian Si Xian's faces. Pan Ping knew that he was not Ouyang Bai Sang's match just by relying on his trump cards, so he felt uneasy. Bian Si Xian's face was covered with a black cloth, her gaze cold. He Lulan turned around and said to Bian Si Xian, "This battle, I will have to trouble Shadow Sword Expert to take action. Then I can only guarantee I won't lose my life, but I can't guarantee victory." Bian Si Xian said coldly. He Lulan gave a hollow laugh. Although he was the alliance leader and Bian Si Xian had made a deadly oath, He Lulan could not force Bian Si Xian to fight to the death. Chapter 532. Bian Si Xian walked to the front of the formation and quickly fought with Ouyang Bai Sang without saying anything. The fight between the two attracted the close attention of countless people. In terms of reputation, Shadow Sword Expert was several streets ahead of Ouyang Bai Sang. But in terms of cultivation strength, Ouyang Bai Sang was rank 4 peak stage and could kill a rank 5 expert who was 1 rank higher. While Shadow Sword Expert was only rank 4 upper stage. The Gu worms on Shadow Sword Expert's body were very well matched and did not have any shortcomings. At the same time they focused on movement. She turned into a black shadow and moved around Ouyang Bai Sang, occasionally activating multiple sword shadow Gu to attack. Ouyang Bai Sang stood on the spot, passively defending, his body unmoving like a reef on the seashore. After a while, this sworn brother of Lu Wenwu gradually felt impatient. "If you only have this level, then go die." He growled and his body underwent a drastic change. His teeth grew rapidly, becoming as sharp as swords, and 2 pairs of fangs protruded from his lips. He was originally bald, but now large amounts of horrifying green hair appeared. Not only the top of his head but his whole body grew green hair. His body creaked and his blood flow became extremely slow. His tall and sturdy body became even thinner, but the dangerous aura was 10 times denser than before. His eyes were no longer human eyes, but a pair of cold green pupils, emitting a glossy green light. Rank 5 Azura Zombie Goo. This goo belonged to the most classic Zombie Goo series of transformation path. Zombie Goo was widely spread throughout the 5 regions. From rank 2 Roaming Zombie Goo to rank 3 Hairy Zombie Goo, to rank 4 Jumping Zombie Goo, all the way to rank 5 Flying Zombie Goo. The 5 great flying zombie goo in the world were Azura Zombie, Heavenly Demon Zombie, Blood White Zombie, Nightmare Zombie and Plague Zombie. Many goo masters did not have much lifespan left and did not have lifespan goo to increase their lifespan. They would often choose to transform into zombies, turning into monsters that were neither human nor ghost to prolong their lifespan. Blood White Zombie Goo, Fang Yuan had already seen it in this life. Back on Qing Mao Mountain Peak, Guyue's generation had turned into a blood-white zombie in an attempt to defy heaven and change their fate, but was thwarted by divine investigator Tai Shuileng and others. The Azura Zombie Goo that Ouyang Baisang was using now was a powerful goo worm on par with blood-white zombie goo. Clang clang clang. When Bian Xixian's sword shadow cut Ouyang Baisang's body, it unexpectedly only produced sparks and cut off a few clumps of green hair, unable to harm his skin. Overlapping shadow goo. A sharp light flashed in Bian Xixian's eyes. Multiple sword phantoms suddenly superimposed on each other, turning into a single sword phantom that was as deep as ink and extremely dense. That's more like it. Ouyang Baisang's eyes shone with a green light. Seeing the sword shadow attack, he was not surprised but happy. He suddenly stretched out his right hand. His right hand formed into a claw and moved like a fleeing rabbit, grabbing the sword shadow in an instant. This? Bian Xixian revealed a look of horror. She held the sword shadow in her hand, unable to advance any further. Jia jia jia. Ouyang Baisang let out an extremely haggard and unpleasant laughter as he fiercely grabbed with his right claw. Boom! There was a soft sound. The sword shadow was actually crushed by him and Bian Xixian flew back. The exploding sword shadow was incomparably sharp and ruthlessly cut Ouyang Baisang's body. Not only did it leave several bone-deep wounds on his body, but his entire right hand was also almost completely cut off, with 4 of his fingers flying off. Bian Xixian's overlapping shadow goo was exchanged from He tribe army with the battle merits she had painstakingly accumulated in several small battles. Under its effect, the multiple sword shadows superimposed on each other and could compare to a rank 5 attack goo. Ouyang Baisang was cut by the sword shadow, but he did not feel any pain. He had transformed into a zombie body, and the pain also disappeared. At the same time, only a small amount of pale green blood flowed out of the wound. The bone-deep wound automatically healed in a few breaths of time, and green hair grew again, covering the wound. His broken fingers also grew back, giving people a feeling that it was very easy. Bian Xixian's complexion turned pale at this scene. Ouyang Baisang forcibly grabbed the sword shadow. It seemed reckless, but it was actually a psychological tactic. After he transformed into an Azura zombie, his defense and recovery ability had increased by several times. Bian Xixian's strongest attack method could not cause any effect on him. Unavoidably, Bian Xixian's fighting spirit was severely weakened. What affected a goo master's battle strength was not only the primeval essence in the aperture, but also the goo master's mind and mental state. I am a killer and assassin. I am most proficient in movement and sneaking in undetected. Now that the 2 armies are fighting, it is fair and above-board. Fighting head-on is not my style. Ouyang Baisang's performance greatly reduced Bian Xixian's fighting spirit. For the next few rounds she continuously moved around Ouyang Baisang, but compared to before, it was clear that the number of times she attacked had decreased, and she was mostly dodging. After another 10 rounds, Bian Xixian lightly shouted and quickly pulled apart the distance between her and Ouyang Baisang, returning to He tribe army. Seeing this, Lu tribe army's morale rose again. He tribe's morale was shaken, and the higher-ups' expressions were not good. Bian Xixian lost. Ouyang Baisang is really so strong? His killer move is Azura transformation, and with this killer move he killed a rank 5 expert. Now he only used Azura corpse goo and did not use his full strength, but he defeated Shadow Sword expert. Shadow Sword expert's fighting spirit is not strong, but the continuous moving also weakened Ouyang Baisang's primeval essence. We can send more people to fight him one after another. After the discussion was settled, He tribe army sent Pan Ping to fight. But after fighting for a while, Pan Ping showed he could not hold on any longer, and hurriedly took out the scimitar on his waist and activated Soul Blade Goo. A cold light flashed, but it had no effect. Although Soul Blade Goo could ignore defensive methods, it could not work every time. There was a certain probability. Moreover, this rank 4 Soul Blade Goo needed to rest for 8 hours after being activated once, and could not be activated continuously. Ouyang Baisang was shocked. Although he had paid attention to the relevant information, Soul Blade Goo's speed was far faster than he imagined, and he had no time to react. We can't let him live. Ouyang Baisang's killing intent surged, and he pounced towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping saw that his method had failed, and knew the situation was far from good, and hurriedly retreated. Ouyang Baisang chased relentlessly, and He tribe quickly sent 3 rank 4 experts to stop Ouyang Baisang and rescue Pan Ping back to the army. The 3 rank 4 experts surrounded Ouyang Baisang and attacked fiercely. Ouyang Baisang was about to use his killer move, Azura Transformation, but Emo Shi Kuang had already lost his patience, and rushed out of the main tent, shouting, "Second brother, I will lend you a hand." But Ouyang Baisang alone had caused He tribe army to be badly battered, and now that Emo Shi Kuang had also joined the battle, the situation had become even worse. "Third brother, don't interfere, so what if you have more people? Look at my Azura Transformation." Ouyang Baisang was attacked by 3 people, and with a furious roar he brazenly activated his killer move. His aura suddenly rose sharply, and his body enlarged, turning into a 3-meter-tall giant. The muscles all over his body swelled up like balloons, quickly forming exaggerated muscles that were as sturdy as rocks. Under the original pair of arms, 2 new pairs of arms grew. His skin turned completely dark green, and his large feet broke his leather boots, creating deep pits on the grass. His fangs turned dark brown. A 3rd vertical pupil opened between his eyebrows. Ouyang Baisang opened his mouth and roared. The berserk sound waves immediately intimidated the whole area. The 3 He tribe Gu masters' movements were sluggish. Ouyang Baisang waved his fists, like swatting a fly, and sent one of them flying far away. The other 2 attacked fiercely, golden blades shot out and thunder rumbled. But Ouyang Baisang forcibly resisted, and his huge body did not waver in the slightest. Die. His 6 hands attacked together, fists, palms and grabs. His moves were ferocious and their coordination was incomparable. The remaining 2 rank 4 Gu masters could not resist his attacks and could only retreat. Ouyang Baisang was insatiable. Every punch produced a sonic boom, and the might of his voice caused people's expressions to change. A rank 4 Gu master could not even endure for a moment under such ferocious attacks, and was beaten into a bloody pulp. The other Gu master was grabbed by Ouyang Baisang. "Don't kill me, don't kill." His begging stopped abruptly, and blood gushed out of his 7 orifices. His ribs were all broken and his body shriveled. He was actually squeezed to death by Ouyang Baisang's 2 hands. "He is actually so ferocious." Cunning Gentleman Sun Shirhan cried out involuntarily. He Lolan's expression was extremely unsightly, and Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was also grave. Lu tribe army let out deafening cheers, while He tribe's Gu masters were slightly in chaos, and their morale fell to rock bottom. Lu Wenwu saw this and laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Start the battle. Everyone attack." Immediately the army was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, rushing over with the momentum to engulf the world. Emo Shi Kuang, Pei Yanfei and the others took the lead. He Lulan gritted his teeth and ordered the army to face the attack. Both sides started a huge battle and battle cries pierced the 9 heavens. In the intense battle, Lu tribe's fierce men charged and slammed, weaving and weaving. He Lulan and the others had just started fighting, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. But at the lower levels, He tribe had the advantage. The wolf group, under Fang Yuan's command, slaughtered Lu tribe's Gu masters to their heart's content. Lu tribe army's Gu masters had no choice but to waste their precious primeval essence on the attacking wolves. Thus, every death of the wolf group was an outstanding contribution. Lu tribe's Gu master experts sensed something amiss, and were looking for Fang Yuan's figure. But Fang Yuan used the same trick, and hid in a corner of the battlefield. Right now he already had 3 rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu. With the concealment of these Gu worms, as long as Fang Yuan did not use more than 80% of his strength, he could conceal the fluctuations of his soul. This huge battle lasted from dawn to dusk. The setting sun was like blood, and the dusky sunlight shone on the grassland that was littered with corpses and blood. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Lu tribe's army suffered heavy casualties, and the wolf group made a great contribution. And after Lu tribe could not find traces of Fang Yuan, they focused their attacks on He tribe's Gu master experts. He tribe's Gu master experts had suffered heavy losses. Mo Shi Kuang and Ouyang Bai Sang were unable to restrain them, and He tribe's experts were almost terrified by their slaughter. He tribe's fighting spirit was slack, and they could barely hold on. When night fell, the night wolves became more ferocious, and Lu Wenwu did not want the lower-level Gu masters to suffer more casualties, and had the thought of retreating. Chapter 533. Inside the main tent, the atmosphere was very stifling. Including He Lulan, almost everyone was injured. The Gu Path experts who were usually proud and arrogant were now in a pathetic state. Lu tribe's offense is too fierce. Lu Wenwu, Luo Bojun and Ye Yiqing are rank 5 experts, while Mo Shi Kuang and Ouyang Bai Sang are rank 4 peak stage with battle strength comparable to rank 5. There are also Pei Yin Fei, Chang Biao and other fierce generals. Such a lineup is rare even in the previous 10 imperial court contests. Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan sighed. Rank 4 Gu masters were already rare. They were usually the leaders of small to medium-sized forces, or elders of large-sized forces. Rank 5 was even rarer, it had a high requirement for aptitude. Even super forces only had 2 or 3 rank 5 Gu masters on the surface. Actually, He tribe's current higher-ups were already quite strong. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Gu Guolong were 3 rank 5 experts. Chang Shanyin, Tang Miaoming, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Si Xian, Pan Ping and other rank 4 experts numbered over 20. However, even among Gu masters of the same rank, there was a difference in their battle strength. Gu master was a fighting profession where the individual was superior to the group. The strength of the individual surpassed the accumulation of the group. For example, Fang Yuan alone could slaughter small to medium-sized tribes. In today's battle, Ouyang Bai Sang alone slaughtered 5 rank 4 Gu masters and 12 rank 3 elders. It was not that He tribe was weak, but that the Lu tribe army's higher-ups were too strong. Especially after the first battle, large numbers of higher-ranked Gu masters were slaughtered by Lu tribe. Almost half of the rank 4 Gu masters were killed, causing the gap to become even bigger. How to deal with Lu tribe's huge advantage? This became a problem that everyone needed to solve. If I have time, I can annex a few armies and use Old Sir's prestige to subdue some experts. I might be able to contend with their higher-ups. He Lulan sighed, secretly hating Lu Wenwu for choosing this time to start the battle, not giving him any space to develop. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately understood the deeper meaning behind He Lulan's words, saying, I once saved Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives, they said they would repay me. This old man can write a letter, perhaps it can call them over. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were known as the twin demons of the demonic path in northern plains. They cooperated with each other and always acted together. These two were rank 4 peak stage Gu master experts and had once joined hands to kill a rank 5 expert. The pressure in He Lulan's heart eased. If I can get Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's help, I can slightly bridge the gap between the two armies. However, military affairs are related to everyone's lives, so you can't place your hopes on someone else's gratitude. In today's battle, it was all thanks to the Wolf King that slaughtered large numbers of low-rank Gu masters, causing Lu tribe to suffer huge losses. If Lu Wenwu didn't have such misgivings, why would he retreat so easily? Everyone turned to look at Fang Yuan, wanting to hear his opinion. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. There was not a trace of injury on his body. Previously, he had hidden in the army and commanded the wolf pack, but he had obtained the greatest military merit. Such a situation had already made everyone in the main tent jealous and envious. But because of the big picture, they did not dare to flare up. After the battle, Fang Yuan had been digging through his memories, trying to find out how He Lulan defeated Lu Wenwu. But no matter how hard he thought, there was no result. 500 years of memories were too complex. There were many things that were forgotten. Right now, this was a huge problem that troubled everyone, but in the 500 years of his previous life, it was just a small detail in the long river of history. Sensing everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan raised his eyelids and said plainly, although Lu tribe has enslavement path Gu masters, the strongest is only Bei Chao Chuan, his grass soldier army is useless. Right now both sides have strong points. It is like two giants stabbing each other with spears. Lu tribe army's strength lies in their high-rank Gu masters. While we have the help of the wolf pack, we can slaughter large numbers of low-rank Gu masters. Thus today both sides suffered heavy losses. The way to victory is to restrain the enemy's strong points, while strengthening our own strong points. It is not impossible to restrain the enemy's Gu Master experts. As long as I have a batch of trump card wolf group, I can restrain the enemy. But that way I will have to control them with all my strength, and with just the rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu, I will not be able to conceal my traces. I will fall into the enemy's attack. Fang Yuan's words made everyone's eyes brighten. Trump card wolf group. He Lulan lowered her head and muttered. Currently, Northern Plains' 5 great enslavement path masters were called the 5 Beast Kings. Among them, Horse King Mazun had a mutated Beast Pegasus group. Eagle King Yang Pering had a mutated Beast Thunder Eagle group. Rat King Jiang Baoya had a mutated Beast Mountain Drilling Rat group. The new enslavement path master Leopard King New Air 2 had a Tube Leopard group. Only Wolf King Chang Shan Yin did not have such a mutated beast group. Every mature mutated beast had the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu Master. Once mutated beasts formed a group, their battle strength was even more terrifying than the same number of Gu Masters. That was because the beast group did not fear death under the command of the enslavement path Gu Masters. And the Gu Masters had their own thoughts. Even if it was an oath to establish the alliance, they could not risk their lives to fight to the death. If they had a mutated beast wolf group, there was a high chance they could even kill a rank 5 expert. After all, even a rank 5 Gu Master was still immortal, their primeval essence was limited, and there were times when they could not do anything. However, the formation of a mutated beast group took a long time, and the amount of energy and resources consumed was also an enormous figure. In such a short period of time to find such a mutated beast wolf group for Fang Yuan, there was only one way, that was to seek help from He Tribe's Gu Immortals. Everyone in the main tent, even if they did not know of the existence of Jewel Yellow Skies, they understood the might of Gu Immortals. In Northern Plains history, there were several examples of Gu Immortals gathering resources and forming mutated beast groups to support their respective forces. Mutated beast wolf group, this is indeed a good idea, let me try it. He Lulan thought for a while and said vaguely. But everyone was clear that He Lulan's words meant that she wanted to seek help from the Gu Immortals behind her. Immediately, everyone's gaze towards Fang Yuan changed again. This Wolf King Chang Shanin, how could his luck be so good? He was able to make Gu Immortals help him form a mutated beast wolf group. If he had to do it himself, he might not be able to accumulate so many resources in 20 to 30 years. Why didn't we receive such nurturing? Everyone's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. In the end, it was because Fang Yuan was using Chang Shan Yin's name, an enslavement path master who could turn the tide. If He Tribe wanted to win against Lu Tribe, the most sensible way was to focus on Fang Yuan and give him resources. If I remember correctly, even with the mutated beast wolf group, Wolf Wang Da's battle merits are still at the bottom of the battle merit board, right? Cunning Gentleman was filled with jealousy as he pretended to think of something and reminded with good intentions. I can't get a mutated beast wolf group out of thin air. Fang Yuan nodded righteously. Our rules cannot be broken, I will use battle merits to exchange for them. Of course, I don't have enough battle merits now, so I can only borrow a bit more. This is something that can't be helped. Everyone was speechless. Many people shouted in their hearts. You still have the cheek to say this? You are really shameless. You have already borrowed 1,300,000 battle merits, you still want to borrow more? In the whole He Tribe army, you are the only one borrowing battle merits. That rank 5 amplify effect Gu, don't you feel uneasy holding it in your hands? In fact, not only did Fang Yuan not feel uneasy, he even pushed his luck. Just the mutated beast wolf group is not enough, I also need the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. Unfortunately, the success rate of refining a rank 5 Gu is too low. I have 3 rank 4 Gu in my hands, but I don't dare to advance to rank 5. He Lulan gritted his teeth. The number of times he asked for help from the tribe was also limited, and the more he asked for help, the lower the tribe's evaluation of him. But there was no other way. In order to defeat Lu Wenwu, he could only nod and say to Fang Yuan, I will think of a way. While He Lulan and the others were plotting, Lu Wenwu and the others were also considering how to fight He Tribe. In He Tribe army, Wolf King Chang Shanin is the biggest problem. In today's battle, it was because of him that our army suffered disastrous losses. At least 30,000 Gu Masters died in the wolf's mouth. Sigh, this number makes my heart bleed. Everyone came to join me because they trusted me. But it was because of my incompetence that caused such heavy casualties. In the main tent, Lu Wenwu sighed with tears in his eyes. Big brother, how can we blame you? We can only blame these Gu Masters for being useless. Emo Kwang almost jumped up, consoling loudly. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin might have a great reputation, but he is not a true hero. Ouyang Baisang proudly snorted, commenting in a disdainful tone, "The Grand Wolf King is actually hiding in a dark corner like a mouse, acting sneakily. It is truly disgraceful. But such a Wolf King is the most troublesome." Lu Wenwu sighed inwardly, but on the surface he opened his eyes and asked, "Does anyone have a method to deal with Wolf King?" Emo Kwang and Ouyang Baisang did not speak. They were proficient in battle, this kind of scheming was not their forte. "I have a plan." Bei Chao Chuan stood up and spoke with assurance. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin was originally a Chang tribe member. Although he said he would take revenge, his bloodline relationship with Chang tribe cannot be severed. The current Chang tribe leader Lord Chang Biao was once Chang Shan Yin's best friend. After Chang Shan Yin disappeared, Chang Biao married his wife and raised his 3-year-old son. He is the current Chang tribe young tribe leader Chang Jiyu. To deal with Wolf King we can start from this aspect, it might be effective. Oh? This is a good idea. Lu Wenwu's eyes brightened. After the discussion ended, Fang Yuan returned to his large lizard house Gu. How to refine rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu had been a problem that had been troubling him recently. If he could borrow the strength of He tribe's Gu immortals to build a mutated wolf group and refine the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu, that would be the best. Fang Yuan felt this was highly possible. Although he could not remember the details of this imperial court contest, he knew that He Lulan could not enter the imperial court without the support of the Gu immortals behind him. After this battle, both sides need to rest for at least 3 days. At this time, He tribe's Gu immortals will definitely receive He Lulan's request for help. Before that, what I need to do is... Chapter 534. Shaohun Blessed Land. Dense dark clouds permanently shrouded this place. Female trees were growing on the ground. These trees had peculiar appearances. Their trunks were graceful and their branches were intertwined like naked women, making all kinds of enchanting postures. The female trees were continuous, forming a forest. In the deepest part of the forest, there was the largest female tree. It was over 100 feet tall. Its roots were rooted in the soil, covering an area of 10,000 li. This female tree king, however, was not enchanting, instead emitting a pure and holy aura. The tree king's trunk was straight, giving off a spirited and energetic feeling. 2 enormous tree branches formed arms, folded in front of its chest. The forked branches formed 2 palms, plump and broad, holding up a green treehouse. The treehouse was covered with bright red vermilion fruits, and the reddish-brown vines were intertwined like a red heart. In this treehouse 2 Gu immortals were sitting, both wearing black robes. The one on the left was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was called He Tribe Rockman. When he was young, clumsy with words, simple but elegant inside, it was He Bai. And the one on the right had eyes like paint, a jade-like face, full of spirit, handsome and elegant. He was He Tribe's supreme elder He Cheng, the father of He Lulan, a famous handsome man in northern plains, the male lead of Su Xian's night elopement. "That means you just returned from Niu Blessed Land. Did you see Dongfang Naganori? How is he?" He Cheng took a sip of tea, asking leisurely. He Bai nodded. "Senior Dongfang did not find lifespan Gu. He does not have much lifespan left. I'm afraid he can only live for another 2 to 3 years. But he is broad-minded and open-minded. He has already seen through the difficulties of life and death, and now wholeheartedly wants to nurture a successor, Dongfang Yuliang." Open-minded and broad-minded? He Cheng snorted, shaking his head in disdain. "Brother, you are wrong. Dongfang Naganori is a true villain. He schemed against northern plains. He is extremely sinister. He is hated to the bone by Gu immortals. If not for this, he would have already bought lifespan Gu. How could he have fallen to this state? These years, I have vaguely found out that sister-in-law Su Xian'er's death was also a scheme plotted by him." He Cheng revealed the secret. The words he said made He Bai extremely shocked. "What? There's actually such a thing?" He Bai exclaimed. He Cheng's main wife was called Su Xian'er. 200 years ago, Su Xian'er was just a concubine's daughter of the Su family. At a banquet, she served as a maid and poured wine for young master He Cheng. She fell in love at first sight. During that banquet, He Cheng was poisoned by Su tribe leader. His strength fell to rock bottom and he was chased by others. After Su Xian'er accidentally found out about it, she resolutely ran out of the family camp in the middle of the night to save He Cheng, who she had only met once. At that time, Su Xian'er only had rank 1 cultivation, wild beasts roamed the northern plains at night, killing intent was everywhere, it was not something she could contend against. But by coincidence she found He Cheng, who had fainted on the ground. He Cheng was thus saved, his life preserved. He then asked Su Xian'er in confusion, "I was plotted against by your Su family's patriarch, and you are a member of the Su family. Why did you come to save me, the enemy of the Su family?" Su Xian'er replied, "Young master has the spirit of a hero, I fell in love at first sight." Su tribe leader was short-sighted, he was incited by a villain to plot against young master, but did not consider the consequences of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to act willfully, Su tribe was destined to become a sacrificial pawn between the two super tribes. People often say, young master will repay kindness with a gushing spring. I saved young master today, I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master taking revenge on Su tribe is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master will be merciful and leave a bloodline of Su tribe alive. Under the moonlight, the beauty was like jade, her hands were soft like silk. He Cheng was deeply moved, he tightly grabbed Su Xian'er's hands and made a vow. Your love is as deep as the sea, I He Cheng am not a heartless person, how can I not repay you? From today onwards you will be my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life I will not let you down. Su Xian'er saving He Cheng was equivalent to betraying the tribe. He Cheng was grateful and became her husband, tying the knot. In the days to come, the two supported each other and became close friends. 100 years later they both became Gu immortals, becoming a legend in northern plains. And the story of Su Xian's night elopement also spread far and wide, inspiring countless women in northern plains to bravely take the initiative for love. He Bai's tone became heavy. Could it be that 20 years ago sister-in-law didn't die because of the blessed land's earthly calamity? He Cheng sneered, it was indeed an earthly calamity, but an earthly calamity can also be influenced by people. Brother, don't forget, old ancestor giant Sun Immortal has such a method. Dongfang tribe, as a Huangjin bloodline, has entered the imperial court many times, they might have obtained a related inheritance from 88-point Jinyang Tower. Sai, I have only found a trace of evidence now, it is not enough to prove that Dongfang Naganori is the culprit. He Bai was dazed and speechless. After a long while he sighed, you really can't judge a book by its cover. He Cheng patted his shoulder and consoled warmly, brother, you have just become a Gu immortal for less than 10 years. Although the Gu immortal circle is not big, there are more treacherous plots and conspiracies than mortals. He Bai was about to speak, but at this time, his expression froze. There is a letter from He Lulan's side. He Cheng nodded and willed, releasing a trace of Shaohun blessed land's defense. Immediately, the void broke open and a butterfly flew in. He Bai stretched out his right hand and this butterfly fluttered in the air, lightly landing on his palm. This was a rank 5 butterfly letter Gu. He Bai lightly closed his eyes and probed his mind. The butterfly letter Gu brought He Lulan's request for help. What, my disappointing child is asking you for help again? When He Bai opened his eyes, He Cheng snorted coldly and asked with an unhappy expression. He Bai smiled bitterly, brother, He Lulan is the son of you and sister-in-law Su Xian'er. Although sister-in-law Su Xian'er's body deteriorated after giving birth to He Lulan and her strength was greatly reduced, she died in the blessed land's earthly calamity a few years later. But the child is innocent, you can't keep treating him coldly because of this. You even passed him to the 27th concubine, Fairy Jianghu, and don't allow him to pay respects to his mother every year. He Cheng snorted unhappily but did not reply. He Bai sighed and said, logically speaking this is brother's family matter, I really shouldn't be nosy. But I have seen it all these years, brother has put in a lot of effort and passed He Lulan to the childless Fairy Jianghu. You wanted to use Fairy Jianghu's immortal Gu dark limit to preserve He Lulan's life. He Lulan has one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique. To stimulate his fighting spirit, you made a request to him that he can only pay respects to his mother after advancing to Gu immortal. I deeply admire you, but brother's way of doing things will only deepen the misunderstanding between father and son. In the long run it is not advisable. He Cheng sighed and did not directly answer He Bai's words, instead asking, what did that kid say in his request for help? He Bai clapped his hands and smiled, see brother, you are cold on the outside but warm on the inside, you are still very concerned about nephew Lulan's safety. In the letter, nephew hopes that we can prepare a mutated wolf group for him, and also needs a rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. This kid is really impolite. Forget about lurking soul coat goo, our He tribe doesn't have mutated wolf groups. Right now, our He tribe is at war with Lu tribe. Lu tribe's current generation tribe leader Lu Wenwu is a junior that cannot be underestimated. Back then Unity Immortal's inheritance fell into his hands. He has two sworn brothers, both are fierce warriors that can easily take down the enemy's leader in a crowd of 10,000. However, nephew Lu Lan also has a general under him, called Wolf King Chang Shanin. His request for help this time is probably because he has placed his hopes on Chang Shanin. Abai explained. He Ching pondered, rank 5 lurking soul coat goo is easy, I have one here. But mutated wolf groups need to be purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies. I will have to rely on you for this. He Bai quickly waved his hand, brother, no need to be so polite. I still need to rely on nephew to enter the Imperial Court and find wooden chicken immortal goo in 88-point Jinyang Tower for me. He Ching heaved a long sigh, his voice revealing a trace of exhaustion. If great strength true martial physique wants to advance to goo immortal, we need a strength path immortal goo. Unfortunately, immortal goo are hard to find, and our He tribe also doesn't have a strength path immortal goo. Success or failure is decided by heaven, we just need to do our best. We have already helped what we can, everything will depend on He Lolan's hard work and luck. Parents are truly pitiful. He Bai sighed inwardly as he bid farewell to He Cheng. After returning to his Kumu blessed land, he immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies to purchase mutated wolves. Wolf emperors were the foundation of the blessed land, it was very rare to meet a goo immortal who would take the initiative to sell them. But mutated wolves were only equivalent to rank 4, this was much easier. He Bai was not worried, as long as he had enough immortal yuan stone, mutated wolves were not something rare, he could naturally buy a large batch of them. Of course, buying mutated wolf groups at a high price was naturally a loss for He Bai. But in order to scheme for 88-point Jinyang Tower's immortal goo, it was proper for him to invest in the early stages. Who asked Imperial Court blessed land to be arranged by Giant Sun Immortal, unless one reached rank 9, no goo immortal could enter. After releasing the news of buying mutated wolf groups at a high price, He Bai soon received a divine sense from Fox Immortal. Fox Immortal had over 100 mutated wolves in her hands, and her asking price was also quite high, she was clearly taking advantage of He Bai's difficulties. He Bai had already expected this situation, but he did not expect this Fox Immortal to act so quickly and accurately. He gritted his teeth and bought this batch of mutated wolves. The one selling this batch of mutated wolves was naturally not someone else, it was the land spirit Little Hu Immortal who had received Fang Yuan's instructions. Ever since Fang Yuan resold the immortal goo recipe last time and obtained over 10 immortal yuan stone, he had instructed Little Hu Immortal to purchase purple crystal relic goo on one hand, and also to pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies on the other, to buy any cheap wolf groups. Until now, Hu Immortal blessed land had already accumulated over 100 mutated wolves, including blood forest wolves, frenzied wolves, shark fin wolves, white eyes wolves and so on. And just now Little Hu Immortal sold these mutated wolves at a high price to He Bai, making a huge profit. Chapter 535. Walking on the muddy swamp with difficulty, Ma tribe's army's morale remained high. The joy of swallowing Do tribe's army and the excitement of victory were still on everyone's faces. Sitting on the horse, Ma Yingjie looked at the soldiers beside him in satisfaction. At this time the investigative goo master brought the latest battle report. He opened it and read, He tribe and Lu tribe's two armies have started fighting, both sides suffered heavy losses in the first battle, they are currently in a stalemate. Yi Lui tribe's army is being attacked by the alliance army of the Seven Routes. Yi Lui Sang cannot hold on alone, even though he has great strength and defeated 6 rank 5 experts, he is still unable to turn the situation around. Right now Yi Lui tribe's remnant army is escaping towards Green Coast region. Rat King Jiang Baoya agreed to Yang tribe's request, officially announcing that he is joining Yang tribe's alliance army. New Air army did not continue to attack, instead resting and gathering strength, they are capturing wild leopard groups. This battle report made Ma Yingjie exultant, he was inwardly happy. He Lulan and Lu Wenwu are popular candidates for Imperial Court this time, to think they would fight so early, both sides suffered heavy losses. Ever since Yi Lui Sang obtained an immortal goo, he has been relying on his own strength. But Yi Lui tribe is suddenly being attacked by 7 routes, I'm afraid Snowy Mountain is behind this. In order to become a super tribe, Ma tribe had secretly colluded with the demonic path Gu immortals who were eyeing 88-point Jinyang Tower. Ma Yingjie was Ma tribe's young tribe leader, he knew this very well. Northern Plains was like a huge chessboard and Gu immortals were the chess players. Besides righteous path Gu immortals, demonic path Gu immortals were also supporting their own chess pieces. And as tribes with Huangjin bloodline in order to survive better, they were willing to cooperate with demonic path Gu immortals. After losing in the Imperial Court Blessed Land contest, these tribes, often they would enter the blessed lands of demonic path Gu immortals to avoid the snow calamity. Immortal Gu were hard to come by. Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder had entrusted his immortal Gu to Yi Lui Sang. It was like placing a bet on this chessboard. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal, as long as the immortal Gu was taken by mortals in the Imperial Court contest, the Gu immortal could not regret it. Since he had placed such a heavy bet, there had to be a corresponding risk. It was because of the immortal Gu on Yi Lui Sang that he became the target of the Gu immortals, thus he secretly instigated the 7 armies. They surrounded the Yelu family's troops. The Rat King joining the Yang family means that the Rat King and Eagle King Yang Pring have joined forces. The Yang family, which was initially looked down upon, has now become the new favorite to fight for the throne of the Imperial Court. However, the Yang clan's foundation is far from our Ma clans. The Rat King has also been crippled, so he's not a threat to us. Although Nurtu is known as the Leopard King. However, the leopards under his command suffered heavy casualties. He actually did not ask for help from the Gu immortals behind him, instead plundering the wild leopard groups himself. This is a bit strange. But overall, the situation is good for our Ma family. Our next opponents are all weaker than us. As long as we keep winning and keep annexing. If we continue to grow stronger, our chances of entering the Imperial Court will only get greater and greater. Thinking of this, Ma Yingjie could not help but clench his fists and his eyes lit up. A man's lofty aspirations incited him to achieve great feats. At the same time, amidst the army's high morale, a little girl was hiding in the carriage. She was sobbing. Lady Xiaoyun, don't be sad, your father's death is very sad. But you still need to eat, otherwise you will faint from hunger. Beside the little girl, the anxious Fei Kai consoled her clumsily. This crying little girl was none other than Zhao Lianyun. Her father, the Zhao tribe leader, had sacrificed his life in the battle just now. Without the protection of her doting father, Zhao Lianyun immediately felt like she was in a precarious situation. Her stepmother remarried to the new Zhao tribe leader on the night her father died, and Zhao Lianyun's status plummeted. People will always die in big tents, this is a common thing, my father was also killed. Fei Kai saw that Zhao Lianyun was still crying and continued to console her. Zhao Lianyun sobbed and suddenly raised her head, using her red eyes to stare fiercely at Fei Kai. Still not satisfied, she then kicked him. You idiot, you don't even know how to comfort people. The sorrow in her heart was not fake. Although she had mysteriously come to this world, and it had not been long, but her father's love was indeed full of sincerity. This love that came from the heart filled her with gratitude, as well as love that gradually spread from dependence. But now that her father had died on the battlefield, she immediately became a lonely person. Miss, you were hiding here, it really took me a long time to find you. Quickly come with me, your mother is calling for you. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and an old nanny came in, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's thin arm. Zhao Lianyun used all her strength to struggle and shouted, My mother died a long time ago, she is not my mother. I'm not going. That is not up to you. The old nanny sneered and forcibly dragged Zhao Lianyun out of the carriage. She was the one who once served Zhao Lianyun, and was repeatedly teased by Zhao Lianyun. Now that she saw Zhao Lianyun's miserable state, the old nanny's heart surged with a sense of revenge. Let go of Miss Xiaoyun. Fei Kai roared, and with one punch he knocked the old nanny down. The old nanny was hit hard by this punch and rolled out of the carriage. She stood up, touched her bruised eye and screamed, You hit me, you are a slave and you dare to hit a commoner like me? How dare you, who gave you the courage? I'm going to report you and you are dead. According to the rules, your tendons will be pulled out, your skin will be peeled, and your corpse will be hung up in the sun, until you become a dried corpse. The old nanny was extremely angry, her disheveled hair and sinister gaze made her look like an old hen stamping its feet. But her screams attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Fei Kai clenched his fists, angrily glared at the old nanny, and firmly protected Zhao Lianyun behind him. Zhao Lianyun pushed away Fei Kai's arm, and stood on the steps of the carriage. Her fair face still had traces of tears and she sneered at the old nanny. "What? You want to punish Fei Kai? Good, very good. Go report him, but according to the rules, you have to inform his master first and ask for compensation. Since that is the case, go find the young clan leader. Fei Kai is the leader of Mine Jie's slaves." "What?" The old nanny was shocked. The screams stopped, and the anger in her heart dissipated like a tide. All that was left was disbelief and fear. How could he, a dumb kid, be the personal slave of Lord Mine Jie? And he was the leader of the slaves in charge of Mine Jie's daily life? One had to look at the master before beating a dog. Although the old nanny was immortal, and her status was higher than that of a slave, since Fei Kai was the leader of Mine Jie's slaves, it was a different matter. If she recklessly reported him, she was afraid that she would be sacrificed by the matriarch of the Zhao clan. After the shock, the old nanny felt that she had lost a lot of face. Her face darkened. She stared at Zhao Linyun. "Little girl, even the leader of Mine Jie's slaves can't protect you. You are a member of the Zhao clan, and your death is the Zhao clan's ghost. Your mother is the current matriarch of the Zhao clan. Listen carefully, the matriarch has already arranged a marriage for you. You will be married to the eldest son of the Pan clan. You'd better behave yourself." "What?" Zhao Linyun cried out involuntarily. "Marrying the eldest son of the Pan clan is your good fortune." The old nanny laughed sinisterly. Zhao Linyun's body went limp, and she immediately collapsed onto the wooden planks of the carriage. "Miss Xiao Yun." Fei Kai hurriedly went to support her. When the old nanny saw this scene, she was overjoyed. Incomparably elated, he proudly turned around and left. She still needed to report to the matriarch of the Zhao clan. Zhao Linyun's face was expressionless. The huge blow caused her heart to die, and she allowed Fei Kai to carry her into the carriage. For 3 consecutive days, she hid in the corner of the carriage, not saying a word, not moving. Fei Kai tried to persuade her to no avail, and could only helplessly feed her some food and drink. Zhao Linyun was like a puppet, and was at the mercy of Fei Kai. Fei Kai could not always accompany her. Every time Mine Jie summoned him, he had to immediately rush over. It was a sudden change. The icy cold world shattered Zhao Linyun's pride as a transmigrator. It was shattered. All of a sudden she came to a profound realization. Even a transmigrator was nothing more than this. Why was it that she was ordinary in the original world, but could summon the wind and rain in this world? And as a woman, she was manipulated in Northern Plains, and was a natural commodity for political marriages. Northern Plains women could only rely on men, and could not reject a man's forced marriage. This was the rule set by Giant Sun Immortal. In the past, when she heard of Giant Sun Immortal's deeds, she felt it was like listening to a story, a legend of a hero. But now, she was personally experiencing the hardship that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had given her. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. This was Giant Sun Immortal's mantra. He had single-handedly created the extreme inequality between men and women in Northern Plains, and had now become the person that Zhao Linyun hated the most. No wonder the story of Su Xian's night elopement was so deeply engraved in people's hearts, causing Northern Plains girls to imitate her. Rather than passively accepting the manipulation of fate, it is better to take the initiative to pursue one's own happiness. Even though this action is filled with unknown risks. Thinking of this, Zhao Linyun's understanding of the vile living environment deepened. Wei Clan's eldest young master is famous for being a trash. He is as fat as a pig, his face is full of pockmarks, and his cultivation is only rank 1 peak stage, but he is lustful and fickle. Because of his incompetence, Wei Clan appointed his younger brother as the young clan leader. "Even if I die, I will not marry this stupid pig. But what should I do? I am only a mortal, I am not 13 yet, I cannot awaken my aperture, I cannot cultivate. It is very likely that I do not have the aptitude to cultivate. And my father's murderer is Do Yi, a rank 5 Gu master. He has now surrendered to Ma clan, and is a higher-up of the Alliance army. Who can I rely on? Where should I go?" Bewilderment, hesitation, and fear filled Zhao Linyun's heart. Until the morning of the 4th day, Fei Kai opened the carriage's curtains, and brought food and water into the carriage. The light of dawn shone on Zhao Linyun's face. Zhao Linyun woke up and slowly opened her swollen eyes. "You brought food?" She grabbed the food from Fei Kai's hands and started wolfing it down. "Lady Xiao Yun, are you all right?" Fei Kai was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, I have thought it through, it is better to rely on myself than others. Although I have an engagement, It can only be carried out when I am at least 16. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone brightly. Ah, Lady Xiao Yun, you don't want to accept the engagement? Fei Kai was stunned. In his impression, once a Northern Plains girl was engaged, she could only accept it. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Humph, I am not a mortal, I will definitely not compromise. But I cannot return to the tribe now, I can only stay here for the time being. I will have to rely on you, Fei Kai." "No problem." Fei Kai patted his chest and laughed foolishly. Zhao Lianyun felt warmth in her heart, and her tone became gentle. "Fei Kai, your father also died on the battlefield?" "Yes, he died. During that time I was very sad. But in our northern plains, it is normal for people to die. Father dying in battle is a man's glory." Fei Kai chuckled. As expected, the winner takes all. Under the dazzling throne there are thousands of bones. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly and then cursed. "What a scam, I was actually transmigrated to this world, my body has not even matured, and I am already booked, I really can't take this." A letter was placed in front of Fang Yuan. This special letter came from the enemy general's hand, publicly sent, and was now brought by Cunning Lord's descendant Shi Han. Fang Yuan opened it. This letter was personally written by Chang Biao. It was filled with reminiscence of the past, but he had to serve two masters. Before the battle to the death, he invited Wolf King out of the camp for a detailed discussion, to reminisce about old times. At that time, Chang Jiyu will accompany you father and son to meet. Good plan. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart after reading it and put down the letter. Chapter 536. Lu Tribe Defense Line inside the tent. "Mother, what kind of person is father?" Chang Jiyu's expression was hesitant. His lips moved for a long time before he asked the question he wanted to ask the most. He had never seen Chang Shanin before, back then when Chang Shanyin's mother was poisoned and Chang Shanin and Hatugu fought to the death. Chang Jiyu was still an unborn baby. His mother and I Shuetong sighed with a worried expression and said in a loving and nostalgic tone, "My child, has your heart wavered? Don't forget our current situation. Don't worry about your father, he is a legend of Northern Plains, back then he killed Hatugu's bandits alone. He is a great hero who got rid of a scourge for the people." Chang Jiyu interrupted his mother. "Mother, I'm already tired of hearing your words. Ever since I made my move, I have grown up listening to these stories. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, there will always be people saying, 'Look, he is indeed Chang Shanyin's son.' Father is like an eagle in the sky, flying in the sky and casting a huge shadow on the ground. In a few days I will see him, my heart is in a mess, I just want to hear him." Chang Jiyu had not finished speaking when the tent's curtains were pulled open and a middle-aged man with an imposing aura walked in. It was Chang Tribe's current tribe leader, Chang Shanyin's former brother, rank 4 upper stage wind path expert Chang Biao. "Greetings to Lord Foster Father." Chang Jiyu quickly paid his respects. "My child, go out first, I have something to say to your mother." Chang Biao said warmly. "Yes." Chang Jiyu could only leave the tent. The curtains were pulled down and with guards standing guard, only Chang Biao and Anai Shuetong were left in the tent. "Husband." Anai Shuetong threw herself into Chang Biao's embrace, her eyes shedding weak and helpless tears. "Sigh, I know you have been feeling terrible these days." Chang Biao held Anai Shuetong in his arms, gently caressing his wife's hair. At the same time he activated goo worms to isolate their voices. Anai Shuetong sobbed. "Yuer is asking me about Chang Shanin again, what should I say? Do you know just now, I had the urge to tell him the truth, to tell him that he is not Chang Shanyin's flesh and blood, but the product of our love." Chang Biao's body trembled. Wasn't his heart also conflicted and filled with pain? He said in a low voice, "This is all because of my incompetence. Back then we were childhood sweethearts, it was Chang Shanin who interfered, he lusted after your beauty and snatched you away on the day of our wedding. I wasn't his opponent, so I could only secretly come with you and have Chang Jiyu, this child. But once Chang Jiyu was born, his blood meridians would be tested, and the truth would be revealed, then he would be finished. Thus I discussed with Hatugu and decided to frame Chang Shanin. Later I used the name of Chang Shanyin's brother to marry you and adopt Chang Jiyu as my son. These past few years, although the tribe's situation has not been good, it has been the happiest time for us. Chang Jiyu was also successfully appointed as the young patriarch by me. But it is precisely because of this that you cannot reveal this secret. Once this secret was revealed, Chang Biao and Anai Shuetong would become the target of public criticism. They would have to bear the infamy of adulterer and wife. unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. They even framed the experts of their own tribe for their own selfishness, disregarding the big picture. Their sins were grave. And Chang Jiyu would also become a shameful, illegitimate child. Be it his position as the young patriarch or Chang Biao's position as patriarch, they would both be in danger of being affected by the schemes of the ambitious schemers. The righteous path had its own rules of the righteous path. All along, Chang Biao had taken care of his deceased brother's wife, and treated his adopted son as his own. Such loyalty was worthy of admiration. Such virtue was worthy of praise. Precisely because of this, Chang Biao became the new Chang tribe leader with a slight advantage. Once this truth was exposed, he would have nothing left. The ambitious schemers in the tribe would not let him off. In order to recruit Chang Shanyin, Lu Wenwu, who had a sliver of a chance, would not let him off. By then his only way out would be to elope with Nai Shuetong and his own flesh and blood Chang Jiyu, becoming a demonic Gu master. He would be spurned by the righteous path, chased by the tribe. What? Why is longevity heaven treating us like this? We clearly loved each other, but we ended up in such a situation. Chang Shanyin was the culprit, a villain, but why is he being praised? And we can only live under a mask, even deceiving our own son? Nai Shuetong cried bitterly. She was extremely agitated. These days she had been under immense psychological pressure. Ever since Chang Shanyin reappeared, she had not been able to sleep well. The nightmare of the past had revived, causing her to fall into deep worries. Say, do you think Lu Tribe Alliance leader wants to recruit Chang Shanyin? If Chang Shanyin agrees, will we have to live the same days as before? Chang Shanyin is spreading his vengeance everywhere. Did he find out that we were the ones who schemed against him back then? If he really returns to the tribe, what should we do? In her lover's embrace, Nai Shuetong raised her head and asked repeatedly. No, don't think of it as such a serious matter. Don't take things so seriously. Chang Biao gently comforted the woman he loved the most in his life. Firstly, Chang Shanyin should not have found out that we are the culprits. Otherwise, with his character, he would have spread the news long ago and ruined our reputation. He only suspects that there is a traitor in Chang tribe, but he is not sure who it is. Lu Tribe Alliance leader indeed wants to recruit Chang Shanyin. He is the Wolf King after all, an enslavement path master. There is no alliance leader who does not want his help. But young Master Lu Wenwu is not a mediocre person. He is clear in his heart that there is little hope of recruiting him. His biggest goal is to sow discord and shake the Wolf King's fighting spirit. Think about it, Chang Shanyin still does not know Chang Jiyu's true birth. He is sure that this is his son. As a father, what thoughts would he have? His blood is thicker than water. Thinking about how Chang Jiyu might be killed by his wolf group in the future battle, will he still go all out? Is that so? Nai Shuetong heard this and gradually calmed down. Alright, don't worry, I am here. Chang Biao had a gentle expression as he patted Nai Shuetong's back. The tent was filled with a warm atmosphere. But how long could such a moment last? Be it Chang Biao or Nai Shuetong, they did not have any confidence. Bam! A figure broke through the large lizard house Gu's window and flew out. Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan fell to the ground, climbing up with a swollen face. He was furious with hatred and panic as he screamed, "The Wolf King is attacking me, the Wolf King is attacking me. He is rebelling, he is going to kill, save me, save me." Sun Shirhan was He Lolan's favorite. His cry for help quickly attracted many Gu masters. Fang Yuan snorted and jumped out of the window, kicking Sun Shirhan again. Sun Shirhan did not dare to activate his Gu worm first, he could only dodge. But Fang Yuan changed his move in time, his right fist sweeping horizontally and hitting Sun Shirhan's nose. Sun Shirhan screamed in pain. Just as he got up, he fell to the ground again. His face was full of blood, his nose was broken by Fang Yuan, he even lost 2 front teeth. He was in a miserable state. But the Gu masters who came after the commotion did not make a move. Instead they sighed in relief. Be it Fang Yuan or Sun Shirhan, they did not use their Gu worms. This was not breaking the rules, it was at most a quarrel. When people interact with each other, there would always be conflicts and conflicts. It was normal for them to quarrel with each other. As long as they did not use their Gu worms to fight, it was not a violation of the poison vow. Chang Shanyin, you are too arrogant. Your wife and son are in the enemy camp. I only came to persuade you out of goodwill, but you actually got angry and beat me up. You are guilty. Sun Shirhan crawled up and screamed, his voice was sharp and piercing to the ears. These words caused the surrounding Gu masters to whisper to each other. Changshan Yin and Chang tribe's relationship was known to everyone these days. He tribe army had been talking about it. Looking at Sun Shirhan's smug and sinister gaze, Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. He did not reply but waved his fist again. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's moves were heavy and powerful. Although Sun Shirhan had some foundation in strength path, how could he compare to Fang Yuan's huge investment in strength path? After a few moves he was knocked down by Fang Yuan again, lying on the ground and getting beaten up by Fang Yuan. Wolf King is amazing. Although he is an enslavement path master, his foundation in strength path is also very strong. Everyone was shocked. Good hit, I wanted to beat up this scoundrel cunning gentleman for a long time. Another army higher-up praised. Changshan, you really think I am easy to bully? Sun Shirhan was beaten up. There was no part of his body that did not hurt. His head was dizzy, but his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. You still have the strength to speak. Fang Yuan snorted, attacking again. Sun Shirhan's face was covered in wounds, he spat out blood, all his front teeth fell out and his molars were shaking. Wolf King is so fierce. Sun Shirhan is a rank 4 expert after all, but he is being beaten to a state where he cannot retaliate. He is too weak. Stupid. This is because he swore not to use his goo worms. In terms of close combat, Wolf King is an enslavement path master, but he is still being suppressed by Sun Shirhan. Everyone's discussions became louder, be it Changshan Yin or Sun Shirhan, they were both people with high status. Now they were fighting barehanded. This was a rare sight, everyone's eyes were shining. Sun Shirhan could vaguely hear the discussions around him. The humiliation he felt almost made him grind his teeth. Even though he did not have many teeth left. He wanted to resist, but be it strength or moves, he was not Fang Yuan's match. He could only be pressed down on the ground and beaten up. Bear with it, I must bear with it. If I use my goo worms I will truly lose. As long as Alliance leader arrives, he will uphold justice for me and teach Changshan Yin a lesson. Sun Shirhan screamed madly in his heart. Alliance leader is here. Greetings to Lord Alliance leader. The spectators were in chaos. They quickly opened up a path. He Lulan, Hao Ji Lu and the rest arrived at the scene. Seeing this, He Lulan frowned, questioning Fang Yuan coldly. What is going on? Sun Shirhan's body shook. A surge of strength came out of nowhere. He struggled to get up and shouted, Alliance leader, please uphold justice for me. Plop. Before he finished, Fang Yuan stepped on his head. This kick was so strong that Sun Shirhan's entire face was buried in the soil. He Lulan shouted, Stop. Wolf King, what are you doing? Begging for food. Begging for food. Sun Shirhan shouted, his mouth was stuffed with mud, he could not speak clearly. Fang Yuan sneered, he exerted strength and stepped on him 3 times, burying Sun Shirhan's voice in the soil. Sun Shirhan's mouth and nose were blocked, his head was also hit, he felt dizzy and suffocated, his limbs were struggling but he could not resist Fang Yuan's strength. He Lulan's face turned black like coal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a blade, he stared at him and the Goo Master experts behind him. Can't you see what I am doing? I am beating him up. He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan angrily, shouting, Wolf King, you need to explain yourself. Why are you beating him up? Don't tell me you really want to betray us? Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, saying slowly, Hey tribe leader, no need to be angry. If I wanted to rebel, why would I need to do so? Saying so, he let go of him. Sun Shirhan was no longer suppressed, he immediately turned around and lay on the ground, breathing heavily as he breathed in fresh air. But Fang Yuan stepped down again on his right cheek. Sun Shirhan used both his hands to push Fang Yuan's leg. But he was already out of strength, his hands were weak. His face was trampled on in front of everyone, and the reputation that he had built up for most of his life was lost. Fang Yuan said slowly, although I have never thought of rebelling against the enemy, I also do not want to plot against my wife and son. In the battle in the future, I will use all my strength and do my part. At that time, if they die in my hands, it would be an honor to die on the battlefield. Since I, Wolf King, have joined He tribe's army, I will not waver because of love. But, saying so, he raised his head and laughed arrogantly, Your suspicions are your own matters, it has nothing to do with me. If I can get support from mutated wolf groups, I will use my battle merits to exchange for them. This is a fair trade. I don't owe you anything. Hey tribe leader, if you suspect me, you can hold back the mutated wolf groups and not let me command them. In the battle in the future, I will use my name as Wolf King to guarantee that I will still use all my strength. You. He Lulan was furious. Fang Yuan was not threatened by him at all, instead he turned around and threatened them. If you suspect me, you can choose not to give me the mutated wolf groups. But if we lose the battle, it will be your responsibility. How could He Lulan not give it to him? He had the great strength, true martial physique. Even if he used dark time immortal goo, he could not suppress it. He needed a strength path immortal goo to advance to goo immortal. Moreover, now that Wolf King had caused a ruckus, everyone knew about it. If he did not give the mutated wolf groups, what would the entire army think of him? They would think that He Lulan had the Wolf King but did not use him. As the saying goes, do not use a suspicious person. If he lost the battle, everyone would blame him. He Lulan. Good Wolf King, you did well. He Lulan's gaze was filled with cold intent. He laughed from extreme anger. Of course I know your loyalty, Wolf King, but you beat up Sun Shirhan, so what? He is your comrade, the enemy is right in front of you, but you are fighting amongst yourself. What are you trying to do? Fang Yuan shrugged. This is all my fault. Sun Shirhan is too ugly. The more I look at him, the more unhappy I get. So I beat him up and fixed his appearance. I think he looks much better now. This is my personal action. I will take responsibility for it. According to the rules, I need to compensate Sun Shirhan with 10,000 battle merits. No problem, I will compensate him. Sun Shirhan heard this and was overwhelmed with anger. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Once he said this, some Gu master experts could not hold back their laughter. This was too satisfying. Some people were already unhappy with Sun Shirhan, this hypocritical and treacherous villain. Fang Yuan's actions had helped them vent their anger. Even Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. He felt that this Chang Shan, although ruthless, did not attack his kin. He maintained his stance in righteousness. He had a bottom line and did not lose his true nature. He Lulan's expression turned even darker. Sun Shirhan was his man. Fang Yuan beating up Sun Shirhan meant he was slapping his face. Fang Yuan said it so easily, his battle merits were all on credit. But what could He Lulan do? To deal with Lu tribe army, he needed to rely on Wolf King's strength. Threatening Wolf King was to make him bear the crime of slaughtering his kin. His reputation would fall, and it would be easier for He Lulan to control him. But since threats were useless, He Lulan only had one choice: to compromise. Chapter 537. The morning of northern plains was getting colder. Patches of white frost condensed and covered the grass. People breathed out puffs of hot air. Two armies with hundreds of thousands of people faced each other. Banners fluttered in the wind and soldiers were as numerous as a forest. After the first battle, Lu tribe and He tribe rested for over 10 days before issuing a challenge and leaving the camp today to fight again. Second brother, last time you fought, this time it is my turn. Emo Shi Kuang was already restless. He shouted and impatiently rushed to the front. Emo Shi Kuang's snow-white hair fluttered, his skin was black and his eyes were like a leopard's as he shouted, "Who wants to die? This He bastard again." He tribe's higher-ups looked at this person with anger and fear. In the previous battle, many rank 4 Gu masters had died in Emo Shi Kuang's hands. Emo Shi Kuang's fierce and fearless fighting style was frightening. He Lulan sneered, but his expression was calmer than before. He turned his gaze towards the two new faces in the main tent. I wonder who will go first? These two were Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation and were known as the Demonic Path's twin demons, famous in northern plains. In the early years, the Demonic Path's twin demons had received Tai Bai Yunxing's kindness and swore to repay him. Not long ago, Tai Bai Yunxing tried to use Letter Gu to recruit them. Just a few days ago, they took the initiative to join He tribe's army. With their addition, the gap between He tribe's alliance army and Lu tribe's alliance army was immediately closed. He tribe's higher-ups' battle strength was no longer in a tight spot. The Demonic Path's twin demons had always been inseparable. But the rule of the challenge was that each side could only send out one person to fight alone. The two looked at each other. According to He tribe's information, they had already discussed this. At this moment, Zhu Zai stood up and bowed. I will go first. He Lulan nodded in agreement. Zhu Zai went to the battlefield and Emo Shi Kuang's eyes opened wide, revealing a joyful expression. A rank 4 peak stage has come. Good, very good. However, you'd better not be all bark and no bite. Don't let me knock you down in a few hits. Zhu Zai snorted coldly, activating his Gu worm and charging forward like a cannonball. Emo Shi Kuang remained motionless, licking his dry lips as he stood on the spot. Boom. Zhu Zai fiercely collided with Emo Shi Kuang, creating a thunderous boom. As the berserk energies interacted, Zhu Zai retreated a few steps while Emo Shi Kuang was sent flying. Third brother, be careful. This person is Zhu Zai, one of the twin demons of the demonic path. He walks the path of strength. Lu Wenwu loudly warned in the king's tent. Aha, strength path Gu master? Very good. I like to fight with this kind of exciting opponent. Mo Shi Kuang vomited blood from his injuries and jumped up from the ground. The pain on his body made him even more excited. A crazed expression appeared on his coal-black face. With an explosion, Mo Shi Kuang charged towards Zhu Zai. You're courting death. Zhu Zai sneered and pounced forward. Bang bang bang. Both sides engaged in close-quarters combat as they fiercely attacked each other, producing a series of trembling sounds. Mo Shi Kuang was a Chi Path Gu master, but he was not at a disadvantage when fighting against the Strength Path Gu master Zhu Zai. Strange, does this Mo Shi Kuang dual cultivate Chi and Strength Path? Hey Tribe's tent was shaken. That is not the case. Mo Shi Kuang looks like he is fighting in close-quarters combat, but every time he attacks, his fists do not land on flesh. Instead, he is wearing a transparent Chi armor and using Chi Explosion Gu to instantly cause the Chi armor to explode, forming an explosive strength comparable to Strength Path. Cunning Lord Sun Shirhan said in a deep voice. He was an expert in reconnaissance, and as he observed the battle, he saw through Mo Shi Kuang's tricks. Along with Chi Explosion Gu, Chi Armor Gu became a sharp weapon that could attack and defend. A Gu master's use of Gu depended on their heart. When different Gu worms were used together, they would often form an effect that complemented each other. This Mo Shi Kuang is so fierce, this is the first time I've seen someone actually suppress Brother Zhu Zai. Gao Yang's expression was solemn. He had been observing the battle since the two started. He had a deep understanding of Zhu Zai and understood that Zhu Zai was already using his full strength, but the other party was still skillful and at ease, clearly much more at ease than Zhu Zai. Suddenly, a wild boar's roar resounded in the air. A strength path phantom of a grand emperor boar as large as an elephant appeared in the air with awe-inspiring might. Grand Emperor Boar was a mutated beast among boars, its beast strength could not be underestimated. After more than 10 rounds, Zhu Zai finally unleashed a strength path phantom. Immediately his attack power burst out, catching Mo Shi Kuang unprepared, the huge strength surged and knocked him to the ground. Zhu Zai used this opportunity to attack, activating his trump card Gu Worm. In the air, the gradually dissipating Grand Emperor Boar Phantom condensed again. And at the same time, 2 Grand Emperor Boar Phantoms appeared. 3 Grand Emperor Boar Strength. Boom. An enormous strength burst out as Zhu Zai punched, creating a sonic boom. Mo Shi Kuang felt a sense of danger as he laughed crazily. Now this is interesting. Come, I'll show you my true power. He activated his movement Gu and quickly flew up, dodging Zhu Zai's 3 boars explosion in the process. Zhu Zai's fist landed on the grassland, sending rocks and soil flying, creating a huge crater. Mo Shi Kuang's snow-white hair fluttered as he floated in the air, punching towards Zhu Zai who was on the ground. Bam bam bam, balls of fist chi rained down like a meteor shower. Zhu Zai continued to dodge while punching, destroying these fist chi. Soon he fell into a disadvantageous position. Facing a Chi Path opponent, Zhu Zai's most common weakness as a Strength Path was exposed. He was not like Fang Yuan who had Strength Chi Gu. Zhu Zai lacked a long-range attack method, so once Mo Shi Kuang changed tactics he was suppressed. Not good, we will lose if we defend for too long. If this goes on, Brother Zhu Zai will not be able to hold on. Gao Yang knew Zhu Zai's background and seeing this scene he was extremely anxious and quickly requested to fight. He Lulan also saw the unfavorable situation and directly agreed. Just a mere variant human, I will deal with you. Gao Yang lightly shouted, traces of cloud chi lingering around his body, condensing into ribbons and bringing him forward. Don't think of bullying with numbers. Ouyang Baisang coldly snorted and moved almost at the same time. His speed was extraordinarily fast and he intercepted Gao Yang halfway through. Gao Yang was worried about Zhu Zai and did not have the mood to fight with Ouyang Baisang, activating Cloud Rope Gu from far away. Surging Cloud Chi suddenly surged around Ouyang Baisang. The milky white cloud chi condensed into a rope, firmly binding him. Gao Yang was proficient in restraining and defending, while Zhu Zai was proficient in attacking and scouting. The two complemented each other and complemented each other. Ouyang Baisang struggled for a while, but the cloud rope was shattered and condensed again, showing an unending momentum. Ouyang Baisang was furious, pouring his primeval essence into the Azura zombie Gu in his aperture, temporarily transforming into a zombie. Once he transformed into an Azura zombie, his defense immediately increased greatly, and his strength surged at the same time. Ouyang Baisang growled and used his strength 3 times, completely breaking the cloud rope. His feet stepped on the ground and he flew into the air, blocking Gao Yang again. Azura Zombie Gu was one of the 5 great flying zombie Gu. It naturally had the ability to fly. Gao Yang did not want to tangle with Ouyang Baisang, and seeing the latter blocking in front of him, he frowned deeply, knowing that the other party wanted to buy time for Mo Shikuang to kill Zhu Zai, so he directly activated his trump card Gu. Rank 5 Treacherous Cloud Wave Gu. Immediately, the primeval sea level in his aperture fell sharply, almost consuming half of it. A lump of grayish-white cloud, only the size of a horse carriage, surged with dark red light rippling inside, rapidly flying towards Ouyang Baisang. Ouyang Baisang moved his body and dodged a few times, but this cloud followed him like a shadow, and was finally covered by the gray cloud. Ouyang Baisang was hit by Treacherous Cloud Wave Gu, immediately losing his sense of direction, the thoughts in his mind moving extremely slowly, slowing down by several times. He could not distinguish east, west, north and south, and even lost his sense of up, down, left and right. For a moment he was covered by the gray cloud, like a headless fly, flying up and down in the sky. Mo Shikuang, don't be arrogant. Gao Yang cast aside Ouyang Baisang and finally arrived in time to support Zhu Zai. The two worked together with great tacit understanding, and even though Mo Shikuang was fierce and fearless, he was gradually suppressed. But the 3 had only fought for over 20 rounds when they heard Ouyang Baisang's loud shout, Azura transformation. Immediately, 6 thick and solid arms that looked like they were cast from bronze stretched out of the gray cloud with a bang. Outside, one could vaguely see the body inside the gray cloud expanding like a balloon. Ouyang Baisang used his killer move, his battle strength rising by several times, and with a shake of his body, the dim and lightless gray cloud was completely dispersed. You 2 despicable and shameless scoundrels, die. Ouyang Baisang's anger surged as he flew into the sky, pincer attacking with Mo Shikuang. With such a great expert participating in the battle, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang blocked from the left and right, and the situation rapidly turned for the worse, turning into a precarious situation. Alliance leader, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai are indispensable experts on our side, we cannot let them die like this. Tai Bai Yunxing saw the situation was far from good and quickly spoke. Sir's words are reasonable. He Lolan's expression was solemn as he suddenly stood up from his seat. Although Gao Yang and Zhu Zai had joined, He tribe was still weaker than Lu tribe in terms of higher-level battle strength. He Lulan simply waved his hand, learning from Fang Yuan, and directly gave the order for the entire army to attack. With one command the army moved together. Lu Wenwu sneered, you can't beat me in a duel, so you want to gang up on me? Alright, I will accompany you to the end. The bugles of the army bugled and the war drums shook the sky. Lu tribe army also moved. Hundreds of thousands of people from both sides swept towards the other side like a torrential flood. The distance between the 2 sides rapidly shortened, and when they were only a few hundred steps apart, the Gu masters attacked almost simultaneously. At once, large numbers of pill fire, icicles, bone spears and wind blades flew towards the other side. Light armors, bone shields, water shields and other kinds of weapons also rose up. The originally simple scene was painted into a colorful and dazzling picture. Bam bam bam, both sides' attacks landed on the other side at the same time. Chapter 538. At once, even Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's battle with Mo Shikuang and Ouyang Baisang was disrupted by the vast number of people. The 2 armies were completely entangled, battle cries resounded, shaking the clouds. Waterfall Gu. In the chaotic battle, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu pushed his palms forward. A majestic blue torrent burst out and washed away all the Gu masters in front of him, regardless of friend or foe. Great Tornado Gu. An enormous dark green tornado, over 100 feet tall, swept through the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it man or beast, they were all thrown high into the air by the intense winds. The tornado dissipated, revealing Chang Biao's figure. He was floating in the air, wearing a green robe, looking fierce and imposing. He was not far from Hao Ji Lu, so naturally the 2 rank 4 experts' gazes met. The next moment the 2 did not speak any nonsense and directly fought. A golden lightning pierced through the battlefield, instantly killing all the He tribe Gu masters along the way. The golden light dissipated, turning into a valiant man with broad shoulders and a thin waist, It was Pei Yan Fei. Chang Shanyin, in today's battle, I will behead you and take revenge. Pei Yan Fei's battle intent was like fire, burning fiercely. Suddenly, his gaze focused and he activated his defensive goo worm in time. Behind him, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. The shadows were deep and serene, transforming into multiple sword images that slashed at his back, causing Pei Yan Fei to stagger. It's you, Shadow Sword Expert. Pei Yan Fei regained his footing, looking at the goo master who attacked him with a solemn gaze. Bian Xixin, who was wearing a black cloth, laughed lightly. Lord Pei Yan Fei is too polite. Her words were polite, but her actions were not. The pitch-black sword shadows appeared once again like a rotating screen, shrouding towards Pei Yan Fei. Then I will kill you first. Pei Yan Fei laughed loudly, brazenly pouncing forward. Our battle has not ended yet. What are you two thinking? Ouyang Baisang and Imo Shi Kuang found the demonic path twin demons again. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai complained incessantly, but could only brace themselves and continue fighting with Ouyang Baisang and Imo Shi Kuang. As the goo master experts fought one by one, a fixed battle circle was formed, and the chaotic battlefield gradually became clear. There were dozens of battles, all of them were rank 4 and 5 experts. Outside the big battle circle was a small battle circle, which was presided over by third transition experts. Outside the small battle circle, low-rank goo masters formed groups and cooperated with each other in battle. As the commander-in-chief, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu sat in the main tent and oversaw the battle. From time to time, Xiaochen would give orders to send the elite troops in his hands to various parts of the battlefield, either to stabilize the situation or to take the initiative to attack. The huge battlefield was soon filled with the thick smell of blood. Goo masters continued to fall, some were frozen into popsicles, some were burnt to ashes, some had their limbs chopped off, and some were poisoned to death. The originally fresh grass seemed to have become a monster, devouring fresh lives every minute and every second. The battle was so intense that after a while, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu's foreheads were gradually dripping with cold sweat. The large number of casualties made people's hearts turn cold. The tragic battlefield was a ghastly sight. In order to maintain the battle situation, the two of them quickly sent out their trump card, the elite troops. Only their own tribe's Black Banner elite troops and White Crane elite troops were left to suppress the battlefield. As time passed, the casualties started to decrease. After the initial battle, the goo masters' primeval essence expenditure was intense and they started to consciously conserve their primeval essence. This way the intensity of the battle decreased by a lot. The battlefield fell into a deadlock. The two armies were like two giants wrestling with each other, and they were evenly matched. Whichever side could accumulate a small advantage bit by bit would be able to turn a partial victory into a victory for the entire battlefield. The higher level battle strength can still be maintained for now. Wolf King, you have rank 5 Lurking Soul Coat Goo in the mutated wolf group, the rest is up to you. He Lulan transmitted using a goo worm. At the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was not in the main tent, but was hiding somewhere in the battlefield. As for his exact location, even He Lulan was not clear. Fang Yuan received He Lulan's transmission, but did not reply. Instead, he directly mobilized the wolf group to run towards the two sides. Lu tribe's goo masters subconsciously chased after them. This way the tight formation was torn apart. A mutated wolf group of over 800 wolves including White Eyes wolves, Blood Forest wolves, Frenzy wolves and Shark Fin wolves. Like a sharp arrow, the pack of wolves suddenly shot out and directly charged in the direction of the Lu family's main tent. Fang Yuan's first move was a fatal blow. It was extremely ruthless, attacking the enemy's vital points. As expected, a mutated wolf group came to reinforce them. Lu Wenwu saw that the wolf group's charge had messed up his tribe's formation. A large number of goo masters lost their lives to the wolves. He frowned deeply. The news of He tribe's goo immortals reinforcing the mutated wolf group was easy to obtain. It was not a secret. Lu Wenwu was calm. He also had Lu tribe's goo immortals behind him. He also had Lu tribe's support. Since he had deduced this mutated wolf group, he naturally had methods to resist them. Bei Chao Chuan, it is your turn. Lu Wenwu instructed the goo master beside him. Bei Chao Chuan was expressionless as he stood up from his seat, frowning deeply. I can only last for 5 minutes. Lu Wenwu nodded. No worries, go ahead. Bei Chao Chuan walked out of the main tent. The primeval essence in his aperture was being expended as he activated the goo worms he had obtained not long ago. A refreshing aura of grass and trees emitted from his body, spreading over 100 li. Within the range of this aura, grass grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time they were taller than humans. The large grass leaves intertwined, forming rank 2 grass soldier puppets. Soon, the number of grass soldier puppets increased to over 1,000. Bei Chao Chuan activated his goo worms, a jade rain of light rained down. The grass soldier puppets absorbed the green rainwater, a portion of them turned into rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. At the same time, large numbers of rank 2 grass soldiers were still forming. Bei Chao Chuan activated his goo worms again, an orange warm wind blew on the grassland. Due to the orange wind, a portion of the rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers advanced to rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the sparse central army was filled up by the dense army of grass soldiers, becoming the thickest and densest place on the entire battlefield. The mutated wolf group's momentum was thus obstructed. Fang Yuan frowned as he manipulated with all his strength. He hit on the blood forest wolf's back, wearing the rank 5 lurking soul coat goo. It was like a green-gray wolf skin cloak. Lurking soul coat goo was indeed powerful. It concealed Fang Yuan's soul fluctuations, allowing him to attack with all his strength. But at this moment, Fang Yuan felt like he was fighting an enslavement path master. Bei Chao Chuan controlled the grass soldier army as he cried. He had 2 souls in one body now. To defeat Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, Bei tribe's elder Bei Chao Xing sacrificed himself, placing his soul in his body. Using the goo worms that Lu Wenwu requested, Bei Chao Chuan absorbed the strength in Bei Chao Xing's soul, allowing him to have attainment not inferior to an enslavement path master in a short period of time. Bei Chao Chuan was a rank 4 enslavement path goo master. He was also the leader of Bei tribe. He had the resources of the tribe. His soul foundation was not weak. Now that he obtained Bei Chao Xing's soul, he was like a tiger with wings. His enslavement path battle strength rose sharply. But this move had huge repercussions. Because using other people's souls would cause Bei Chao Chuan's soul to be impure, his memories would be erroneous. He needed to spend a huge amount of effort and resources, as well as special soul path goo worms to heal himself. But now, to defeat He tribe army and take revenge, Bei Chao Chuan could not care about the repercussions. He tribe invited Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to make up for the difference in their battle strength. And Lu tribe wanted to make up for the difference in lower-level battle strength. They thought of this method to raise Bei Chao Chuan's battle strength to enslavement path master level to restrict Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan's mutated wolf group was barely blocked by the enemy's grass soldier army. Did you block it? Ah. Hey Lulan, you are going to lose today. Lu Wenwu saw this and his worries disappeared. He laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the battlefield. Damn it. He Lulan clenched his fists as he gritted his teeth. The situation was very bad for him. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were in imminent danger, while the mutated wolf group that he had high hopes for was pinned down at the center of the army. They were already in deep trouble. Without a choice, he could only order Black Flag Army to move out. Brothers, it is finally time for our Black Flag Army to make a move. Black Flag General Commander received this order and shouted excitedly. Black Flag Army was indeed the trump card that He tribe had nurtured for a long time and spent a huge amount of resources to create. The moment they moved, they were like a sharp black blade that pierced into the battlefield, easily cutting through tofu. Black Flag Army was strengthened by battle thought goo. They were all fearless and did not fear death. Their 100% battle strength burst out to 120%. Finally unable to endure it? Lu Wenwu's eyes shined brightly as he stared at Black Flag Army's movements on the battlefield. When he saw Black Flag Army moving in an arc from the right flank of the battlefield and pouncing towards his center, he immediately understood He Lulan's intention. So this is what you want to bet on. You want to concentrate your advantage and defeat the grass soldier army. Bei Chao Chuan is already having a hard time blocking Chang Shanin. If he gets pincer attacked by Black Flag Army, he will definitely collapse. By then, He tribe will have a small advantage and the mutated wolf group, the most crucial force, will be released. Thinking of this, Lu Wenwu smiled proudly. Your He tribe has Black Flag Army, famous in northern plains. And my Lu tribe also has a White Hair Army, famous far and wide. The battle between Black Flag and White Hair has already lasted for hundreds of years. Let's see the results today. Under his orders, the White Hair Army that was already prepared directly used one of the 3 killer moves. The White Hair Army let out a dazzling white light. The white light condensed and formed a huge light pillar that pierced through the clouds. The beam of light shot up into the sky and in the blink of an eye, it shot down from the sky. The light pillar shot towards the direction of Black Flag Army. The 3 commanders of Black Flag Army saw this familiar killer move and immediately ordered the entire army to be on guard. The light pillar dissipated and revealed the tight formation of the White Hair Army. The White Hair Army was mainly infantry while the Black Flag Army rode horses. But in terms of mobility, the White Hair Army was superior. The reason was because of this killer move. Chapter 539. Black Banner Army and White Banner Army engaged in a direct confrontation. Both sides had been enemies since the founding of the army. They had competed for hundreds of years, with victories and defeats on both sides. Right now, the two armies were fighting, both sides were using their killer moves, they were evenly matched. Seeing that his final trump card was restrained, He Lulan's expression was ashen. Hee. Lu Wenwu laughed heartily, he was full of joy. Right now, the other side had exhausted all their tricks, his side was also in the same situation. But the Grass Soldier Army could barely block the mutated Beast Wolf group, they could still hold on for some time. Meanwhile, He Tribe's higher-ups were already showing signs of defeat, especially Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shi Kuang's four-man group. The situation was very clear. Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shi Kuang might not be good at cooperation, but their individual strength was higher than the other side. If Gao Yang and Zhu Zai fought 2 against 1 with their tacit cooperation, they would have a slight advantage. But now they were suppressed and could only defend, they were in a passive situation. Anyone could see that Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's defeat was close at hand. Once they lost, Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shi Kuang would be like tigers that were released from their cage, they would reinforce the other battles. This way, the slight advantage would accumulate and eventually lead to the upper hand in the battle. Once Lu Tribe Army gained the upper hand, He Tribe would no longer have any backup, they would have no way to turn the situation around, they could only let the other side gain the upper hand while their side continued to fall into a disadvantage. Eventually, the other side's advantage would turn into victory, and He Tribe Army would be defeated. He Lulan could see the situation was bad, he was sweating profusely from anxiety. In the main tent he was the only one left. At this stage he could only rely on his own strength. His figure suddenly vanished from the main tent, at the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Grass Soldier Army. He wanted to kill Bei Chao Chuan, he did not have Lurking Soul Coat Gu, his location was very easy to find. As long as he killed him, the Grass Soldier Army would instantly collapse. That way this intense battle would turn into a situation of mutual attacks again. In the end, it would be like the first battle, they would have to stop fighting and reorganize. Killer move, Dark Vortex. He Lulan had just activated her killer move when a white light appeared in front of him, revealing Lu Wenwu's true body. He Lulan was rank 5 in Dark Path, while Lu Wenwu was rank 5 in Light Path. The two fought several times and were evenly matched. However, this time the refined Lu Wenwu revealed the smile of a victor. Brother Lulan, today's battle is about a sliver of time. My Grass Soldier Army will be defeated sooner or later, but your high-level forces will lose even faster. What a pity. The strength of the two armies is very close. You're courting death. He Lulan roared and charged toward Lu Wenwu. The two of them fought fiercely, exchanging blows. From time to time, dazzling radiance or majestic thunder would erupt. Strange, in my previous life, it was indeed He Tribe that defeated Lu Tribe, but now it seems that Lu Tribe has the advantage. Could it be that some sort of change has occurred because of me? Fang Yuan hid in a corner and pondered. He cultivated both enslavement and strength path, he naturally did not display his full strength. In fact, he did not even use his enslavement path strength to its fullest. Right now, the Grass Soldier Army was in a precarious situation. As long as he appeared and used Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, he would be able to defeat Bei Chao Chuan. But Fang Yuan did not move, he chose to watch from the sidelines. Most of his attention was on Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shi Kuang. Once he appeared and used Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, there was a high chance that Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shi Kuang would give up on Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to chase after him. To speak the truth, the current Fang Yuan already had some success in strength path, he did not fear Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shi Kuang's close combat. But, my vision cannot be limited to the battle before me. The Imperial Court contest is a competition between super tribes, a game controlled by Gu Immortals. Once I expose my full strength, even if I win this battle, when the other side receives reinforcements from Gu Immortals, they will definitely target me. At that time, my trump cards will be exposed, and my control over the situation will fall to rock bottom. Fang Yuan was concerned about the Imperial Court, he maintained his calm and was not disturbed by the intense and dangerous battle in front of him. In my previous life, how did He tribe defeat Lu tribe? Right now, although the battle situation is extremely tense, both sides have not used their trump cards. At least, I know that Tai Bai Yunxing has a rank 5 Guman as before. The less I expose my strength, the better, so once I attack, it must be a fatal blow. Now is not the time. Fang Yuan's heart was not shaken. On the intense battlefield, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a sea. But in his eyes, these were only the numbers of casualties. On this battlefield, many people were roaring in anger because of the death of their friends and family. Many people were cheering after killing strong enemies. Some Gu masters were escaping in a sorry state under the urge of fear. And some Gu masters were fulfilling their ambitions, wanting to become a person above others. At this moment, at the edge of life and death, human emotions burst out violently, crazily, and so unbridled and ostentatious. Looking at the malevolent expressions of the surrounding people, listening to their miserable screams and shouts, Fang Yuan felt a kind of tranquility and tranquility. His heart was as calm as an ancient pond without a single ripple. Fight, kill, a person is born to fight. Win, lose, to continue walking on one's own path, one has to step on the corpses of others. Let the blood boil, let the sweat drip, the unbridled life is all at this moment. Take this is my killer move, Qi devouring 6 directions. In the battlefield, a thunderous roar suddenly burst out. The voice attracted the gazes of countless people as they subconsciously focused their attention. Not good, leave quickly. An intense sense of danger surged in Gao Yang's heart as he shouted. He furiously activated his Gu worms, wanting to move, but the surrounding air was as dense as a city wall, making it difficult for him to move. Mo Shi Kuang floated in the air, opening his arms and slowly closing his fingers in front of his chest. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai immediately felt an immense pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Inconsolable shock and fear froze on their faces. The premonition of certain death filled their hearts. Leave. The instant death approached, Zhu Zai burst out with the strength of 3 Grand Emperor boars, creating a hole in the wall like air. Brother? Gao Yang felt the world spinning, and when he reacted, he found he had already been thrown away by Zhu Zai, out of the battlefield. And Zhu Zai, under Mo Shi Kuang's killer move, was crushed into minced meat and blood by the terrifying air pressure. Brother? Gao Yang screamed, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, and large amounts of tears gushed out like a flood. Mo Shi Kuang also vomited a mouthful of blood. Second brother, your killer move is not complete yet, don't casually use it in the future. Ouyang Baisang quickly rushed over and supported him in the air. Mo Shi Kuang vomited blood as he laughed. I was having a good time just now, I didn't even think before using it, haha. Ouyang Baisang helplessly shook his head. Alright, let's continue to kill that Gao Yang, and after finishing the battle here, we'll reinforce the other groups. Lu Wenwu, who also saw this scene, laughed and announced in high spirits. From now on, it is the beginning of our Lu tribe army's continuous victories. Brother Lu Lan, you are already powerless to reverse the situation. Is that so? The one who responded was not He Lu Lan, but Tai Bai Yunxing, who was in another battle. Tai Bai Yunxing, who had been mainly dodging, suddenly burst out with speed, pulling apart the distance between him and his opponent. He then stretched out his palm and a silver light shot out from afar. The silver light accurately shone on the pile of flesh belonging to Zhu Zai. Rank 5, man as before. In an instant, the silver light flashed, forcing people to close their eyes. After the silver light dissipated, Zhu Zai returned to the battlefield, completely unharmed, and his primeval sea level was at its peak. Under the effect of man as before, Zhu Zai had returned to the state he was in at the start of the battle. Shocked expressions appeared on the faces of countless Gu masters at the same time. Among them were Lu Wenwu, Mo Shi Kuang, and Ouyang Baisang. Man as before Gu's peerlessly powerful healing effect made almost everyone feel shocked. Man as before Gu was a time path healing Gu, it could allow the target to return to a state of the past. Good, what a great healing Gu. He Lulan laughed heartily, he had not expected Tai Bai Yunxing to still have such a powerful trump card. As long as this Gu was around, the battle between He tribe's higher-ups could be delayed for a long time. Good, now is the time. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he activated Rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu and flew out. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu and Rank 4 Wolf Howl Gu. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and howled, the wolf howl resounding through the clouds. Under the shroud of the wolf howl, the mutated wolves' bodies visibly swelled up, their eyes turned red, and their battle strength directly increased by 5 times. Go. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield as he muttered softly. The wolf tide suddenly erupted, creating a tsunami out of nowhere. Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. Bei Chao Chuan was furious. He resisted with all his might, but the grass soldier army was like a fragile piece of paper against the wolf tide. They could not even last for a few breaths of time before being torn to pieces. Bei Chao Chuan did not have time to escape either. A frenzied wolf pounced on him and tore his rattan armor with its sharp teeth before biting his throat. Bei Chao Chuan struggled with all his might, sending this frenzied wolf flying. Just as he was about to grab his throat and get up, 3 white-eyed wolves pounced on him and tore him apart, turning him into a mutilated corpse. Once the grass soldier army was defeated, Fang Yuan manipulated the wolf group and charged towards the white millipede army. The white millipede army and black flag army were in a deadlock, fighting back and forth. They were evenly matched. Now that the mutated wolf group was attacking from behind, they suffered heavy casualties. Ha Luan Wu, it seems I have the last laugh. The battle situation suddenly changed. He Lulan was surprised and joyful. No, I have not lost yet. Lu Wenwu's expression was distorted as he shouted crazily, like a gambler whose eyes were bloodshot. He turned into a white light and flew towards Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shi Kuang. Chapter 540. Here, big brother? Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shi Kuang shouted at the same time. Let them see the true strength of you as 3 brothers. Lu Wenwu shouted, his speed not slowing down as he charged towards Emo Shi Kuang and Ouyang Baisang. The latter 2 laughed loudly, their bodies bursting out with green and gray radiance. Green, gray and white radiance collided with each other, and with a loud sound, the radiance dissipated, revealing a humanoid monster. This monster had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was 6 meters tall, its muscles were intertwined and its skin was like copper. The 3 heads were Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shi Kuang. This is... Seeing such an unimaginable scene, countless people stared with their eyes wide open. Let me teach you, this is our killer move, 3 heads 6 arms. Tremble, tremble, fear to your heart's content. This will be the final moment of your lives. The 3 heads spoke at the same time. Humph, shameless boasting. Gao Yang snorted, activating treacherous cloud wave goo. A streak of grayish-white cloud light shot towards the 3-headed, 6-armed giant. But halfway through, Lu Wenwu's eyes shot out 2 beams of light that pierced through the cloud. Swoosh. With a sonic boom, 3 heads 6 arms suddenly appeared in front of Gao Yang. Such speed. Gao Yang's pupils shrunk, his long years of battle experience caused him to activate his defensive goo crazily. The monster waved its 2 arms. One arm pierced through the light barrier, while the other arm landed on Gao Yang's head, like a watermelon being smashed. At the next moment, Gao Yang's headless corpse fell down from the sky. Brother? Zhu Zai saw this and was extremely furious, losing all reason as he pounced towards the monster. Gagaga, the cry of an ant. Emo Shi Kuang's head laughed loudly, bending the index finger of one arm and lightly flicked at Zhu Zai. Bam! Air currents exploded. The strong impact directly plowed a wound that was thousands of steps long on the battlefield. Zhu Zai was directly blasted apart, exploding into flesh and shattered bones that splattered in all directions. The Gu masters who were affected by the aftermath all suffered heavy casualties. This kind of power is at least 6 times that of a single person and at least 9 times faster. The 3 of them fused at the same time, using Azura transformation to stack chi path attacks and light path effects. Fang Yuan saw this and felt an intense battle intent rise in his heart. I have all-out effort goo, and together with rank 5 amplify attack goo, I can burst out with 500 June of strength. I wonder who would come out on top if they fought against this monster? However, in the next moment, Fang Yuan suppressed his fighting spirit and flew down, hiding among the exotic wolf pack once more. Man as before goo. At this time, under the illumination of 2 silver lights, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were reborn and restored to their original state. Old bastard. The monster's 6 eyes were either overflowing with coldness, filled with killing intent, or seething with fighting intent. All of them shot at Tai Bai Yunxing at the same time. Tai Bai Yunxing hurriedly retreated. Although he had man as before, it could only be used on others and not on himself. The entire army has orders, protect Tai Bai Yunxing. He Lulan rushed over while shouting, seeing the crux of this battle. Who can stop me? Ouyang Baisang's head laughed arrogantly. At the next moment, the monster turned into a green light and shot towards Tai Bai Yunxing like lightning. Tai Bai Yunxing hid behind everyone, but no one could stop the monster. It was invincible as it charged forward. Any human or beast that dared to obstruct it turned into a pile of minced meat. Benefactor, leave quickly. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai rushed over and blocked Tai Bai Yunxing behind them. Annoying little thing. The monster waved its 6 arms. Its speed was so fast that the naked eye could only see 6 shadows flashing by. With 2 bangs, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang exploded again. Look at my Soul Blade Goo. Pan Ping rushed over and activated Soul Blade Goo. Soul Blade Goo succeeded this time. The monster's body shook slightly and a shallow wound appeared on its chest. Interesting. The monster sneered, and just as it finished laughing, the wound healed completely. Next, the monster let out a breath of turbid air. The turbid air exploded, blowing Pan Ping into pieces. Tai Bai Yunxing, where are you going? The monster cackled, the voices of the 3 heads gradually fusing into one. Before Tai Bai Yunxing could move far, the monster had already blocked in front of him. Swoosh. The waterfall surged as Hao Ji Lu stepped on the waves. The monster pushed with its 6 palms, causing the water to collapse. Hao Ji Lu screamed miserably as he was sent flying at an even faster speed. Seeing this, Bian Si Xian, who was rushing over, immediately stopped, not daring to move forward. Dark Vortex. He Lulan descended from the sky, a huge black ball of light pressed down like a mountain. The monster roared, its 6 claws aimed at the ball of light from afar. Killer move, 6 directions Chi Devour. The air solidified like a wall or a mountain. He Lulan's face turned purplish red, but he could not advance no matter what. Next, the air enveloped him from all directions, forcefully swallowing his killer move. The killer move that Emo Shi Kuang could not use alone was suddenly perfected in the hands of the monster. How? The mutated wolf group swarmed over, but He Lulan succeeded in delaying the monster. In the blink of an eye, the mutated wolf group had surrounded the monster. A bloody battle erupted with a loud rumble. The mutated wolf group with rank 4 battle strength fearlessly charged at the monster. Kill, kill, kill. The monster roared repeatedly, falling into a berserk state as it tangled with the mutated wolf group. Every move he made was filled with great power. Light path, chi path, transformation path, these 3 goo worms were used together. Their coordination was incomparable, as if he was cultivating 3 paths at the same time. The mutated wolf group died one by one, but the monster's attacks were still incomparably fierce. Lord Alliance Leader, I will lend you a hand. At this time, a Lu tribe Goo Master expert rushed over to help. But at the next moment he was beaten to death by the monster who had lost his mind. Young Master Lu Wenwu has lost his mind. He has already gone crazy. The battlefield was in an uproar. Lu tribe army's morale plummeted. Our tribe has suffered disastrous losses. We lost a third of our Goo Masters. It is time to retreat. How can such an alliance leader be worth our lives? Retreat first, the casualties have already reached the standard. If we retreat now, we will not go against the poison vow. The situation of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Deserters started to appear in He tribe and Lu tribe. The Black Banner Army and White Hair Army that had been suppressing the troops were fighting intensely. How could they have the time to suppress these people? What do we do? He Lulan asked Commander Ji. This monster was giving him a huge headache. No matter. The so-called killer move, although powerful, consumes a huge amount of primeval essence. Moreover, this killer move has a clear flaw. The monster has already lost his mind. A strength without intelligence is nothing to worry about. Feng Yuan analyzed calmly, his voice rousing everyone's spirits. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, we have already won this battle. Tai Bai Yunxing added. But just as he finished speaking, an accident happened. The 3-headed 6-armed monster suddenly split into 3 people, pouncing in 3 different directions. Lu Wenwu and Emo Shi Kuang missed, but Ouyang Baisang's eyes shined as he shouted, Chang Shanin, I finally found you. Die. It turned out that when the 3 of them fused into a 3-headed 6-armed monster, their souls would mix together, and although their battle strength would rise sharply, it could not last for long. The longer it dragged on, the more chaotic memories it would cause, and eventually they would lose their sense of self, turning into a lunatic or an idiot. When they killed their own reinforcements, Lu Wenwu and the rest were shaken and barely regained a trace of clarity. Relying on this clarity, they still wanted to turn the situation around. Compared to killing Tai Bai Yunxing, killing Chang Shanin was no doubt more useful. Their investigative goo worms were not ordinary. Through careful deduction of the battle situation, they obtained 3 possible hiding spots for Fang Yuan. Finally, Ouyang Baisang found Fang Yuan's hiding spot. Oh no. If Wolf King dies, the wolf group will collapse. Lu tribe army will turn the situation around, and our army will be defeated. Seeing Ouyang Baisang pouncing towards Chang Shanin with a sinister smile, He Lulan screamed in his heart and frantically rushed to help, but there was not enough time. Ouyang Baisang actually still had primeval essence and could use Azura transformation again. Wolf King is finished. Sun Shirhan was afraid and happy at the same time. Oh no. Chang Shanin is going to die. Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest turned pale. Father. In a moment of desperation, Chang Jiyu roared. Seeing Ouyang Baisang pouncing over, Fang Yuan's face showed a strange smile. Rank 4 Eagle Rise Goo and Rank 5 Amplify Attack Goo. A pair of eagle wings suddenly grew on Fang Yuan's back, and with 5 times the speed, he soared into the sky. Ouyang Baisang was stunned for a moment before chasing and shouting, "Don't think of escaping." But his speed was not fast enough, and he could only helplessly watch as the distance between them continued to increase. "Let me." Lu Wenwu shouted, his body turning into a white light as he rushed over. But Fang Yuan nimbly turned around and dodged him. At this time, Mo Shirkuang also rushed over and started chasing and intercepting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's body was extremely nimble, at times like a butterfly flying through flowers, at times like lightning, at times like the gentle wind, at times like a phantom. He played the 3 in circles. This is a master-level flying technique. Everyone raised their heads, dumbstruck. Goo masters nurture goo, use goo, and refine goo. No matter which of these 3 aspects, they were all profound and broad. They were clearly using similar goo worms, but some goo masters were able to use them extremely well, to the point that it had reached the level of art. People often referred to such a person as a master. To think that Wolf King is not only an enslavement master, but also a flying master. After watching for a long time, everyone let go of their worries and exclaimed in admiration. "Wolf King, don't run." Ouyang Baisang shouted. "Chang Shanin, if you have the guts, fight me for 300 rounds. Mo Shirkuang furiously shouted. "Damn it." Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Fang Yuan's flying technique left them in the dust. What made them even more discouraged was that while Fang Yuan was avoiding them, he was actually controlling the wolf group to exterminate Lu tribe army. "Damn it, if I knew you could fly so well, why would we fight like this?" Looking at Fang Yuan's skillful and relaxed appearance, He Lulan and the others could not help but feel resentment. As for Lu tribe's 3 brothers, they were already completely speechless. Chapter 541. Lu Wenwu lost. He was very unwilling to accept his loss, but the truth would not change according to his will. Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shirkuang all had flying methods. But in terms of flying attainments, they were far from Fang Yuan. The sky was different from the ground. People could fly freely in the sky. They could move up, down, left, right, east, west, north and south. They could dodge and move freely. But on the ground, the space for people to dodge was much smaller. No matter how Lu Wenwu and his brothers chased and intercepted, they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. And while Fang Yuan dodged, he mobilized the wolf group army and slaughtered large numbers of Lu tribe army. Lu Wenwu and his brothers had no choice but to give up on chasing Fang Yuan and reinforce the low-rank Goo masters to slaughter the wolf group. But this was exactly what He Lulan, Fang Yuan and the others wanted. Using the Wolf King or mutated wolf group's lives to expend the 3 Lu brothers' precious primeval essence. This was very worth it and was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. As long as a Goo master did not advance to immortal, his or her primeval essence was limited. Once a Goo master expends all their primeval essence, his or her battle strength would fall sharply and hit rock bottom. The wolf tide surged unceasingly. The more wolves the 3 Lu brothers killed, the more their primeval essence was consumed. The wolf group scale was huge and endless. The 3 Lu brothers killed until their hands were tired and their primeval essence was also depleted. When they had to conserve their primeval essence, they could no longer fight as they pleased. He tribe's higher-ups were finally in high spirits and suppressed them. "He Lulan, I did not lose to you today, I lost to Tai Bai Yunxing and Chang Shanin." Lu Wenwu's hair was disheveled, he was riddled with injuries and had no elegance left as he shouted in an unresigned manner. He felt the 3 brothers' killer move, 3 head 6 arms was extremely strong and could suppress the entire battlefield. If they had found Fang Yuan at that time with their absolute speed, they could have killed Fang Yuan and caused the wolf group to collapse, defeating He tribe army. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's rank 5 healing Gu Man as before, had superb effects. It greatly weakened the effect of their killer moves. When they chased after the Wolf King, they found out in despair that the enslavement master Chang Shanin was actually a flying master as well. The 3 brothers could not catch up in time, so they could only watch as the situation deteriorated. In the end, Lu tribe was routed and chased by He tribe. They suffered heavy casualties and countless surrendered. As for Lu Wenwu and the others, they were all captured due to the exhaustion of their true essence. He tribe and Lu tribe had always been competing with each other. The tension between the 2 super tribes was something everyone in Northern Plains knew. However, although He Lulan captured Lu Wenwu and the others, she did not kill them. Instead, she wisely exchanged them for a huge amount of war reparations from the Lu family. Lu Wenwu was one of Lu tribe's Gu immortal seeds. Killing him would violate the bottom line of this imperial court contest. Most importantly, He tribe won this battle by a narrow margin and suffered heavy losses. If they did not have Lu Wenwu as an important bargaining chip, just ordinary war reparations would not be enough to restore He tribe's alliance's strength. This was very disadvantageous for the upcoming imperial court contest. 3 days later, Lu tribe's envoy arrived and brought Lu tribe's members and the tribes that submitted to them back to the blessed land. As for the exhausted He tribe army that suffered heavy casualties, they set up camp on the spot and reorganized the surrendered members, rebuilt the alliance, tabulated the battle merits, distributed resources and digested the spoils of war. Inside the large lizard house Gu, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, cultivating with his eyes closed. A rank 4 wolf soul Gu flew out of his body as he willed. The wolf soul Gu was only the size of a thumb and looked like a gray wolf-shaped doll. It floated in the air and was covered in a layer of eerie blue light. The primeval sea in Fang Yuan's aperture fell by a small amount. The wolf soul Gu received the primeval essence and expanded rapidly. How? The wolf soul Gu expanded and turned into a pure gray wolf soul, the size of an elephant. Next, the wolf soul opened its mouth and let out a soundless howl, charging towards Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. How could a 1,000-man soul be so easily shaken? The wolf soul collided with his 1,000-man soul and immediately stopped, being suppressed by the 1,000-man soul. The 2 souls rumbled and formed a soul fog. After a while, the 1,000-man soul merged with the wolf soul and appeared again. The 1,000-man soul now had a pair of long wolf ears on its head. Its body was thinner than Fang Yuan's, and its nose was also taller. But its waist-length hair, wolf eyes and wolf tail had not appeared yet. Ever since the imperial court contest, I have been using wolf soul Gu every day to refine my soul. Now, I have some success. About 30% of the wolfman soul is complete. Once he completely transformed into a wolfman soul, his control over the wolf group would undergo a qualitative change. Not only would the number of wolves under his control increase, he would also be able to control them as he pleased. After an intense battle, the fatigue of his soul would also decrease by a lot. However, according to this speed, by the time I completely refine the wolfman soul, the imperial court contest will have already ended. I only have rank 4 wolf soul Gu. The efficiency of soul refinement is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. If it was rank 5 wolf soul Gu, it would be better, matching Fang Yuan's current situation. But rank 4 wolf soul Gu was like a burly man chopping a tree with a knife. Actually, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation efficiency was already extremely fast. Ordinary Gu masters would need at least 20 to 30 years to reach his level. Even a genius Gu master with the clan's support could at most be like Dongfang Yuliang, shortening the time to around 10 years. Fang Yuan possessed Danghun Mountain. His soul foundation was advancing at a rapid pace. He had already trained his foresight. If I can obtain Luopa Valley through that thieving heaven inheritance. Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted. He could not help but daydream. But a moment later he retracted his thoughts. In Hu immortal blessed land, Danghun Mountain was being eroded by the gruel mud. Only a small portion of the mountain was left. His urgent matter now was to save Danghun Mountain. As for Luopa Valley, he could only explore it after the imperial court contest ends. While Fang Yuan was cultivating, Chang Biao brought an Shui Tong and Chang Jiyu to the door of the large lizard house Gu. I am Chang Biao. I was summoned by Wolf Wang De. Chang Biao's voice was deep. His attitude was respectful as he explained to the guarding Gu master. Two rank 3 Gu masters stood at the two sides of the door with indifferent expressions. One of them replied, Wolf Wangda is cultivating, we cannot enter the house to inform you, you can only wait. Hehe, it is only right to wait. Chang Biao laughed, trying his best to hide the bitterness and desolation in his heart. He had a deep grudge with Chang Shanin, he was not willing to submit to He tribe. Originally he wanted to submit to Lu tribe, but Lu tribe wanted him to give up his tribe name and directly merge with Lu tribe. This request was hard for Chang tribe's elders to accept. Chang tribe was a large tribe, once he gave up his tribe name he would directly become a Lu tribe member, it would be the same as Chang tribe completely perishing. Moreover, He Lulan captured Lu Wenwu alive, and to express her goodwill to Chang Shanin, who had contributed the most in this battle, she also stated a specific request to subdue Chang tribe in the war reparations. Thus, Chang tribe became the sacrificial pawn in the transaction between Lu tribe and He tribe. If Chang tribe did not submit to He tribe, they would definitely be hunted down by He tribe's army. Forced by the two tribes, Chang tribe had no choice but to lower their heads to He Lulan, becoming He tribe's captive. The grudge between Chang Shanin and Chang tribe was now known to everyone. He Lulan captured Chang tribe and handed them to Fang Yuan to deal with. After Fang Yuan got this news he expressed his gratitude to He Lulan, but he did not care. He was only using Chang Shan Yin's identity to impersonate and enter imperial court-blessed land. Wolf King's grudge had nothing to do with him. But if he dealt with it carelessly, it would not match his current identity and would attract suspicion. Today Fang Yuan summoned Chang tribe's current tribe leader Chang Biao and the rest. Chang Biao waited from dusk until the middle of the night. At this time, Northern Plains night was already extremely cold. Chang Biao and the other two had their gu worms confiscated, they had primeval essence but could not resist the cold. Under the night wind they were shivering from the cold. Chang Biao pretended to be calm, but Enai Shuetong had a guilty conscience and could not conceal the worry in her heart. Chang Jiyu was young and full of vigor, his nose was red from the cold and his body was shivering, but his eyes were still bright and his expression excited. Since young, he had grown up hearing the great name Wolf King Chang Shanin. Others called him Hero's son. He was given a unique halo from birth. This brought him trouble, pride, and also opportunities. When he first heard that Wolf King Chang Shanin had reappeared and was not dead, but wanted to take revenge on Chang tribe, his mood was extremely complex. When he knew he was going to fight with his father, his fighting spirit wavered intensely. Earlier, Chang Shanin did not agree to the appointment and instead beat up Sun Shirhan. This made Chang Jiyu feel both disappointment and admiration. Lu tribe lost and he became a captive. This instead made him heave a sigh of relief. He finally did not need to fight with his father. Now that Lu tribe was defeated, he could finally see his own father. Chang Jiyu was extremely excited. Even if he was left outside and suffered from the cold, it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. "Oh Father, who gave me all of this, what kind of person are you?" He was curious but also had traces of confusion and panic. After using 3 wolf soul gu, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The room was warm and the sound of cold wind could be faintly heard from outside the window. Fang Yuan wanted to give Chang Biao a show of strength but looking at the time it was about time. Thus, he transmitted his voice while manipulating the large lizard house gu to open the door. Wolf Wangda's cultivation has ended, he is summoning you 3. The guard gu master at the door received the transmission and said expressionlessly. Chang Biao's breathing paused, he was extremely nervous as he walked in first with heavy footsteps. If Wolf King found out the truth he would die a horrible death, and even more frightening would be losing all his reputation. Even if Wolf King did not find out the truth, if he wanted to take revenge, slaughtering the entire Chang tribe would only take a word from him. Being meat on someone else's chopping block, this was the helplessness of the current world. Fang Yuan sized up the 3 people kneeling in front of him. Chang Biao lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Enai Shuetong's face was pale and her body was trembling. As for Chang Jiyu, his breathing was rapid, and his gaze kept on sneaking glances at Chang Shanin with an agitated expression. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. His laughter reached the 3's ears, causing their bodies to shake. Chang Biao closed his eyes, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom, waiting for Fang Yuan's judgment. Chapter 542. Fang Yuan observed Chang Biao and the other two's expressions. Regarding Wolf King Chang Shanyin's past, Fang Yuan knew most of it from Chang Shanin, but he did not know the true culprit who framed Wolf King. But even if he knew, he did not have the mood to take revenge for the dead Wolf King. He was Fang Yuan. The so-called Chang Shanin was just a mask. From today onwards, I am Chang tribe's only supreme elder. Fang Yuan spoke, breaking the silence. Chang Biao's body shook, he opened his eyes and quickly kowtowed. Chang Biao greets Lord Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan nodded. The matter back then needs to be investigated thoroughly. But now is not the time, we need to wait until the Imperial Court contest ends. From today onwards, I am Chang tribe's only supreme elder. Chang Jiyu, you will be Chang tribe leader. Chang Biao will be the first tribe elder. And I, Shui Tong, our fate is over, continue to be Chang Biao's wife. Because of the tradition set by Giant Sun Immortal, in Northern Plains, women had low status, they were often traded as goods. Sometimes, when an esteemed guest came to the tribe, the master would send his wife to the guest's side to serve him in bed. Chang Jiyu was stunned, standing on the spot. And I, Shui Tong, did not speak. Chang Biao endured the shock in his heart, kowtowing again. This subordinate obeys. All of you can leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand, ordering them to leave. He needed to make the best use of his time and continue cultivating. The three walked out of the large lizard house Gu in a daze. Only when the cold night wind caused them to shiver did they wake up. I passed the test just like that? Chang Biao's heart was filled with boundless joy. But the matter back then, I did it flawlessly. Even if there were some traces, they have been washed away over these years and are long gone. Back then, I purposely got close to Chang Shanin and became good friends with him. Now that Chang Shanin has gone through a huge change and we have not met for many years, it is normal for our relationship to drift apart. Chang Biao thought rapidly. The current situation was several times better than he had expected. Even though I've been demoted from clan leader to clan elder, I still have most of my authority. Chang Shanin asked me to be the first elder, it shows that he still trusts me. And he had appointed Chang Jiyu as the new patriarch of Chang clan. It could be seen that he still cherished old friendships deep in his bones. As long as he still remembers our friendship, everything will be easy. The more Chang Biao thought about it, the more excited he became. He was immersed in his own world and did not notice the complicated expression on his wife Enai Shuedong's face. In the past, Chang Shanin was infatuated with her beauty, but just now, Chang Shanin did not even look at her. On the way here, Enai Shuetong was extremely worried that Chang Shanin would snatch her back to his side. In this way she would be separated from her beloved Chang Biao. How painful would this be? But now, the situation was much better than Enai Shuedong had expected. Not only did Chang Shanin not pursue the matter back then, he even asked her to continue being Chang Biao's wife. This was what Enai Shuedong had been dreaming of. She should be happy, but for some reason, there was a lingering fear in her heart, as well as a sense of loss that she did not want to admit. As for Chang Jiyu, he fell into great joy, doubt and bewilderment. I finally saw Father, he is just a few steps away. He is much more dignified than I had imagined. Father did not acknowledge me as his son, but called me by my name. Does he not know that I am his flesh and blood? But Father, why did he make me the Chang clan leader? I am so young and only have rank 3 cultivation, can I do it? I understand now. This should be Father's test for me. He is testing me, this son that I have never met. If I can manage Chang clan well and complete his test, will he feel gratified and acknowledge me as his son? Thinking so, Chang Jiyu could not help but feel excited. Thinking up to here, Chang Jiyu couldn't help but become excited in his heart. He made a firm resolution that he would definitely do his best and perform well in the future imperial court struggle. Fang Yuan would not have expected that his simple arrangement would cause such a huge change in the hearts of Chang Biao and the other two. But even if he knew, he would not care. In the 500 years of his previous life, after Chang Shanin helped Ma Hongyun ascend to the throne of the imperial court lord, he also regained control of Chang clan. Different from Earth, when strength could be attributed to an individual, the stronger the strength, the greater the authority. Today, Fang Yuan was no longer a low-rank Gu master on Qingmao Mountain, suppressed and exploited by the system. Now he could manipulate and willfully change the authority structure of a tribe. It could be said that he was already standing at the peak of the mortal world. He was well aware that this was all because of the great strength he possessed. Right now, my first aperture has already adapted to Northern Plains, and can use rank 5 peak stage primeval essence. The second aperture has also reached rank 5 middle stage. Both apertures' aptitudes are a grade 90%, and with the 2 sets of Gu worms, my primeval essence is abundant. But the enslavement and strength path Gu worms are not extremely strong. In terms of strength path, ever since I obtained rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, my explosive strength has become high enough, but my body is unable to bear it. Earlier, when he fought against Lu Wenwu and his brother's combination killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, Fang Yuan could use his strength path to compete with them. But Fang Yuan was clear that once he exerted 500 Jun of strength, not to mention his opponent, just his own body would not be able to bear it. My bones are impermanence bones. The skin on my body is turtle jade wolf skin. To be able to bear 500 Jun of strength, this is far from enough. But if I want to modify my muscles and tendons to suit strength path, it will not suit enslavement path. What suits enslavement path cannot suit strength path. In the end, it is still enslavement and strength path, although they complement each other, the degree of compatibility is too low. It is not like soul path and enslavement path, or soul path and wisdom path. This problem had been troubling Fang Yuan all along. If he could not resolve it, then Fang Yuan's enslavement and strength path could only reach a profound level, but would not reach the peak of strength. Although Fang Yuan currently had information regarding Luo Pavali's inheritance, the future was uncertain, anything could happen. Fang Yuan was a cautious person. Before obtaining Luo Pavali, he could not make up his mind to cultivate soul path, thus he still needed to perfect enslavement and strength path. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and pondered for a while before slowly opening his eyes and taking out East Window Gu from his aperture. This Gu was a storage Gu, used to store information, obtained from Land Spirit of Langya. East Window Gu had detailed information regarding the killer move, 3 heads 6 arms. This killer move was extremely powerful. It could allow Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shirquang to turn into giant monsters, their battle strength rising to a terrifying level. After He tribe defeated Lu tribe, they requested for this killer move, thus this was included in the war reparations that Lu tribe had to pay. Soon after, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for this killer move. These days, when Fang Yuan had nothing to do, he had been pondering over this killer move. When Gu Masters activated multiple Gu worms at the same time, the effects of the Gu worms would complement each other, forming an even more powerful effect. This was what Gu Masters commonly called killer moves. The killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, required 18 Gu worms to be activated at the same time. From rank 3 to rank 5 Gu worms, the consumption of primeval essence was extremely high. At the same time, 3 Gu Masters were needed, a single Gu was not enough. Fang Yuan could not use this killer move. But this did not mean it had no value to Fang Yuan. Killer moves or Gu recipes were the essence of using Gu worms. Why could these Gu worms have such an effect when they were used together? Why could these Gu worms not be used? If one of these Gu worms was replaced with another, what would be the effect? If the enemy used this killer move again, what method could be used to break it? Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu bodies contained the minute laws of heaven and earth, fragments of the great Tao. Understanding Gu meant understanding the great Tao, understanding the natural laws of this world. It was like on earth, using experiments to obtain the laws of science. This Gu recipe gave Fang Yuan great inspiration. If I grow 3 heads and 6 arms, what will happen? A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, like a new window had been opened. His body was like a foundation stone. Enslavement and strength path were pavilions built on the foundation stone. This foundation stone was not big now, the 2 pavilions could only be built as low-rise buildings. If this foundation stone was enlarged, would it be able to support 2 tall buildings at the same time? Fang Yuan had never cared about his appearance. What handsome, beautiful or ugly, those were just the opinions of others. What did other people's opinions have to do with him? As long as he had great battle strength, so what if he was seen as a monster? Northern Plains 7th month. The weather was getting colder, frost had condensed into ice, and it was raining endlessly. All the armies had gone through many fierce battles, their numbers had already decreased to less than 50. Although He tribe won against Lu tribe, their vitality was injured. They stopped at the camp like a wounded beast, making use of every moment to rest and recover. Mid-July. Dujiao region, Yi Lui army defeated the encirclement of the 7 armies. On the day of the counterattack, Yi Lui Sang killed 3 rank 5 Gu masters. However, in this battle, the greatest contributor was Qilian tribe's hidden elder in Yi Lui army, Qilian tribe leader's godson, Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a rank 5 middle stage dark path Gu master. During the confrontation between the armies, he entered the enemy's camp several times and assassinated the enemy leader, successfully assassinating 2 rank 5 experts and 13 rank 4 Gu masters, causing the 7 armies to be in a state of panic and low morale. Northern Plains 8th month. After Yang tribe recruited the enslavement path master Jianghu, their strength rose greatly. They had been victorious all the way. After several great victories, they became a hot topic in the later stages of the imperial court contest. The newly advanced enslavement path master, Leopard King Nu Heir II, led his army and threatened Tao tribe. Tao tribe alliance army suffered setbacks in the selection process. Alliance leader Tao Yu judged the situation and knew that he had no hope of ascending to the position of imperial court lord. Thus he chose to submit to Nu Heir Tuesday. After Nu Heir II's army annexed Tao tribe, their military strength rose greatly. In the middle of the 8th month, He Lulan gave the order for the army to set off again. By the 9th month, the situation of the imperial court contest was clear. Only 5 armies were left. They had the most hope. He tribe with Wolf King Changshanyin and Tai by Yunxing, Nu Heir tribe led by the newly advanced Leopard King, Yang tribe with Rat King and Eagle King, Ma tribe with Horse King, and Yi Lui army led by Yi Lui Sang who had an immortal Gu. In the beginning of the 9th month, Nu Heir army fought with Yang tribe. The Leopard group could not withstand the double attacks of the Eagle group and Rat group. After defending for half a month, Nu Heir II lost. In the beginning of the 10th month, while Yang tribe was digesting the war reparations, Yi Lui Sang took the chance to attack. In Yang tribe army, some wanted to fight, some wanted to defend, and some wanted to retreat. Because of the difference in opinion, the army was at a loss and Yi Lui Sang succeeded. After Yi Lui Sang obtained victory, he was not complacent for long before he was targeted by Ma tribe. Ma tribe moved rapidly for 3 days and 3 nights, catching Yi Lui Sang unprepared. The same scene played out on him. Yi Lui army was defeated by Ma tribe before they could digest the war reparations. Yi Lui Sang led his remaining troops and fled, taking the initiative to submit to He tribe army. In the beginning of the 11th month, He tribe army rapidly moved north, building 8 defense lines along the way and starting the decisive battle with Ma tribe in the middle of the month. Only the victors could enter imperial court-blessed land, while the losers would have to pay reparations. In regret and disappointment, they welcomed the 10 years of blizzard in northern plains. At once, this decisive battle attracted the attention of countless people in front and behind the scenes. In the first few battles, He tribe had a slight advantage, while Ma tribe lost 2 defense lines and retreated to the 3rd defense line. Yi Lui Sang wanted to take revenge. He continued to provoke his subordinates, causing Ma tribe army to shut themselves in and their morale to plummet. Ma tribe was helpless. They had to seek help from snowy mountain-blessed land behind them. Chapter 543. The main peak of the majestic snowy mountain pierced through the clouds. Around it, the other peaks were like stars surrounding the moon, revolving around it. In the sky there was a light blue light. Fluttering fine snow floating on the ground. This was a pure and flawless place. Even the buildings on the peaks were carved from ice crystals. This was snowy mountain-blessed land. The base of Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals. There were dozens of Gu immortals. They occupied different peaks of the snowy mountain. On a snowy mountain peak that was covered in green pine trees, there was an ice crystal 7-tower pavilion. On the pavilion's signboard, there were 3 large words, Snow Pine Pavilion. The owner of this place, Shuesongzi, was a famous demonic path rank 6 Gu immortal. He was tall and thin, wearing a light blue robe. His snow-white hair fell to the ground. Right now he was at the top floor of Snow Pine Pavilion, looking down at this snowy mountain peak that belonged to him. His eyes were deep blue, his gaze penetrating 1,000 li, inspecting his territory. The snow pines are growing well. The snow willows that were transplanted last year have already expanded to over 10,000. This year's Gu worms have also produced close to 300 rank 5 Gu. These water path and ice path Gu worms can be used for research. There are still leftovers. I can sell them for at least 2 or 3 immortal yuan stones. Of course, my main source of income now is still the snowman slave trade. On Shuesongzi's mountain peak, there were 6 variant human tribes. All of them were snowmen. Snowmen were a type of variant humans. They lived in the icy environment of the snowy land. Their skin was snow-white, their eyes were ice blue, and their hair was blue. After they died, their bodies would turn into ice sculptures. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. However, the tears left by snowmen, they would instantly condense into ice tears. Ice tears were a precious Gu refinement material. Gu masters loved them greatly. After Shui Songzi inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. Snowmen looked expressionless, but in Shui Songzi's opinion, they were the variant humans with the closest intelligence to humans. Many Gu immortals raised snowmen, and in order to obtain ice tears, they would often torture them. They would carry out inhumane torture. Gu refinement materials like ice tears were used in many places. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the trade of ice tears was very popular. Many Gu immortals schemed for profits in order to obtain ice tears. He used all means to slaughter and torture the snowmen. Shui Songzi had done this before, but he soon discovered that the market for Gu immortals to obtain the ice tears was much higher than the ice tears themselves. From then on, he began to raise snowmen and sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies. Let the other Gu immortals torture the snowman. A snowman could only shed tears of ice 3 times in his life. There were no more than 60 of them. Every time it cried, the snowman's lifespan would be greatly reduced, and a great deal of its life essence would be lost. If the snowman shed too much ice tears, he would age rapidly and die faster. However, the cost of raising snowmen was much lower. In addition, Shui Songzi owned this mountain peak. It was convenient for planting cedars, snow trees, and raising snowmen. Therefore, selling snowmen was much more profitable than selling ice tears. He was good at making money, his business had been booming these years, and he had accumulated a large amount of immortal yuan stone. He could be considered a wealthy person among Gu immortals. But he had a huge regret. He had been a rank 6 Gu immortal for decades. But he still did not have an immortal Gu. No matter how many immortal yuan stones he had, he could not buy an immortal Gu. Because immortal Gu were unique, others would not sell them even if they had them. At most, they would exchange immortal Gu for immortal Gu. Ma tribe has reached the final step now. If I can defeat He tribe and enter the imperial court, I might be able to obtain the first immortal Gu in my life from 88-point Jianghu Tower. Shui Songzi was thinking about this when he suddenly had a feeling and waved his hand. Space tore open and a letter Gu flew out. Shui Songzi opened it. It was Ma tribe's request for help. They finally couldn't hold on any longer. Shui Songzi's lips curled into a smile. He had been paying attention to this imperial court contest, and knew about Ma tribe's loss. Earlier he had contacted Ma tribe, but they could not make up their mind. Now that the situation was tense, Ma tribe sent a request for help. It was equivalent to agreeing to his request. This way it is time for me to make a move. Shui Songzi's smile gradually disappeared, and he activated Divine Sense Gu. 3 divine senses flew far away, towards the 3 snowman tribes on the snowy peak. After receiving the divine sense, the 3 snowman Gu masters immediately got up and rushed towards the mountain peak. A moment later they knelt in front of Shui Song Pavilion, saying in unison, Shui Wa Shui Mi Shui Ming greets immortal. Shui Songzi did not show himself, but took out some Gu worms and sent them to the 3 snowmen. Bring these Gu worms and the D battalion, go to the outside world and find Ma tribe, help them win the battle. Shui Songzi sent another divine sense. Yes. The 3 snowman Gu masters quickly received the order. Shui Songzi had 4 battalions, A, B, C and D, formed from the experts of the 6 snowman tribes. The 3 snowman Gu masters led the D battalion out of snowy mountain blessed land, but before they reached Ma tribe, they were discovered by He tribe's Gu immortals. Brother, this Ma tribe is indeed related to Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu immortals. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Lu tribe's external Gu immortal Tan Baiya is not wrong. In the blessed land He Bai said to He Qing. These 2 were He tribe's Gu immortals. He Bai had an ordinary appearance, middle-aged, clumsy on the outside but elegant on the inside. And He Qing had been publicly recognized as a genius in He tribe since he was young, handsome and confident, and was also He Lolan's father. He Qing glanced at He Bai saying calmly, Brother, you don't need to worry. Demonic path Gu immortals always move alone. Snowy Mountain might be strong, having dozens of Gu immortals, but only 2 or 3 truly support Ma tribe. He Bai nodded, Brother is right. But the current Ma tribe is indeed very strong. Previously they did not receive the support of demonic path Gu immortals, they fought their way into the decisive battle on their own. Once they receive the support of Gu immortals, they will definitely become even stronger. He Qing grunted before asking, Have you investigated who are the demonic path Gu immortals supporting Ma tribe? Not yet, but it will be done soon. Go and do it. We have bought over 500,000 wild wolves and 300 mutated wolves these days. 2 wolf emperors, thousands of goo worms as well as the prepared resources, hand them over to He Lulan. Yes, brother. Also, instruct He Lulan to finish the battle quickly, so as not to complicate matters. He Bai's expression was clear, he nodded and left the blessed land without saying anything. War was not just about human lives, it was also a competition of foundation and consumption. The struggle for the imperial court. At the final stage, He Qing and He Bai, who had been supporting He Lulan all along, were starting to feel a little overwhelmed. Although Gu immortals were wealthy, they could not support the entire army for such a long time. The amount of resources in mortal Gu was enormous. A portion came from the blessed land, while the majority was from the consumption of immortal yuan stones. They were bought from jewel yellow skies. Large amounts of immortal yuan stones were scattered. Be it He Bai or He Qing, they were actually feeling heartache. The struggle for the imperial court in essence was a game. But not all Gu immortals could afford to play this game. Many Gu immortals wanted to obtain an immortal Gu, so they participated in this grand gamble. Finally, the person they chose did not enter the imperial court, thus they lost miserably. There were even cases where they went bankrupt. But if they won and obtained an immortal Gu from 88-point Jianghu Tower, then all the investments would be worth it. After all, no matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they could not buy an immortal Gu. 10 days later, He tribe and Ma tribe's army started fighting again. The huge battle formation was endless, forming a grand army. In the main tent, He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking at the opposite side as he said with heroic spirit, "We did not manage to hurt Ma tribe the last 2 times, let us teach them a lesson this time. It is not so easy to advance into a super tribe. Who will go first?" Before he finished speaking, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood up and greeted, "Lord Alliance Leader, this subordinate is willing to be the vanguard." He Lulan nodded in satisfaction. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was an expert who had chosen to submit to him since the Heroes' Assembly. Along the way, participating in the struggle for the imperial court, until now Hao Ji Lu had killed countless people and had outstanding battle merits. Pei Yin Fei had also submitted to He tribe after Lu Wenwu's defeat. But Hao Ji Lu's position as the number 1 rank 4 battle general had never wavered. This was He tribe army's old general. Adding on Hao Ji Lu's repeated intention to submit, if there were no accidents, after He tribe takes over the imperial court, he would be taken in as an external elder by He tribe. He tribe was a Huangjin tribe, a super force, one of the giants of northern plains. If Hao Ji Lu joined He tribe, it would be like relying on a big tree. Just like Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng who submitted to Dongfang tribe. Hao Ji Lu went to the battlefield and shouted. Ma Shangfeng snorted and pointed at him. "This water demon again, who will teach him a lesson? Lord Alliance Leader, let me go deal with him this time." A boorish man stood up. It was Ma tribe's fierce general, a transformation path rank 4 Gu master expert, Jianghu. Ma Shangfeng nodded in agreement. Jianghu impatiently went to the battlefield and fought with Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu's methods were ruthless, his attacks were vast and the water currents surged. Because he had exchanged battle merits for many rare Gu worms, Hao Ji Lu's current battle strength had already far surpassed the initial stage of the imperial court contest. Both sides fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. Hao Ji Lu gradually gained the upper hand. Jianghu was suppressed and felt stifled. He roared and activated a killer move, turning into a fierce tiger. The tiger's might was fierce and ferocious, immediately reversing the disadvantage. Hao Ji Lu was famous for his ferocious attacks, but now he could not block the fierce tiger's attack, he could only retreat again and again, changing his fighting style. From the previous fierce attack, he changed to a defensive counterattack. Chapter 544. Swoosh swoosh. A blue torrent shot out. The suspended-eyed tiger roared, emitting a thunderous sound. This was the rank 4 tiger roar Gu. The tiger roar's sound waves rippled in the air, forming visible ripples. The sound waves collided with the torrent, causing it to collapse into a heavy rain. Jianghu transformed into the suspended-eyed tiger. His attacks were peerless, immediately showing an unstoppable aura. Tiger roar Gu emitted sound waves. Tiger Claw Gu extremely sharp. Tiger Skin Gu outstanding defense. Tiger Tooth Gu sharp as a spear, piercing and showing off its might. Tiger Tail Gu hard as a steel whip, able to move freely. Transformation Path Gu Masters to form killer moves would collect the corresponding Gu worms. Once they collected all the Gu worms, they would be able to transform, and their battle strength would increase greatly. Of course, the stronger the transformation, the higher the value of the corresponding Gu worms, and the harder it was to collect them. Even if Gu Masters could transform, they needed a lot of training. Humans were born to walk on 2 legs with 1 head and 2 arms. If they transformed into another form, not being used to it would be the most natural reaction. Like flying, only a lot of training and talent could make use of the transformed form well. Gu Masters nurture Gu, use Gu, and refine Gu. These were the profound aspects of using Gu. Both armies' gazes were focused on the battlefield. Hao Ji Lu and Cheng Hu's battle had already reached a crucial moment. Cheng Hu used his killer move, transforming into a suspended-eyed tiger, firmly holding the upper hand. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu could only focus on dodging, changing from his previous wild attacks. He was in a difficult situation. However, as time passed, the battle was still in a deadlock. Although Cheng Hu had a huge advantage, he could not turn this advantage into victory. Most of the Ma tribe soldiers were still cheering, but the people in Ma tribe's main tent were frowning. Not good, this water demon is crafty. Cheng Hu is in danger. Ma Jie said. Many of the experts present nodded in agreement. Killer moves were strong, but in fact they were activated by many Gu worms at the same time. This way the primeval essence expenditure would increase by several times. Thus, it was a double-edged sword for Gu Masters. Cheng Hu activated his killer move, but Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had rich battle experience. He changed his style of fighting with brute force. Cheng Hu would not be able to deal with the Water Demon in a short period of time. Once his true essence was depleted, he would have no choice but to transform into his human form. At that time, it would be time for Water Demon Hao Ji Lu to counterattack. Ma Shangfeng's expression was calm, but his heart sank. If it was in the past, Cheng Hu's failure would have nothing to do with him. However, Cheng Hu's victory or defeat was no longer his personal matter. Instead, it concerned the morale of the entire army. The Ma family had already lost 2 battles in a row. Ma Shangfeng knew very well that the major tribes that had sided with the Ma family were already wavering in their hearts. The Ma clan's army was led by the Ma clan with the other clans as support. Once people's hearts wavered, the situation would become dangerous. Ma Shangfeng naturally did not wish to see Cheng Hu fail. But seeing that the battle was still in a stalemate, and that the possibility of Cheng Hu's defeat was increasing, Ma Shangfeng could only sigh in his heart and call out, Fei Xingqing. Fei Xingqing immediately stepped forward and placed his right palm on his chest. He saluted and said, "Your subordinate is here. The second battle will be your turn." Ma Shangfeng said. To eliminate the influence of Cheng Hu's defeat, he had placed his hopes on Fei Xingqing. Fei Xingqing was a valiant general. He had been ostracized by Fei tribe before and was not doing well. Ma tribe sowed discord and used him as a spy. While Fei tribe was weakened due to the internal conflict, they launched a sneak attack and annexed Fei tribe. After Fei Xingqing sided with Ma tribe, he could be said to have met a wise leader. He made many contributions and was heavily nurtured. Immediately, he went to the front of the formation and scolded loudly. The one who came is Fei Xingqing. Since the Imperial Court contest, he has already killed 8 rank 4 experts. In the previous battle, he used Numbness Gu and fought against 3 rank 4 experts alone. His performance was stunning. In He tribe's main tent, Sun Shihan spoke. Yi Lui Sang, who was at the side, had a cold expression. The battle cunning gentleman Sun Shihan was talking about was the battle between Ma tribe and his Yi Lui alliance. In the end, Yi Lui Sang lost and was chased by Ma tribe, almost becoming a loner. The Qilian tribe and other tribes that had submitted to Yi Lui Sang all ended up joining Ma tribe. Numbness Gu was a rare rank 4 Gu, its value comparable to rank 5. Once a Gu master is hit, their whole body would be numb and their value could rival rank 5. Once a Gu master is hit, their whole body would be numb and they would be unable to move. He Lulan grunted and looked around asking, "Who can fight?" Just as he said that, someone laughed heartily and walked out from the crowd. "Fei Xingqing is only SOSO. I am willing to fight and clear all obstacles for you." He Lulan took a look. It was none other than Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Pan Ping had been killed by Lu tribe's 3 brothers' killer move earlier, but was saved by Tai by Yunqing's man as before Gu after the battle. Not only him, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were also saved. "Alright, go ahead." He Lulan nodded in agreement. If it was at the start of the battle, he would not be optimistic about Pan Ping's chances. But after more than 10 battles, Pan Ping was no longer the same as before. He had rapidly grown to become an expert on Pei Yan Fei's level. Fei tribe's lad, you are only a shameless traitor who seeks glory and glory. Your survival is a disgrace. Come and accept your death. Pan Ping went up and scolded loudly, his battle intent surging. Fei Xingqing was furious. He hated it when people called him that. You are only a bastard of the demonic path. You were so arrogant earlier because you did not meet me. Immediately the two fought fiercely. At once, the scene was intense, neither side winning nor losing. Could be said that they were evenly matched. Actually, these two circumstances were very similar. At the start of the imperial court contest, they were both people who could not achieve their ambitions. Pan Ping was a demonic gu master wandering from place to place. Fei Xingqing was suppressed by the tribe and could not achieve his ambitions. But because of this imperial court contest, the two's reputation rose, they made a fortune from the battle and their strength improved greatly. Previously, Pan Ping's only good gu was Soul Blade gu. But now he exchanged his battle merits. The gu worms on him were all exquisite and luxurious. His battle strength rose by leaps and bounds. It was no longer like before when he only had Soul Blade gu to hold the fort. And Fei Xingqing was roughly the same. Previously he was ostracized in the tribe. Although he had all his gu worms, he lacked powerful methods. He had also obtained benefits from the battlefield, accumulating his battle merits and exchanging for the rank 5 equivalent numbness gu. Combining it with his own gu worms, his battle strength rose sharply. The two's figures fought endlessly, but they were both wary of each other. Pan Ping was wary of Fei Xingqing's numbness gu, while Fei Xingqing had been guarding against Pan Ping's Soul Blade gu. Speaking of Soul Blade gu, it could be said that Pan Ping was lucky. Because this gu was attached to the curved blade, and not the gu master's aperture or body. After Pan Ping was blasted into pieces, Soul Blade gu luckily survived. Afterwards, Tai Bai Yunxing saved Pan Ping, the latter revived, but all his gu worms were destroyed, only Soul Blade gu was left. Fortunately, Pan Ping had many battle merits and had not used them before. As for Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, they were not so lucky. After they were killed, all their gu worms were destroyed. The most regrettable thing was that Gao Yang's rank 5 treacherous wave cloud gu was also destroyed. Rank 5 man as before gu could only target the human body, it could not revive gu worms. But the two were calm, being able to revive was a great fortune. Afterwards, the two borrowed battle merits and basically replenished their gu worms. After several battles, not only did they pay back all their battle merits, they even had some left over. The intense battle between the two pairs of rank 4 experts attracted everyone's attention. Ma tribe saw that Fei Xingqing and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, and sent out 6 fierce generals. He Lulan accepted them one by one, sending out Pei Yan Fei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai and others. When the 6th pair of experts fought, Jianghu was finally defeated. Water demon Hao Ji Lu was powerless to chase, and could only watch as he safely retreated. He tribe's morale rose, but soon in the third group, Ma tribe won and the situation was reversed. Both sides sent out more experts, and in front of the two armies, more than 30 battle rings were formed. That is to say, close to 70 rank 4 gu masters appeared to fight. This was a grand scene. The huge northern plains had billions of people and most of them were mortals. There were only a few hundred rank 4 gu masters, and less than half 100 rank 5 gu masters. It was because of the contest for the imperial court that these people gathered together, clashing and competing with each other. In the intense battle of life and death, stronger gu masters were born, and the weak were ruthlessly eliminated. The contest for the imperial court had reached the final decisive battle. Be it He tribe or Ma tribe, they were both Leviathan-like giants. Not counting gu immortals, the scale of any army greatly surpassed the forces of a super tribe. Everyone in the two armies felt their hearts and minds shaking, their chests surging. Only Fang Yuan was calmer. He had seen an even bigger scene in his previous life, that was the chaotic 5 regions war, the chaotic era. Lord Alliance leader, subordinate requests to fight. A young rank 4 gu master stepped out, unable to restrain his battle intent. This person was none other than Gu Guang. Gu Guang was Gu tribe leader. He was originally a rank 3 gu master, but after the baptism of the war he survived and his strength increased greatly, advancing to rank 4 not long ago. He Lulan was slightly stunned before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the supreme elder of Gu tribe and Chang tribe. These two tribes were under his control. Fang Yuan sensed He Lulan's questioning gaze and lightly ordered, Gu Guang, step down, you are the tribe leader, how can you take such a risk? Gu Guang complied and retreated. Fang Yuan asked again, where is Chang Biao? Lord, subordinate is here. Chang Biao had a sickly expression, his injuries from the previous battle had not healed. But Fang Yuan did not care about this, only saying, go and fight. Chang Biao opened his mouth to speak, his heart filled with anger. Ever since he joined He tribe army, he had been ordered to fight by Fang Yuan in every battle. Even if he was a famous expert, he could not endure such high-intensity continuous battles. Damn it. Chang Shanin, this guy, is he ordering me around like a beast? I hate that I am weak now, I cannot defy his orders. I will endure it for now, there will be a long time in the future. 10 years ago, I framed you, 10 years later, I will truly put you to death. Chapter 545. Seeing Chang Biao enter the battlefield, Ma tribe also sent a female expert. This person was called Shi Shui. She was a rank 4 peak stage expert, a famous ice path expert. She had a rank 5 flying snow goo. Once activated, it would cause snowflakes to fall like goose feathers, turning everything within a few thousand steps into an icy domain. Chang Biao saw this person and thought, bitter. If he was in his peak condition, he would have to be careful against this woman. Now that he was injured, he was even less of a match. The two fought. Shi Shui attacked fiercely while Chang Biao dodged and stalled for time. This way he was unavoidably at a disadvantage. The battle continued. As time passed, rank 4 Gu masters continued to be defeated, retreating with injuries or dying at the enemy's hands. Both sides had casualties, but overall it was a draw. Gradually, the rank 4 Gu masters in the two main tents became few and far between, not enough to mobilize. Gu tribe leader, I would like to ask for your help now. He Lu Lan's gaze landed on the person sitting in the main tent. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong was an earth path Gu master. He had once piled rocks into a mountain and caused great trouble to He tribe army. At one point He Lulan even had the thought of retreating. But eventually Tai by Yunxing arrived and He tribe won, while Gu tribe joined He tribe army as the defeated side. Gu Guolong's appearance shook Ma tribe army. This was the first rank 5 expert to move. Ma Shangfeng immediately responded by sending Qing tribe leader Qing Long. This person was a rank 5 transformation path expert, Qing Hu's elder brother. Seeing Qing Long, Gu Guolong bowed and said politely, so it is Qing tribe leader, please enlighten me. Qing Long chuckled, I don't dare to enlighten Gu tribe leader, but let's exchange pointers. The two fought with great momentum, immediately suppressing everyone and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Gu Guolong had both offense and defense. He was honest and steady. Qing Long moved freely in the sky, fierce and calm. After the two fought for 12 rounds, He Lulan sent the rank 5 expert Luo Bojun. Luo Bojun had sided with Lu Wenwu, but after Lu tribe lost to He tribe, he became one of the higher-ups of He tribe army. Ma tribe immediately sent a rank 5 expert to fight. Compared to the lineup of rank 5 experts, Ma tribe was not inferior. In the past, New Air's army swallowed up the Tao family, and the Yang family defeated New Air. Then Yelu family defeated the Yang family, but in the end the Ma family defeated Yelu family's army, becoming the final winner. After this round of battle, there were many large clans in the Ma family's army, including the Qilian family, Qing family, Zhao family, Lu family, Tao family, Yang family and many other powerful forces. At the same time they had Jiang Baoya, Yang Pering and Ma Zun, 3 enslavement masters. Rank 5 Gu masters mostly held high authority. Their tone and attitude were much calmer and more amiable than the murderous aura of rank 4 Gu masters. When they attacked, they held back 30% of their strength and 20% of their feelings. Once they died, the tribe would be leaderless and would be swallowed by He tribe or Ma tribe. Although they were enemies, what they truly cared about was the interests of their own clans. Even though they were bound by the poison oath, there were still unspoken rules. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and watched quietly. Although he only displayed rank 4 peak stage cultivation, he was an enslavement path master. He was a crucial person who could influence the battle. Thus, his status was special, even higher than those rank 5 tribe leaders. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable really made a huge move. What a brilliant scheme. Personally participating in the Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan's emotions grew more and more. Giant Sun Immortal left behind an inheritance for his descendants. He built 88-point Jinyang Tower and also established the tradition of Imperial Court contest, It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort and thought into it. Not to mention 88-point Jinyang Tower. Just looking at this imperial court contest, every time it was held it was a purge. Huang Jin tribes swallowed other tribes to strengthen themselves. At the same time, the concentration of resources formed a developed battle merit economy during times of war. It was an abnormal prosperity. And through the war reparations, they formed an exchange of techniques and greatly deepened the foundation of Huang Jin tribes. Most importantly, it was survival of the fittest. It allowed Gu masters to think at the border of life and death, to work hard and become experts. For Huang Jin tribes they would select Gu immortal seeds. Giant Sun immortal, although he was no longer in the world, his influence still ruled over the whole of northern plains. Compared to an immortal venerable, the current me is as insignificant as an ant. But I also benefited from this imperial court contest, otherwise my strength would not have advanced so rapidly. Fang Yuan was slightly distracted as he thought of this. He sent his mind into his aperture. Inside the aperture there were several new Gu worms. Most were rank 4, one was rank 3, one was rank 5 Azura Corpse Gu, and one was rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained inspiration from 3 Head 6 Arms Killer Move, he had combined his own foundation and ideas to research and obtain some results. He then condensed these results into a killer move. He named it 4 Arms Earth King. Once he activated this killer move, a new pair of arms would grow from the sides of his body. When he used all 4 arms, his battle strength would rise sharply and he would be comparable to the killer move 3 Head 6 Arms of Lu Tribe Brothers. However, compared to 3 Head 6 Arms, my 4 Arms Earth King form can only last for a shorter time. Only when my feet are on the ground can I display my full strength. Once I fly, my battle strength will fall by half. This killer move was only created by Fang Yuan. It was not perfected yet. Only after testing it in battle could he add some new Gu and replace the unnecessary old Gu, or directly remove them. Only then could the killer move be gradually perfected. The sun gradually rose high in the sky, and before the snowstorm the usually blazing sunlight seemed cold and powerless. On the battlefield, however, killing intent was surging and accumulating to the limit. Dozens of battle circles burst out with colorful fireworks as the two sides were locked in a stalemate. In He tribe's main tent, there were only a few Gu masters left. If they were not fighting, they had retreated and were recuperating, or they had died on the battlefield. But overall, He tribe still had a slight advantage. All along, He Lulan had received the support of He Bai and He Qing, 2 Gu immortals. And Ma tribe had only asked Shui Songzi for help during this huge battle. Humph, these Ma tribe bastards are really resistant to beatings. He Lulan snorted coldly. His gaze was malevolent and he was gradually becoming impatient. He looked at Fang Yuan and was about to speak when 3 beast groups rushed out of Ma tribe's camp. On the left, tens of thousands of horses galloped, their hooves trampling on the ground like rumbling thunder. There were countless rats on the right side of the road. They were densely packed and the sight of them sent chills down one's spine. And at the center, a group of eagles soared up like dark clouds, giving off a feeling of covering the sky and covering the earth. Horse King Ma Zun, Rat King Jiang Baoya, and Eagle King Yang Pering, these 3 enslavement path masters made their moves at the same time. The beast groups rushed over and immediately dispersed most of the battle groups. It turned out that Ma Shangfeng saw that Ma tribe was at a slight disadvantage in the challenge, so he wanted to use his advantage in enslavement path to suppress He tribe army and change the disadvantageous situation. Facing the simultaneous attack of 3 beast groups, He Lulan immediately tensed up. He stared closely at Fang Yuan. Wolf King, it's up to you now. Fang Yuan nodded and slowly stood up from his seat. He slowly walked to the head of the twin-headed iron rhino and looked down from above at the 3 beast groups. All of them were malevolent and ferocious, and their scale was vast. No matter which path the enslavement path masters were on par with him, they were formidable opponents that did not lose to him in enslavement path. In fact, the enslavement path Gu worms they possessed were even more comprehensive and outstanding than Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement Gu worms. Under the situation of not exposing his strength path battle strength, Fang Yuan's 2 fists could not contend against 4 hands. In the previous 2 battles, the wolf group had been suppressed by the 3 beast groups and suffered disastrous losses. And Ma tribe had relied on this advantage to leave behind beast groups to bring up the rear, allowing them to safely retreat into the defensive line twice. But at this moment, Fang Yuan smiled coldly, his heart filled with battle intent. Although his enslavement path Gu worms were slightly weaker than these 3 enslavement path masters before this battle, he had obtained the support of He tribe's Gu immortals, and the wolf group scale had increased by more than 10 times. These wolf groups were all hidden in the army. Using the power of goo worms, the enemy could not detect them. Wolf King. Yang Pering is here, do you dare to fight? In the sky, Yang Pering was standing on a giant eagle. He looked heroic and upright, like a spear soaring into the sky. He took the initiative to challenge and wanted to restrain Fang Yuan's wolf group. The eagle group was looking down from above. Attacking the wolf group was very advantageous. Haha, old Yang, you have to go easy on him. After all, brother Chang Shanin is an enslavement path master like us. You have to leave some face for him. On the right, Rat King's mocking laughter could be heard. And in the horse group on the left, Ma Zun, who was not good with words, advanced with a muffled voice. There were large numbers of Gu Master experts around him, each riding on a warhorse to protect his safety. Enslavement path masters still needed to be in the situation to command the beast groups. Only then could they display 120% of their battle power. The three masters came out together, taking the risk and personally leading the beast group to attack. This was like 3 heavy punches. If they could not block it properly, He Tribe's army could be beaten senseless. The situation would collapse and they would not be able to turn back. After all, the battlefield was full of unpredictable variables. There were too many examples of the weak winning against the strong. Moreover, He Tribe's side only had a slight advantage now. Brother Shanin. He Lulan could not help but reveal a worried expression. Although the wolf group scale had increased and completely surpassed the 3 beast groups, he was worried that Fang Yuan did not have enough control over it. After all, Fang Yuan had never controlled such a large wolf group. If he did not control it properly, it would instead cause chaos. Even if he could control it with Wolf King's rank 4 peak stage primeval essence, how long could he last? Fang Yuan stood on the Iron Rhino's head with his back facing He Lulan. He did not speak. Looking at the 3 beast groups majestically pouncing over, attacking from the sky and on the ground, the Wolf King still did not move even though they were right in front of them. He Lulan felt even more uneasy and urged, "Brother Shanin, quickly attack." Fang Yuan still did not speak, as if he did not hear anything. The 3 beast groups surged over. They were less than 200 steps away and would arrive in an instant. He Tribe's army was shaken. He Lulan was anxious. Brother Chang Shanin. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. This is a good opportunity. The enemy is trying to suppress me with their beast group, but they do not know they are digging their own graves. Alliance leader Lulan, I want to congratulate you. Congratulate me for what? This battle has been won, the situation is set. Alliance leader entering the imperial court is a foregone conclusion. Fang Yuan said lightly. He Lulan could not help but stare with his eyes wide open. He almost shouted, "Damn it! Where did this ridiculous confidence of yours come from? Quickly command the wolf group. What time do you have to talk now? The enemy is already pouncing over." But at the next moment, his eyes protruded even wider. It was like someone was punching behind his eyes. That was because he felt an astonishing change in Fang Yuan's aura. From rank 4 peak stage to rank 5 initial stage, from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 middle stage, from rank 5 middle stage to rank 5 upper stage, and from rank 5 upper stage to rank 5 peak stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan slowly removed the concealment of breath concealment goo, no longer suppressing his true cultivation. Rank 5 peak stage, the real deal. Wolf King Chang Shanin was actually a rank 5 peak stage enslavement master. He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan's back in a daze. The Gu master guards near the main tent also looked over with shocked and stunned gazes. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan activated Eagle Rise Gu, and the broad eagle wings brought him to the sky. In the air he howled towards the sky. Rank 5 Amplify Attack Gu and Wolf Howl Gu. The wolf howl resounded in the sky, directly suppressing the cries of the beast groups. Howl, howl, howl. The long howl of the wolves was followed by the response of the pack of wolves. Chapter 546. Fang Yuan flew into the sky. Yang Pering Jiang Baoya Ma Zun, today is the day you die. He said plainly, but his voice was loud and clear, resounding in everyone's ears. Ma Zun, Jiang Baoya sneered, "Humph, shameless boasting. He is actually rank 5 peak stage Chang Shanin, You concealed yourself so deeply. Yang Piying's expression was grim, his eyes burning with flames. But this stimulates my fighting spirit even more. This kind of battle is more interesting. However, at the next moment when the wolf group charged out, his fighting spirit froze. Many. Too many. A vast number of wild wolves were like the tide of the sea. First came the first wave, then the second wave, the third wave. It seemed to connect heaven and earth, endless and vast. Ma Xun was moved. The eagle group's movements paused, and Yang Piying's expression froze. Such a large wolf group? Oh heavens, 500,000? 800,000? No, at least 1,000,000. Jiang Baoye was pale with fright, his fighting spirit fell to rock bottom. Retreat, my rat group was only 600,000 at most. After so many battles, I did not have time to replenish them. I have less than 200,000 now. This is my final force, I cannot lose them. Retreat, we must retreat. Jiang Baoye was a demonic cultivator. He was extremely selfish. He immediately turned around and led the rat group to retreat. There were three aspects that affected an enslavement path Gu master's battle strength. One was the size of the beast group, the second was the combination of enslavement path Gu worms, and the third was the soul foundation. Fang Yuan's soul foundation, because of Dang Hun Mountain's help, was on the same level as these three enslavement path masters. Although his enslavement path Gu worms were weaker than the three, it was only by a small margin. But the size of the wolf group in his hands was a huge amount of 1,560,000. In contrast, the three had huge losses in their beast group due to the consecutive battles, especially the first two battles. The rat group only had 200,000, the eagle group had 180,000, and the horse group had the most at 360,000. Altogether, it was only 740,000. 740,000 was not even half of 1,560,000. However, could different beast groups be added together so easily? As mentioned earlier, it could not. Different beast groups mixed together, unless there was a method like Three Hearts combination soul, it would be a mess. A large number of wolves rushed out. Previously, some of them were hidden in underground pits, some were covered by Gu worms, and some were hidden in carriages. Now all of them had appeared. Even the taciturn Ma Xun couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are there so many wolves?" Originally, the three of them had teamed up to bully Fang Yuan. As a result, there were countless wolves, and He tribe's weakness suddenly became a huge iron plate. The Gu master guards beside him were all shouting, "Lord Ma Xun, quickly retreat, the enemy is too strong, we cannot fight them head-on." Ma Xun was not a hot-headed person. He immediately controlled the horses to change direction and retreat. However, a herd of horses was different from a herd of rats. Most rats were small in size and could easily change directions. The horses galloped, but it was difficult to stop. Especially when Fang Yuan purposely did not release them earlier, waiting for the horse group and rat group to reach the front of He tribe army before suddenly mobilizing the wolf group. His intentions could be said to be sinister. But Ma Xun was an enslavement master after all, his attainments were astonishing. He knew the condition of his horse group like the back of his hand. He carefully mobilized the horse group, drawing an arc on the ground, brushing past He tribe army and slanting outwards, attempting to break out of the encirclement. However, how could Fang Yuan let the fat meat in his mouth fly away like this? Ma Xun was an enslavement master, so was he. With a thought, the mutated wolf group roared and chased. Mutated wolf group? So many. The Gu masters beside Ma Xun turned around and looked, their faces turning pale. Ma Xun also had a mutated beast group called Pegasus, but their numbers were far less than the mutated wolf group chasing them. Most of them were terror claw horses and other kinds of ordinary horses. How could these horses outrun the mutated wolf group? Ma Xun repeatedly changed the direction of the horse group, attempting to shake off the wolf group. But the mutated wolf group suddenly split into two and attacked from the left and right, finally intercepting the horse group. Next, a vast number of ordinary wolves pounced over and surrounded the horse group. Such a spectacular interception as expected of a master. Seeing this, He Lulan was overjoyed, finally letting go of all her worries towards Chang Shanin. On the other side, the Rat King was escaping, but there was also a mutated wolf group behind him, leading a vast number of wolves as they chased. They continued to devour the rat group that could not escape in time, like a giant beast trampling on the ground, devouring the rat group bit by bit. Fang Yuan took a glance and ignored the Rat King, instead looking at the sky in front of him. The wolf group stepped on the ground, while the eagle group soared in the sky. Dealing with the eagle group was beyond the ability of the wolves. Thus, among the three beast groups, even though the eagle group was weaker than the horse group, they were in a much better situation. Damn it, now two of the beast groups are subdued, the horse group is surrounded, and the rat king has escaped, only the main army is left. Yang Pering felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that if he wanted to win this battle, the horse group and rat group were extremely precious battle strength. Losing any one of them would reduce Ma tribe's chances of winning by half. I am the only one who can save the situation now. I need to use the eagle group to attack and distract most of Changshan Yin's attention. While Yang Pering was still thinking, Fang Yuan had already manipulated a group of 100,000 wolves, advancing majestically towards Ma tribe's main tent. Yang Pering fell into a dilemma. If it is a one-on-one battle, my wolf group will naturally be at a disadvantage against your eagle group. But this is a huge battle. If my wolf group slaughters large numbers of Gu masters, no, even if I expend a large amount of their primeval essence, it will still be a great victory. Yang Pering, what should you do? Fang Yuan's eyes were calm as a lake, but his lips curled into a cold smile. Yang Peying's mind worked rapidly, but the more he thought, the colder his heart felt. Changshan Yin's move was truly vicious, attacking the enemy's weakness. But after hesitating for a while, Yang Pering gritted his teeth and decided to restrain the Wolf King. But this way, without the Eagle Group's obstruction, the Wolf Group successfully charged towards Ma Tribe army. Ma Shangfeng's expression was ashen. He quickly mobilized the enslavement path Gu masters and set up a temporary defensive line. But the Wolf Group was huge, and with mutated beasts charging, such a defensive line was easily broken through like paper. This is a huge mistake in my decision-making. But we have not lost yet, everyone, the situation is dangerous, let's take a gamble. Follow me, we still have trump cards. Ma Shangfeng shouted. Shui Hua and the other rank 5 snowmen showed their true forms. At the same time, there was an elite battalion made up of snowmen. Seeing such strong reinforcements, Ma Tribe army's morale rose, they calmed down from their panic and shouted, following Ma Shangfeng into the battlefield. At once, the wolf group howled and blood splattered. First, the central army engaged in battle, followed by Ma Tribe's left and right Gu masters, who also started their assault. He Lulan laughed loudly, he waved his hand and the elite troops under him moved first. Next, the tribe leaders led their troops and charged into the battlefield. The two armies engaged in an all-out battle. Beast groups, humans tangled with each other. Fire path, ice path, dark path, light path and other Gu masters fought fiercely. Experts laughed malevolently as they slaughtered their enemies. And the weak helped each other, forming groups and struggling with all their might to fight for a chance to survive. The eagle group screeched and attacked Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had He Lolan's personal guards, and also Yi Lui Sang, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Si Xian, Pan Ping and other experts, guarding the area tightly. The eagle group's attacks did not show any results, but Fang Yuan used Wolf Kergu agilely. He was not obstructed by vision. He used the wolf group to attack fiercely, slaughtering the horse group, rat group and humans. The situation is urgent. Wu Yi, all of you attack and disturb the experts around Changshan Yin. On the eagle's back, Yang Pering was sweating profusely as he quickly ordered. Wu Yi was called Green Bat, he was one of the 3 flying masters in Northern Plains. Originally, among the 3 flying masters, Flying Lightning Dong Pakong was the son of Dong Fang tribe's concubine. He had returned to the blessed land. Water immortal Song Qingyin died in battle. Only Green Bat Wu Yi was recruited by Ma tribe. He was left to deal with the new flying master Changshan Yin. Wu Yi heard this and frowned. If we move out and the enemy attacks, what will happen to your safety? Yang Pering smiled proudly. I have the protection of the Thunder Eagle group, I am very safe. Even He Lulan cannot break through my Thunder Eagle defense instantly. Don't worry and go, don't forget we still have killer Wu Ming. Wu Yi and the rest heard this and their hearts shook. These people all had flying abilities, they charged down and increased the pressure on He Lulan and the rest. Be careful, they are interfering with us, don't move out easily. Don't forget they still have Wu Ming. He Lulan snorted coldly while retaliating. She warned. Qilian tribe leader's godson Wu Ming was a rank 5 dark path Gu master. Yi Lui Sang was able to defeat the 7 armies because he assassinated many enemy leaders, causing panic and low morale. After that, Wu Ming's performance was also quite good. Many rank 5 Gu masters died in his hands, and even more rank 4 Gu masters. He was already hailed as the #1 assassin of the present age. His reputation had already surpassed Shadow Sword expert Bian Si Xian. Right now he had not shown himself, who knew where he was hiding in the battlefield. He Lulan did not dare to be careless. Once Wu Ming assassinated Fang Yuan, the wolf group would collapse and the situation would be reversed. Charge over and kill Wolf King Chang Shanin. Not only He Lulan and Yang Pering, Ma tribe's experts also quickly realized the crux of this battle. At once, large numbers of Gu Master experts charged towards He tribe's main tent. Whoever can kill Chang Shanin, I will reward him with 5 million battle merits. I will give him the position of Ma tribe's supreme elder and he will enjoy Ma tribe's resources for life. Ma Shangfeng shouted as he killed the wolf group. Chapter 547. Soon He Lulan and the rest felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. Not good, the enemy has gone crazy, I can't hold on for much longer. Black Banner Army, quickly come and support us. Pei Yin Fei Zhong Fei Yu Tang Miao Ming, quickly come and protect Wolf King. We can't keep defending like this, we need to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise the shockwaves from the battle will harm Wolf King. Ma tribe was not willing to lose. Once they lost they would be finished. They started to put their lives on the line, and most of them were brave men who were greatly rewarded. Thus, the situation quickly broke away from He Lulan's control, and the situation quickly turned into a battle against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's life was directly related to the outcome of this battle. The rank 4 and rank 5 Gu masters of both sides squeezed together, forming a huge chaotic battle. This was a grand scene rarely seen in the previous imperial court contests. In this battle, rank 4 Gu masters were reduced to supporting characters. Even rank 5 experts were involuntarily trapped in a quagmire. He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the rest could slightly take care of Wolf King at first. Soon they found themselves in a difficult situation. They were surrounded by flames, frost, sound waves, and other chaotic attacks that danced wildly in the battle circle. Their opponents were not fixed, they fought whoever they could find. Sometimes, their own people would even hit their own people. The number 1 assassin, Wu Ming, stood far away, helplessly looking at this huge chaotic battle. He was an assassin, an expert at sneaking close to his target and dealing a fatal blow. But at this moment all the Gu masters in this battle were crazily fighting, all kinds of investigative Gu were sweeping around, killing whoever they could find. The situation had already gone out of control, the attacks were overwhelming, some rank 4 experts were already hysterical in order to protect themselves. Wu Ming suspected that if he sneaked in, he would be discovered in a few breaths of time. Who knows, the person attacking him might even be one of his own people who was dazzled by the battle and had no time to think. In this situation, even if I don't make a move, Wolf King will not be able to protect himself. Wu Ming sneered, watching the show from the sidelines. Soon, his eyes brightened, he saw a rank 4 Gu master on his side getting close to Wolf King. It's Jianghu. When he saw the person clearly, Wu Ming almost cried out in excitement. Jianghu was attacked from behind by an unknown person, and was sent flying to Fang Yuan's feet. Originally, Fang Yuan was guarded by Bian Xixien. But just now Bian Xixien took the initiative to lead away Fei Xingqing. She was not a defense Gu master, and had no intention of sacrificing her life for Fang Yuan. This was the wisest choice for her. Which bastard sneak attacked your father? Jianghu fell to the ground and immediately got up. He angrily roared and turned around to attack. This. Wu Ming didn't know what to say when he saw that. However, Jianghu had only taken 5 or 6 steps when he suddenly froze on the spot as if he had been struck by a spell. Then he suddenly turned around and stared at Fang Yuan, who was right in front of him. After being stunned for a few breaths, he finally reacted. Which bastard ambushed me? I love you to death. Wow. Jianghu's pores opened in excitement. He looked at Fang Yuan as if he was looking at 5 million battle merits, as well as endless fame and fortune. Ow. He pounced forward, and the moment his 4 limbs touched the ground, he transformed into a multicolored tiger. A transformation path killer move. The fierce tiger roared and charged towards Fang Yuan with a fishy smell. Oh no. Quickly dodge. Bian Xixien screamed as she looked back. Success. Wu Ming's blood surged as he saw this, his whole body trembling in excitement. The fierce tiger opened its bloody mouth and jumped into the air, pouncing down. Its huge figure covered Fang Yuan's face. Its tiger mouth opened wide, and its sharp teeth were about to bite through Fang Yuan's head. To think that such an earth-shattering contribution would fall into my hands? Eh? The fierce tiger's eyes flashed with astonishment. A pair of large hands grabbed the tiger's neck, making it unable to move. Umph. Jianghu snorted in his heart. His years of battle instincts allowed him to move his two sharp tiger claws without thinking. Bam! With a muffled sound, the next moment his two tiger claws were also grabbed by a pair of steel hands. Why does he still have arms? Jianghu looked over in bewilderment, only to see Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, his expression was calm like ice, and two brass arms had grown out from his sides. Two large brass hands firmly grasped his tiger claws. Umph! Jianghu snorted, immediately moving his tiger tail. The tiger tail tore through the air, forming a fierce whip shadow, nimbly and craftily sweeping towards Fang Yuan's head. Slap! With a crisp sound, Fang Yuan's head was not injured, but his tiger tail was numb from the pain, already losing all feeling. Jianghu had a killer move, but so did Fang Yuan. Killer move, Forearm Earth King. 14 goo worms were activated, including the rank 5 Amplify Effect goo. In this state, Fang Yuan's defense was 4 times stronger than before. His strength had reached 800 Jun. Moreover, once he stepped on the ground, his strength would flow endlessly. Are you done playing? Fang Yuan sneered, calmly looking at Jianghu with a mocking and cold gaze. An intense chill rose from Jianghu's heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Fear. Even if Jianghu was usually carefree and proud of his bravery, facing Fang Yuan's deep and cold eyes, he felt fear. The intense fear caused him to explode. The fierce tiger's throat moved, a sound wave attack was about to be unleashed. But right at this moment Fang Yuan lightly sighed, such a boring trick, sigh you should just die. His voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was saying something insignificant. Swoosh. At the next moment the brass hands forcefully tore. The multicolored tiger was torn into two, blood gushed out and its innards scattered everywhere. Two irregular tiger bodies fell to the ground, turning into two human halves. And the fierce tiger's head turned into Jianghu's head. His eyes were wide open in fear, showing the fear of death. Fang Yuan crushed his head with one claw, slowly raising his head, his gaze went past the crowd and landed on Yang Piying. Yang Piying's hair stood on end, an intense sense of danger surged in his heart. Fang Yuan flapped the eagle wings on his back, flying into the sky. Yang Piying's pupils shrunk, quickly mobilizing the Thunder Eagle group to protect himself. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, with just these rank 4 battle strength they want to stop me? Bam bam bam, he directly charged, exploding all the Thunder Eagles along the way. When the Goo Masters in the chaotic battle reacted, Fang Yuan had already broken through the Thunder Eagle group like a hot knife through butter, going straight for Yang Piying. You! Yang Piying's face was drained of blood, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme fear. His head was in Fang Yuan's hand, his whole body was lifted up by Fang Yuan without any strength to resist. Fang Yuan lightly squeezed. Wuxia. Eagle King Yang Piying's head was like a watermelon, easily crushed by him. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, the Eagle group was instantly dispersed. The Eagle group escaped, the clear sky appeared again. The huge commotion attracted the attention of countless people. What? The Wolf King killed the Eagle King with his own hands. Many people cried out in disbelief upon seeing this scene. Now it is your turn. Fang Yuan did not stop, his cold gaze landed on Ma Xun. Ma Xun was protected by the horse group 10,000 steps away, but he felt a terrifying feeling of a great calamity descending on him. Stop him. Kill Wolf King. Wu Yi and Shi Shui flew together, pincer attacking Fang Yuan. A bunch of trash, how can you stop me? Fang Yuan snorted in disdain, flapping his wings, he easily shook off Shi Shui and crashed into Wu Yi. Wu Yi had never expected Fang Yuan to be so fierce. He overestimated his defense, and at the same time underestimated Fang Yuan's ferocious attacks. The defensive light barrier only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing completely. Wu Yi instantly sensed something amiss, his flying master attainment allowed him to make evasive maneuvers that others could not do. If it were anyone else they might have returned empty-handed. But Fang Yuan was also a flying master. Bam! With a muffled sound, half of Wu Ye's body was smashed into powder, his bones were broken into pieces, and half of his internal organs were crushed by the huge force. He widened his eyes helplessly and fell from the sky. A flying master of his generation, a demonic path expert, died just like that. Fang Yuan did not even look at him, pouncing towards Ma Xun. A thunderous dragon roar resounded, and a huge dragon blocked Fang Yuan's path. This huge dragon had a golden horn, 3 claws, and its eyes were like lanterns, emitting the flames of revenge. Chang Shanin, you dared to kill my brother, you will pay the most terrible price. It was a rank 5 transformation path Gu Master, Chenghu's elder brother, Cheng Long. Noisy earthworm. Fang Yuan snorted, his speed did not decrease, but instead increased, his body leaving an afterimage in the sky, colliding with the huge dragon. Bam! A loud sound was heard, deafening even the deaf. The sound waves spread in all directions as if the whole world was shaking. Everyone's heart shuddered. Looking over, they saw that Fang Yuan's body had expanded to twice its original size, his whole body was covered in a layer of bronze light, and his 4 arms were thicker than an adult's thighs. He stood proudly in the sky, his hand holding the broken dragon horn. And the 3-clawed golden horn dragon fell down like a kite with its string cut. Along the way, it fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Dragon blood and dragon scales splattered everywhere. What? Far away, Ma Shangfeng's pupils shrunk, shouting in disbelief. Even Cheng Long was not his match in one move. This killer move. He Lulan was dazed. From Fang Yuan, he saw the shadow of Lu tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads 6 arms. Ma Zun I Wolf King will take your life. Fang Yuan lightly spoke, his voice piercing through the sky, his calm tone as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. However, everyone could feel an invincible spirit from his words. Uncle Ma Zun, leave quickly. I will defend here. Ma tribe's young tribe leader Ma Yingjie, who was beside Ma Zun, shouted. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.